Hey, what's up, guys? Good day in Thug Life. This is my revised Ableton Live course, really. We're going to be going over basically everything you need to know to get started making tunes in Ableton. And I've done this before. It was more of a beginner type thing a couple months ago, and wasn't, too good. The quality is kind of not where I want to be. So I decided to redo it. I decided to cover basically everything this time, except Max for Live. We're going to be going over session arrangement, plugins, everything. I have notes in front of me. I've been kind of formulating this for a little while, waiting for the right time to do it. The last one, I kind of had a lower energy level, and it wasn't too good. But in this one, we are golden. We have full screen 1080p, so I suggest you watch this in full screen and click that HD option. Hopefully you share this and you give me hugs. Basically this is the intro. There's going to be a lot of videos, some long, some short. I'm going to be covering everything. Again, I have my notes, and I have it set up so like it's compatible for everyone coming from every direction. If you're absolutely new and you're curious, or if you come from FL Studio or an older version of Live, you come from a tracker. If you're from the 80s, yeah, basically that's it. So anyway, that's kind of a disaster, but we're gonna get through this together. And I hope you enjoy, and onwards to the next video. Have a good one. Like, comment, subscribe, share, and all that fun stuff. Alright, have a good one. And we're back, and I want to talk about studio gear. So mainly, the one thing that you'll need is a computer, a functioning computer. You will need that to run Ableton. Another thing you may or may not need is a sound card, and this is one right here. Kind of looks like this. Right, that is a sound card, and what it does is it processes audio. You have all of your inputs and headphone out and little knobby bits. I have another one here. It's the Audio 6. Generally, a sound card is recommended. You can use your computer sound card, but generally, that might not be up to par, especially if you're dealing with buffer sizes and all that. Another thing you might be interested in is a MIDI controller. So this is a Dinosaur MIDI controller. It's a UC33. And what it is it's a little MIDI controller, and it sends out data over USB. So you're going to have two kind of connectors you're going to be dealing with. You'll be dealing with USB and MIDI 5-pin. And they both carry MIDI. So basically, a USB is the same as MIDI. It's just a bit more compatible. You can just plop it right into the back of your computer. That's generally what you're going to be going for. Other equipment that comes to mind are the new generation of pad controllers, Machine, Ableton Push, and Livid Bass. They're all pad-like type apparatuses, and they play sound. There's these, and they are like the newer generation of MIDI controllers. And you can get like other neat stuff like MIDI clarinets and MIDI saxophones. It's kind of weird. Another thing you might want to look into are, of course, monitors. You can use just headphones if you want, but monitors in terms of speakers, loudspeakers, they're highly recommended. KRK comes to mind. I'm a fanboy, and they're amazing. And yeah, I've had mine for a couple years, and they're still going strong. Other equipment you may or may not buy down the road, or may not be interested in, are hardware synths and drum machines. I don't have any drum machines, but I have quite a few hardware synths, JP and 2 viruses and a Nord, and that all is via MIDI. 5-pin, and USB and audio out, and it all goes into an interface or sound card. So you're going to want a sound card. If you're serious, you can kind of get away with just using the back of your PC or Core Audio, and yeah, you can choose between PC and Mac, do whatever you want. And yeah, I just wanted to get this video out of the way because it's kind of a curious thing. Studio gear, studio equipment, and controllers. So that was it, really. Alright, so here's where we're going to get our stuff rolling, and that is our setup and preferences. So this is what my Ableton project looks like when I start it up, and you will definitely not be seeing this when you start yours up. This is a way for all my gear, MIDI, outboard, whatever, to all communicate, and I have all my tracks ready to go. So I don't have to manually set them up every time I open live, and I have my EQ and compressor down to the bottom for each track. This is why I have it set up. If you have the exact same setup as me, you probably have it set up kind of similar. But yeah, so when you open Ableton, what we'll do is we'll just close all these guys. I'll cut, and then you'll have an audio and a MIDI track and 2 sends, I believe, or something. So this is what it'll look like for you. Most likely it'll look like this, probably. So what you're going to want to do is you want to go to your preferences. Now this is really important. This is the first thing that you want to do. Depending on your driver type, if you have like an interface like the Audio 6, when I say interface I mean sound card, and when I say sound card I mean interface, you're going to want one of those. You can have MME DirectX, that's Windows. That's like, you know, like YouTube and all that unfun audio stuff. That's that driver type, and you can select that, and that works fine for the time being. If you're on a Mac, you want to select Core Audio, and Core Audio is fine. You select your device. Now I have 2 devices, technically 3. You're going to want to make sure that your interface, for one, has the correct drivers installed, or the latest drivers installed. Depending on what that is, I can't do that for you because all interfaces are different. I'm sure your local music shop will happily help you figure this out. But yeah, I have my Complete Audio 6, and I have ASIO. ASIO, it is low latency I/O, so it sends and receives audio super quickly. It was developed by Steinberg, I believe, and that's what I use, and it offers very low latency, 17 and 19 milliseconds, which is pretty good, and I have a high buffer size because, you know, I'm weird, but we'll get into that later. If you are feeling adventurous, you can go to Google and type in ASIO, ASIO, 4, like numeral 4, ALL, ASIO for all, and that is a generic ASIO driver for your onboard audio on your PC, from the back of your PC, so you can have that same thing. Only thing is you can only use one application at a time. So if you have this video open and it's playing audio, you won't be able to hear anything. You have to close it and then select ASIO in Ableton, or completely relaunch Ableton for ASIO to work. A lot of drivers, they support more than one, you support more than one client. So I can have multiple clients. I can have a YouTube video playing using MME, whatever, DirectX, and have Ableton outputting sound at the same time. This is not part of Ableton. This is my Audio 6 control panel. Again, all audio drivers are different from all manufacturers. Good ones that come to mind: Native Instruments, M Audio, Avid, Apogee. Depends. Ask your local music store guys, and they'll set you up right quick. Yeah, again, in the audio tab, we'll get to that later. Sample rate 44.1K or 44,100 hertz. That is CD quality audio. 48 is DVD. You want to have this set to this setting. You want to leave it there. You don't want to mess around with that. You're going to want high quality, and then you can always oversample later. Your buffer size. So depending on your drivers for your particular product, you want to have a muck around with the buffer size. It might be here, and it might be in this kind of engine here. I don't want it to blow up. I can't change it. But yeah, it's in samples. So 512 is pretty good. I have it set to that. That's pretty high, but that's just kind of what I'm used to because I run so many audio chains and all that fun stuff. 128 could work, and yeah, that just depends. So if you are having pops and clicks, increase the sample or buffer size, right? And you can test. You can test if you're getting any clicks. So what this is this is a latency checker, pop, click, whatever. So what it does is it simulates the CPU usage. So you max the CPU usage, set the tone to whatever you can hear it, right? And if you don't hear any clicks, then you're good. If you start to hear like clicking and popping, then you're going to have to increase your buffer size. So that was kind of a long-winded video and all that, but it's really important for you to get proper audio. So yeah, it depends. ASIO is the way to go. MME, it's kind of laggy, but it works as well. You have to just increase the buffer size. If you have very large projects using 80% of your CPU usage, quote unquote CPU usage, and you're getting pops, this will simulate it. So yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, we'll be back with some more fun stuff. What's up, guys? So I'm briefly going to show you how to get your MIDI controllers to work in Ableton. MIDI controllers, they transmit data from the actual controller itself to your computer via MIDI, and that MIDI can be a 5-pin MIDI cable or a USB cable, right? So what you want to do is go to your preferences, MIDI, and sync. So I have my push. It depends on what you're using. There's scripts available for a lot of things, all these different things. You select that, and the scripts work automatically, I should say. I also have my Livid bass. So for dinosaur gear that uses conventional 5-pin media, I have a synthesizer here, and I have the MIDI out from the out to the input on my interface here, and that would be my Complete Audio 6 input, track. So I have this, and this will have it set. If I have this on, it will receive MIDI, right? So what I can do is I can press a key, and you'll notice that this little light comes on. This is your MIDI in indicator, right? See that little light coming on? I'm pressing buttons, and it's receiving MIDI, and it's receiving MIDI to, what I point at, to this MIDI channel here, and you can see it. And it has velocity and all that fun stuff, right? I also have push, and it automatically receives MIDI as well. So you have MIDI being received. Soft knobs and everything, that's for your macros. We're not going to track that, but that's the Ableton script, and that makes sure that you have everything is talking with Ableton correctly. You probably won't have as much gear as me, if I can say that humbly. But yeah, it just depends on what you have. I have MIDI going to my virus, my other virus, my Nord, my JP, all through different interfaces here. I have a bunch of USB stuff, and it's all crazy. But yeah, that is basically how you get your MIDI devices to work. And yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's sending and receiving MIDI data. That's it, really. All right, we're going to be back with some actual fun stuff now that we got all this out of the way. Hey, what's up guys? We're going to be going over the user interface for Ableton Live. This applies to all versions of Live. So you're going to be looking at this view when you first pop up. Want you to select Shift and then question mark if you do not see this little guy down here. This is your help window. You should have this on, and it's really helpful. That's why they call it a help window, and it's down here. So you basically have two views. This is the session view, and this is a way to get ideas down. You can drop in loops and play them and kind of jam and mess around, and things will play forever, right? It's more of the different modes is the left and right brain way of working, and this is the session view. This is the arrangement view, and you select them by pressing Tab. Right. This is the arrangement view, and this is more linear. This is how you would edit film, or this is how you would conventionally edit. And that's pretty much it for now. You're going to be able to understand what's going on here. This whole window deals with audio, MIDI, sends, and then your masters down here. And for those coming from other particular software programs to make MIDI, you just right click and insert a MIDI clip. That's what I'll figure out right away. All right, so you have that. Yeah, I should actually leave that open. Perfect. All right, so down here we have the device and effects viewer, right? And you can select between them down here, right? So this is the clip viewer. You can view clips, and I'll just give you an example. So say we have, okay, I'll just give you, just give me a kick drum. Yeah, okay. Right, don't worry about this. This is just an example. So we can click on anything on screen, and it will display here, right? This is MIDI. We'll get into that later. And this is audio, right? And you can edit it, and it's all sensitive, and you can warp it and do all the crazy stuff to it. You select this tab, and you can drop in effects and affect things, right? Or you can drop in instruments. And this is what this bottom area is for. And each channel has its own audio processing sequence in it, right? Even the master has that. You actually can't add MIDI to a master track. You have returns, which is, we'll get into that later. And that's that really. Down here is the help view, which is cool. This is the browser. That's for the next video. Up here we have our transport controls, and this is your BPM, right? You can select any BPM you want, really. You have your tap tempo, so you can tap in BPM. Just start playing by itself. That's cool. You have your kind of pitch bend. So this is kind of like putting your finger on the record to slow it down, or spinning it to speed it up. And that's to kind of get Ableton to sync with, say, a DJ or a band or something like that. This is your time signature selector 4/4. That is your dancing music, which is what we're going to be doing. You have your metronome. And your lead in. Oh, we'll get into this. This syncs up things with the browser. We have our follow, and we have our selector. So if you want to go to like 1/1, or if you want to select a particular area of your timeline, each one of these is a bar, right? And if you want to go back to 1/1, you just double click stop twice, right? And you go back to 1/1. This is play. It plays, stop stops, record records, and overdub. We'll get into overdub later. We have our loop selector here, so we can select the start point 1/1, and then select the end point. We can go 2 or 3 or 4 bars in, select loop, and we have our loop here. We can also drag around our loop right here. This little bar is our loop selector, and when this is illuminated, the loop is on. So we can basically loop a single area over and over and over again, like forever till the end of time. We can also select an area, right click, and then loop just the same. We have our pencil tool for automation and all of our MIDI fun stuff. This percentage right here is your it's a mixture of your buffer and your CPU. Mine's at 0. Yours might not be at 0, but mine's at 0 because my computer is alien technology. I don't know why. I don't know what to say. Your disk is your disk usage, read and write, and it tells you when it reads and writes. And yeah, that's basically it. You have your options here. These are kind of derp to go over right now, but you'll figure that out as you go. You can select the second window if you want. Yeah, success. That is it, really. Just again, each track has its own kind of thing, but we'll get into that. You'll figure this out really quickly. I've rambled on enough. We're gonna be back with the next video. Hey, what's up, guys? In this video, we're going to be going over the Ableton browser. So 99.9% of your navigation, getting sounds and effects and all that fun stuff is going to be in this little box right here. And this is the browser, and this is where you get, this is where you drag and drop things into various elements of your other interface to create cool music and stuff. So we have different categories. This is your sounds. These are, in Ableton Suite. Drums for your drum rack. Instruments, these are the Ableton Suite instruments. You got a bunch of them, and they all do different things. You have your audio effects, lots of different EQs and compressors and delays and all that fun stuff. These affect the sound. MIDI effects affect and alter the MIDI notes, which isn't really audio, it's, note data. Max for Live, I don't have that. Plugins, this should be its own little topic, but, for the beginner, you're not going to be using plugins right away, but I hope you do. So we have plugins, and you won't be seeing this right away. And I should point out that you should go to your preferences and go to your file folder, and what you should do, and I can't stress this enough. Well, I guess I could. I'll only stress it once. Use the 32-bit version of Ableton. Don't use 64-bit right now in this decade, or in this year. Mainly because of compatibility with other plugins, and it's generally not needed. You're not going to be needing to use so much RAM in Ableton unless you're using unless you're using very large orchestral libraries in Contact, and you're running out of memory. If you're running out of memory errors, you're doing something wrong, or you're having intensely huge projects. So yeah, use 32-bit, the 32-bit version of Ableton, and use 32-bit version of plugins if you're using plugins, and you really should use plugins. Install them to a folder on your hard drive. Mine is Program Files, VST Plugins, YOLO Swag. You're going to want to select plugin folder, use custom folder, select that on, browse for it, and then scan. And then they should all populate in that. You have to scan them. Think of these as extensions, and they are really extensions because they're .dll files. And yeah, there's a lot of them out there, and a lot of them are good. And yeah, that's your plugin, and you basically drop them in just like you would your Ableton audio effects and instruments. They're extensions of Live, and they do fun things. And then your samples and all that fun stuff. So now you have places, right? So you have all this fun stuff. You have stuff from your current project. We don't have anything on our current project. Library. I have a bunch of stuff in here, all my samples. So what you do is you get, like, say, your samples, and you put them into a folder, and then you'll go add folder, and then you can go to wherever they are on your hard drive, and then you can import them, and you can have a bunch of folders like I do. And that's how you would navigate to say, okay, I want samples, yay, classic breaks, and then you have all this fun stuff and classic stuff, right? Oh yeah, and I should mention that when you select an audio file or a MIDI file, it plays down here, so you get a little bit of a preview, right? So we have kicks, right? We have that, and yeah, that's pretty much how you navigate, and it's as simple as dragging audio onto your timeline, dragging effects down here, and you can just keep on dragging, or you can double click and you can just keep on adding stuff forever and ever and ever and ever, right? For MIDI is note information. So you would go instruments, you have say analog, and then you have synthesizer plugin down here, right? Same thing can be said for like another plug, or your plugins. You drag that in, and then you have your little extensions. These open in their own special window, and you can create cool sounds with that and use them in conjunction with Ableton effects. You can even put effects on your master channel, which affects everything. So that's basically the browser. You can search and you can preview sounds, and yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, we're gonna be back with some other fun stuff. Hey, what's up, guys? I want to talk about audio in MIDI, and this is what you're gonna be working with predominantly. 99.999% of the time, we're going to be working with audio and MIDI. So audio is what you're hearing right now, an MP3 on iTunes, something from your desktop, a loop like this, and it's audio, right? It's audio. That's what it is, and it's like bits and all that fun stuff, and that is the data, right? MIDI is just information. So we'll select an area, right click, insert MIDI clip, and we have not audio, we have data, right? And the data is pitch bend, mod wheel, other MIDI automation, key, on off, whatever, right? So we have this, we have audio, and this is audio. We can manipulate audio in Ableton really well, and we can manipulate MIDI data. These are the two pillars of music creation, right? Don't worry about what I just did there. You select the pencil draw tool guy, and you draw in the data, and it plays linearly. So I'll just kind of loop that, and of course you can drag things around, right? We have MIDI triggering, but the data isn't going anywhere. We can see it in our chain here. Data is coming in, but it's not being converted to anything, right? So what we can do is add an instrument. We'll just add an analog. This is our instrument. This is a synthesizer, and you'll notice that these little buttony things are on this side, and on this side we have an audio meter, right? So what it's doing is it's converting MIDI to audio. So the data is being converted into audio. MIDI is 30 years old, and it's still used to this day, and it's basically note information and other information going to a synthesizer. It can go to a modern VST like Massive, or it can go to a virus synth, or it can go to a synthesizer that's like 40 years old. With the right kind of adapters. MIDI is very versatile, and that's why it's still used. MIDI is used this way, and yeah, so that's basically a difference with that. So what I want to do is I want to show you the different aspects of working with audio briefly, and this is kind of an introduction. So yeah, we're going to right click, create audio track. This is how you create tracks, by the way. You can create a MIDI track. So audio in MIDI, right? And you'll notice that MIDI has this kind of MIDI data thingamajig. But with this, since we put an audio, a synthesizer on it, it's converted to audio out. So the meter bridge kind of thing gives you a clue, right? So we'll just do, yeah. So yeah, with this, these sections right here, this is your automation selector, and we're going to get into automation later. Automation is changes over time for different parameters. That's what automation is, really. This is your I/O, so it's different for audio and for MIDI. So we have our audio here. Just pay attention to this one, the one that's open. This is our audio, and we can have different things going on. This is being sent to the master, of course. It's very neat. I have two inputs on my interface here, and they're inputs 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. So obviously an input would be stereo for a synthesizer. I'm going to select 3 and 4 and go in, so it's armed to record. You'll see it changes here, and I have sound coming from my synthesizer, and I can have sound coming from my guitar, my Nord, a microphone, and anything, and it'll take audio in like that, and that's how you have external audio coming in, and you can hit record and record it, and it's all well and good. Notice I have nothing on the channel here, which is pretty fun. I could do that for hours. Anyway, yeah, and that's the kind of transport control. For this, we have our inputs. So we can have, say, Ableton push, our input. So it's only receiving Ableton push, and we can see it's receiving that. We can have all ins, which is also nice. So we can record audio on this channel and then MIDI on this channel, right? It's still receiving both. And how you record to multiple channels at once is you select the record button and then hit Control or Command, I think on a Mac, and you can select two recording thingamajigs, and then you can hit record here, right? Right? So we have recorded two things, and I want to do this just to kind of give you a good example. We have audio recorded, right? The same synthesizer produced audio, which is this, right? And then I also recorded the MIDI information, which is, you know, which note, how hard it was played, and all that. So I have recorded two things at once, which is amazing. And you can do other fun things like have this committed to whatever, and then you can add another synthesizer. You can also send the MIDI back to it. You can alter the MIDI, and you can do all sorts of fun stuff. And this is basically how you would work with recording audio. You'll notice over here we have delay. And this is to, you know, delay tracks. So, you know, if you have, if you are recording like an older synth or an older interface, you'll want Ableton to tell Ableton, hey, there's going to be a delay. So send this MIDI information however many milliseconds before you actually like intend to send it, so the delay is compensated. And that's basically how that works. And that is MIDI and audio. So all of these go into the master, and the master is the final output. And yes, of course, you can put things on the master, and it's no problem. I recommend putting a limiter. I put the L2, which is a BST plugin. I put that right at the end. And yeah, you can do a lot of fun things on the master, and everything is sent into the master. And that's the final kind of stage. You want this to not be going over 0. And yeah, this is basically an introduction to, what was this video called? Audio and MIDI channels. I think I explained it okay. As we continue, you will understand a bit more, and yeah. All right. Hope you learned stuff, and have a good one. Hey, what's up, guys? In this video, we're going to be going over volume, gain, panning, and metering, and how it applies to everything. So I'm going to drop in an audio track. This is a loop of sorts. I'm going to right-click it when it's selected, and then loop it. So now I have a piece of audio. I'll bring down the BPM to that. So volume. Okay, so how the metering works. So this is how the metering works. So I'm going to press play with spacebar or whatever. Right, so how it works is 0. Right now it's at 0. 0 is the maximum that the audio can be in its final medium, which would be like MP3 or CD in most cases, right? So anything above 0, you'll get clipping, right? So that's what it's metering right here when you see the bouncy up and down stuff, right? And this right here will tell you if it's kind of clipping. So we'll clip it. When it's yellow, yeah, it's going 1 dB. dB is a unit of volume or pressure. 1.5 dB over, right? So there's that. So you bring the volume down in this window, up or down, right? And this is also reflected over here. That's your volume, and that's how you get a balance between all your sounds. In your track, you're going to have multiple audio and MIDI tracks, and volume is what you're going to be using to create a balance, right? So it's kind of like darts, but not really. The lower in the negatives, it becomes quieter and quieter and quieter, all the way down to infinity. And infinity is the maximum you can go down in volume. So negative infinity decibels is absolute silence, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Also, there's another thing, and that's panning, and that is the balance between left and right. And that is also a way to achieve balance. It's also reflected here. Right, so yeah, again, Ableton 2 interfaces, but this one's more visual. So yeah, metering. There's that, and that's volume. Another way to control volume, so it's something that I should mention, is utility, and that is in your audio effects, and that is gain staging. So you'll have your small little meters right here, right? So you have your input and then your output. Right, so gain staging will kind of, correct that. You can also pan it. So what this is for is if you have an effect that's pushing the sound too hot, you'll put this right after it in between the next effect, so it's not working too hard and you're not getting sound over 0, and that's called gain staging. And this is another way to control volume, right? There's also another way to control volume, and that is in your clip editing window of Doom, your clip overview. You have your volume right here, your dB. So it has 0 dB of gain. You have negative, you can see it kind of go down in size. The velocity is kind of going shrinking. And it's basically the same thing at the source, right? So you can do like a combination. You can lower that. If you recorded something very quiet, you can drop in your gain. Good example, Brent. There you go. See what I mean? And there's ways to kind of boost it and adjust things via the source. You can also right-click and return to default anything. It'll go back to 0, 0. And if you want to do kind of refined adjustments in volume, you press Control for Windows, and then you can get really fine, detailed adjustments in your volume and in your panning and any parameter. With that being said, so yeah, you'll see like this 1 here. So what does that mean? That means you actually mute it, and you can see that it's grayed out, right? So you're muting that audio, and that is your basic transport control. You can solo it, so it only plays that, and you can press Control and click on multiple things to solo if you want to solo or compare 2 tracks, kind of unrelated. There's that, and then your arm for record button is here. And then you click that, and then you hit record, and then you're good to record. But we'll get into recording a little bit later. So, yeah, what else? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, just remember, 0 is the absolute. It's called unity gain. So 0 is 0, and that is the maximum amount that your end product can go over. So like for the master, 0 is the absolute, the maximum your audio should be going. right? And if you're clipping, you get red, and that's not good, right? So you'd put, say, a limiter or bring your levels down. Typically, what you can do is you'll want all your audio to sit around a -3 dB, and you can see that right here. Right? So now we have -3 just by bringing that down. And that gives you something called headroom, and headroom is very important. Modernly. Yeah. I guess that's it. Hope you learned stuff, and we'll be right back. Hey, what's up, guys? This video is all about grids. So say you're designing a floor plan and you're making something, and you look at it, and each little box in the grid equals 1 foot, so you have a sense of perspective of the overall project. In Ableton, it's basically the same idea. Each little block represents a unit, and that unit is dictated by this guy right here. So 1, 1. What does that mean? Well, 1, 1 is, think of it as like a ratio. So one of these blocks equals 1 bar, right? And you select them like so, and you can zoom in. So then you zoom in a little bit. One of these blocks equals half a bar, right? So you can select a bar. So what is a bar? A bar is a unit of music. And depending on what kind of time signature you're using, 4/4, that is, in 1 bar, there's kind of 4 beats. And you can hear that 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Listen. Right? And that is the basis of, most dance music. And that is your grid or your time signature. That is 1 bar, right? So say you zoom out, okay, 1, 1, that's cool. You can zoom all the way in. You can zoom in. So you're at quarter notes or quarter bar. You go 16ths. Each one of these is a 16th. You can zoom into one of these bars equals a gajillion or whatever. Yeah, it's quite useful. What you can also do is change your adaptive grid. So it changes adaptively depending on what you're doing. You can go narrow, you can get really fine detail. I stick mine, or narrowest. You can have medium, right? So it's adaptive mediumnessly. This is more reminiscent of Cubase and all that fun stuff. I keep it on narrow. You can also select whatever you want. So if you want each of these to be each block to be 1 bar, absolutely, no matter what, you select 1 bar, and no matter how much you zoom in, you have 1 bar. But then Ableton does a neat little thing, how it adds in all stuff for you. But you can only select 1 bar, and this is good for arranging. You can also select 1 unit is 8 bars, right? And you can see that at the bottom here, and it's quite useful, right? You have that. So we'll go back to narrow, and I will add I'll add a MIDI track. So I want to add a MIDI track. So down here, I will get rid of myself. I'll be back though. Down here, we see that we have 1/64th. It's the same basic idea. Each one of these blocks is a 64th. You can right click and say if you only want to use 16ths or 8ths for that pluckiness, you can select that. And when you add things in, you only have that, which is the 16th or whatever. You can switch it around. You can have 16ths, and yeah, it's all in time, and it syncs quite well. So it's all based around 1 bar, and each bar has 4 beats, and the speed of your track is dictated in beats per minute. So that gets kind of confusing. It's not like bars per minute, but it's beats per minute. But I assume you already knew that. For this, you can change the grid. You can go 1 bar. You can go 32 each grid. Each block is a 32nd. And all that. You can also do the same thing for audio. So say, we're getting into warping later, but if you want to be like, okay, I want these 16ths, so you can have the grid locked onto 16ths, and you can move stuff around and warp that way. But I don't know why I'm showing you warping. It's kind of beyond the scope of what we're doing right now. But that's pretty much your grid. It's the unit of measurement that you're using, and how tracks are basically arranged, right? So you can select, okay, I want to select one bar, right? You select one bar and you'll loop that and you say, okay, this is a bar, cool. And then you can go, okay, well, what's a quarter note or a quarter of a bar? Okay, each one of these is where the kick comes in. Doom, 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 right? Then you go, okay, I can refine that. And it helps you. You go 16ths, you can add like a weird shuffle. You can, do all that fun stuff. And then once you're there, you can turn that into like your loop or your audio. And then you can bring that into each one of these units is 4 bars or 8. And then you can make 16 bar kind of loops and phrases for your DJ kind of stuff. And it helps you, create tracks and stuff like that. And you have like your unit of measurement that you can always go back to. So you have some perspective, but then you can always go back to 1 bar and edit things in that kind of macro and major type of thing. All right. Hope I explained that articulately. I think I did. But yeah, hope you learn stuff and have a good one. What's up, guys? Welcome back. This video is all about automation. Now, automation is probably the one thing that gives a lot of life to your tracks. And what it is it's change over time. And we're going to be doing this to our volume, which is basic. So automation can control many things. Control volume, panning, MIDI, CC, MIDI messages. You automate in 2 ways. One way is on this linear kind of sequencer, and another way is per clip, which we're going to do later. So this is automation in your arrangement view, which is this view right here. And you notice when we move our volume up and down, we see this little lane here. So what I'll do is I'll press B to have our pencil tool, and I'll just move stuff around. Press B again, and I can double click on any of these lines to delete them, and I can move these around. And what this is this will have an effect. Up is like a maximum value, and down is like the lower value, right? So we'll see a change in our volume here. See, it's going down. What that's pretty much basic automation. You can curve your automation by holding Alt, and you see this little curve automation thing going on, so you can get like different kind of wobbly effects, and it's pretty neat. Different curves, and you can double click to get rid of them. You can reset this way. If you want to make fine adjustments to your automation, you hold Control or Ctrl, and then you can get some fine automation going on there. And that's just volume. So what you can do is you can click this little plus sign here. This box is your automation box. So you'll click on that, and then it'll have its own little lane. And then you can automate something else. You want to automate say your pan. Press B, pencil tool, you automate your pan. That's cool. I can't hear anything, but we are seeing changes over time, right? Let's see. I don't know why I have that there. Pretty cool, eh? All right, there's that. We can also, I'll just add another lane to that. We can also go back. So say if we want to, okay, we're going to go to our mixer section, and then we want to select track volume. Even if you don't have these, you can go back and select automation, or you can simply just click on what you want to re-automate. Another thing you can automate is device on or off. You can automate the state of a track being on and off. So you can automate. You notice that there's only 2 states, on and off, right? This is how you turn a track on and off. So we can, have it turn on and turn off. If that makes any sense. You can delete an automation by right-clicking on the parameter and deleting the automation. You can also, say we can also select. So say if I want to get rid of all this garbage, I can go cut envelope, and then it does that, right? And then you can cut it, or you can, I believe you can hold Shift. Or yeah, you can hold Shift, and you can completely drag. You can completely drag and get rid of things that way. So it's a combination of holding different buttons to do different effects. So what we'll do is, yeah, I'll just show you. any parameter can be affected by automation. The wet dry on your reverb, you'll notice that that is being affected. So whatever. So say we have our drop down menu, the reverb has been added, and we have the red little icon just shows, okay, this is what's being automated, and you can automate all these fun things. You have your, so say we have a South 1. So if we want to automate something in an external instrument, right, what you want to do is select it and move it up and down, and you say, oh, hey, it's being adjusted here. And you have South 1, filter cutoff, and it's like that. And you can automate basically anything, any parameter. And yeah, that's basically how it works. And it shows up here. So say, oh, you move something and the automation isn't working anymore, and it's kind of grayed out because you've changed it. You click this little button up here, back to arrangement, and it snaps back to what you're doing. So that's just a way to like get a different change in your automation. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah. So say, yeah, we'll get into the clip launch, the clip automation a bit later. All right. Yeah, that's an introduction to automation. Hope you enjoyed, and we'll be back. What's up, guys? This is going to be an intro to the session view, and this is a good way to kind of jam and get ideas down, and it's kind of what sets Ableton apart from a lot of things. So I'm just gonna drop in. Okay, perfect. We're gonna drop in a loop just to this. We can drop it to an audio track or set it, off kilter, and it creates a new audio track for us. And we notice this little play button, and it says loop, and it'll just loop. It'll loop this track indefinitely, forever. We can set the loop marker right here, so it only plays that particular part, or this particular part, right? And how it works is there's scenes. So there's tracks in this row, and then the scenes go up, kind of like a spreadsheet. So we'd have, say, this scene with just the kick, and we can play an entire scene by pressing scene 1. And you can even like rename it like intro or whatever. And that's all neat. And then you can also, what we'll do is we'll duplicate, and then we'll try to find, say, another thing, and we'll drop that right next to it. So we can jam between this right, and that's how you kind of jam and make clips work. And each clip has its own sort of thing, and you can kind of switch between them and duplicate. So we'll duplicate this scene, and then we'll add something else to it. That sounds neat, I guess. You notice that it's all in time, and this is the quantize menu. This 1 bar, and we have it set to 1 bar. We can have it set to 8 bars, so it'll take, like, we'll play this. Right? So it like takes a while, so you can like do that and then, move around. Or you can have it set to none, so it'll instantly. Right? It'll instantly start playing. I have it set to a bar, just because. Yeah, you have all your scenes here. And what you can do is you can add a MIDI track. So what we'll do is, yeah, we'll duplicate this one, and it's a good way to get ideas. Or that's for recording MIDI. We can insert MIDI clip, and we have a MIDI clip down here. We click the pencil tool, and we can draw in notes. And what we'll do is we'll add an instrument. We'll add a bass. Right? Baby steps, we can preview it. Right? We can drop that in. can drop that in. There you go. Right. What the heck are you doing? Stop that. That's a terrible example, but you get the idea. And we can switch things around. We can make this shorter. The loop length is 1 bar. The start is 1 bar, length is 1 bar. We can set it to 2 bars, 3, 4, and we can get lots of neat ideas down. Another thing we can do is we can change the sound. So I'll change that. Yeah, oh, there we go. Say if I don't want to move that, I can move it up here. I can stop all by this little button down here, and then reset that. Right? Okay, there's that, and that is your basic clip launching introduction. You have all your levels here. It's not reflective of your arrangement. Once you have a scene that you like, say if we like this one, you can drag the whole scene, drag and drop it into your arrangement, and then click on this little guy right here, back to your arrangement, and then you have all your sounds here, and they're in their like kind of primitive form, and you have to arrange this way, and it's just a good way to get, again, ideas down, and you can have as many scenes as you want. So say if we don't like this, these are exactly the same. What we'll do is we'll find another loop. Right, we'll put that there. And we'll see how we like it. You can kind of see the loop position here. So some loops are longer than others. Yeah. Another thing we can do is we can add an effect, and we can have this not loop. I'll give you an example. All right, we have that. All right, I'll drop that in all of these. So I'll just do Control D. Right, so it's in all of these. Oh, I might not want to Control D. Do that. And this is set to loop. We just turn off loop, so it just plays once. Right. So yeah, we have it duplicated. So we'll launch a scene. Okay, we'll just stop all. We'll launch a scene. Right, that just played once. Right, so it's a good way to kind of set up your transitions. Right? So when you start each of these scenes and it's not soloed. Right? And yeah, that's your basic clip launching. I don't use it a whole lot. I'm an arrangement view kind of guy. But this is here, and it's pretty neat to get ideas down. And it's with scripts, with MIDI controllers, you can launch clips and all that within a hardware controller. And you can jam that way, and there's plenty of products that do that. All right, hope you learned stuff. We're doing baby steps. We're going to get into some pretty neat things really soon, I promise. But this is just sequentially baby steps. All right, we'll be back, and yeah. What's up, guys? In this video we're going to be going over arrangement view. It's another way of working. It's more linear, like you would edit a film, and I'm going to show you how to get started. So basically you have your lanes going vertical as opposed to horizontal in the session view. So in the arrangement view, it's somewhat like your editing. You have 4 components in each of these lanes. You have audio, MIDI, sends, and your master. So we're going to add an audio track. So yeah, we're just going to drop in, we'll drop in a loop, right? And you drop it in there, automatically warps. We can have as many tracks as we want. You just drag them down, and that's how you do that. You can select tracks and then cut. each of these clips, you see the clip option down here, which we're going to be getting into. So this is a loop here. We can right click and select, okay, I want to work with 1 bar. So the grid snaps to 1 bar. All right, so we have 1 bar here, and we have this loop selection, and this will loop kind of like forever, just like in the session view we were doing. So we want to add a kick. So what we'll do is kick happens every quarter bar, right? So we'll go right click, quarter bar. So each of these grids is a quarter of a bar. So we'll go to bass drums, we'll just pick one and we can drop it in like that, right? And then, you know, you might think, okay, well, we'll select that, copy, and then paste. But that's kind of counterintuitive. This is going to be the first shortcut you'll learn, and that is Control D, and I'm not sure what it is for Mac users. I'm sure it's very easy to figure out, but it's basically right click, duplicate. So for PC it's Control D, so you can select this area and then hit Control D, bam bam bam, right? So now we have our kick going along to our 4 on the floor beat, and it goes along to our metronome up here, right? We have it soloed, we'll unsolo it so it plays with this. Right, so now what we want to do is we want to add a hi-hat of sorts, and that happens on every offbeat, which is an 1/8, which is, you know, plucky progressive house stuff. So we'll go cymbals and we'll go open hi-hat. Right, so we have a lot of those. We'll just drop that in, right? We can shorten this, make it longer. And if we want to have it more of a refined adjustment of its length, we can go to the clip view and do it this way, right? And you notice that it reflects the length. So this is the start and stop position. We can have it set to do all sorts of fun stuff. We can adjust the attack and all that. So we'll do that, and we'll do the same thing. We'll Control D, bam, bam, bam. All right, so what you want to do now, maybe, is convert this to a loop just like this, right? We'll actually move this loop marker down here. We'll drag this guy. We'll drag it to 2, so we can do that, or we can drag it like that. And you'll notice that we have a little indent here, and that reflects the loop point. We'll just have it set to 2, so it's, you know, at the start of the second bar. So from 1 to 2, that's 1 bar, and this is 1 bar. There's continuity in what we're doing here. So what you want to do is you want to select all, or select the section you want to create a loop out of. Right click at the top and then consolidate, right? And then now we have a loop, and we can select loop down here, and we can do the same for this. Select, consolidate. So now we have a basic loop type thing. Right, baby steps. So what we can do now is we can make sure that all of these has the loop function turned on. Yes, it does. What we can do is we can select all and drag it, and we can make these longer, shorter, whatnot. You can move them around. We'll change to narrow. We can make them 16 bars long, which is good for like DJ mixes. So we'll right click, select 8 bars, so 8 plus 8 is 16. Right. Now we have, now we have that. So now we have 8 bar loop. We can move that around. We can do that. We can duplicate that, and we can just make a track that way. We can undo. Or we can just select all and delete. Very cool. So we've gone rather from the absolute macro. So 1 bar, right? So we break it down into like a smaller problem, like a mathematical equation. So we have all that. So what you can do from here, just like how you drag things from the arrangement to, from the clip, the session view into the arrangement view, you can do the opposite. You can drag these, and you can just drag those in, and you can kind of do that, and do that, and then oops, create a new audio track. There we go, because why not? We'll do that. All right, so now we have all these together, right? So then we can actually delete those. And this is the benefit of working, and this is the benefit with having session view. You can completely have a clean slate, and you can always have these ideas, right? And then you can go on to find other things. So say if you have like a drum rack that you worked hard on, and it's pretty neat, you have like different variations, and you want to go back to, oh, I had that one variation and it was pretty cool. Oh, but I totally deleted it from my timeline here. You can always go back and it's always there. So you can name these like idea 1, idea 2, idea 3, and you can completely insert as many scenes as you want, and they'll automatically create. And the cool thing is, if you have like a MIDI pad thing, you can audition them and play with them a bit more visually, which is very neat. So yeah, back to arrangement. What we'll do is we'll select the scene again and drag it in, because why not? So we have this now. So say we want to kind of chop things up. We'll solo this. So we don't want that clap in there. We'll go narrow so we can really get in there. Oops, we'll go narrow. There we go. So say I want to select this little part here. I can actually copy that. Copy, Control C, and then paste. Control paste, Control paste. So now I have a different kind of groove, and this is chopping samples. Right? And that being said, we can take this and add, a variation. Right? We can do other fun things to the kick as well. Yeah, and then once we're done that, if we left these, which we did, we left those in the arrangement, we can consolidate these two by selecting them both, consolidate, and then we totally change that up. But if we ever want to go back, they're kind of hidden in there, which is very cool. Yeah, that is your basic working with arrangement. Of course, you can automate your volume. You can automate anything really, but we'll automate volume. You can kind of have, all right, so I want the volume to be lower. This is just an example. I want the volume to be lower for this one. So now this this hit right here, right? So the velocity is a little bit lower. Right? And that is basic automation. So again, the next thing we're going to be looking at, I don't know yet, but the next thing we're going to be looking at is probably the clips and getting all your options all good to go. So yeah, this is your arrangement view intro. Hope you learned stuff, and take care. What's up, guys? In this video we're going to be going over the clip window for audio. So you're going to be working with two types of audio, loops and non-loops. So a non-loop would be a crash, for example, and a loop would be a loop from, insert sample pack here. The clip window is down here. Also, there's a little tab for your effects. So two little tabs down here. So basically, we are going to start with a one shot. So this is a one shot, really. So the warping is on. This is an entirely different or separate video. So I'm going to turn warping off. So when you turn warping off, it snaps back. So Ableton kind of guesses, and it guesses kind of well, the loop length. So it is accurately detected that this is a 128, judging by the transients. This is a loop, and you'll see that it's it syncs. Right, that's all well and good. Crash, you can't sync a crash to a BPM, but what you can do is transpose it. So you notice when you transpose this, it gets longer and shorter. So you can imagine it does that, right? With our loop here, when you transpose it, it doesn't change its length. It changes its pitch. And that's another video of warping, depending on the algorithm of warping that you use and what kind of transients you preserve, or your loop mode. Depends on how it'll sound. But yeah, we're going for one shots and not that right now. So high quality. This should be on with a modern computer. You want high quality on, and by default, I believe it's high quality. Edit, you open this up in a separate program. I don't have a program that I edit samples in. I edit in Ableton, so this is kind of redundant. You can save the sample as the default, which is cool. You can reverse, so you click on this and you'll notice that it reverses. So you get a reverse crash going on. That's how you flip sounds around. RAM, so if you have, you know, a lot of like short samples, or if you have like a loop and you're getting hard drive disk read write errors, which is in the top right here, this button or this will start flashing if you don't have a decent hard drive, and that's not good, and samples won't play, so you might have to load them into RAM. Typically this could cause memory errors in Ableton, so I would kind of leave it alone. Again, you have your transpose, so you can transpose this up or down in semitones. So 12 would be an octave, and then 24 would be 2 octaves up, down, etc., etc. You have a detune, which is a fine detune, right? See, making it subtly longer and shorter. And your volume, and this is per clip volume. This doesn't affect this volume, right? And that's all well and good. You can name them, name your clips. So say if you make a revision, you can go crash 2, crash 3, so it's all organized in your file. You can change the color. I like purple. It's a running joke. You can also select a color by right-clicking up here on the clip. Grooves, we're going to get into grooves, absolutely. You can show hide your sample box, so it's just audio, or you can show it. Yeah, we're going to get to that later. So envelopes. Envelopes, you know how we did automation before. This is basically the same thing. So what you can do is you have to have it warped though. So yeah, we're going to get into that. Totally gapped out. So yeah, we're going to have our loop here, and everything is basically the same except, you know, warping and all that fun stuff. You can change your signature and your groove, which we'll get into. You have your start and end times, right? So you can either drag this loop marker to change your loop. So say if you want just this or this, right? So those familiar with like Tractor and all that fun stuff, you can change your loop, everything, and you can change it here, start and stop position, and this is your loop control, which is pretty cool. You can also choose to start at a particular point, so you can start like, I don't know, right here, and it'll start the sample from here and then go around. So that's really cool for like neat kind of vocal effects, and the options there. You can also change the start time by dragging it. Anything grayed out is what Ableton will not play. So what you do in here corresponds to here, and it's pretty fun. Also, yeah, same, you have your volume. You might want to keep that at 0 depending on what's going on. So yeah, we're going to get into our envelopes now. So you see these aren't grayed out. So this is the same thing as the automation on your actual timeline here through this little box here. This is basically the same thing, but it's per clip. So you have like two kind of modulation things, and it makes sense in here. So say, okay, we have volume, so we want to automate the volume. We have this little dotted line up here. Dotted line means that it's not being adjusted by anything. So let's say, okay, we want to loop this area, right? Right. And this is where Ableton became famous, because it had non-destructive editing. So what you can do, select clip, volume, and then completely get rid of that. So now we have just the kick, or we can switch it up. So we completely remove the kick and we have that, and that's per clip, and you don't have to like have crazy automation here. You can work on a very macro scale and get some cool music bopping. You can also clear envelope and it goes back to normal, or you can do all sorts of fun things. You can make things louder, quieter. Transpose modulation. This is for the techno guys. This pitches things up and down depending on your warping function. Now, warping is a completely other video. I promise I won't say that again. You can warp things down, and you can only warp them in semitones, so it's not as a fine adjustment. It's per step. Right, so this is good for the techno guys. Right, so you can have multiple envelopes or automation per clip. Right, and you can do some pretty cool stuff with sample offset and weird dubsteppy type things. And those are your basic envelopes for audio. So yeah, hope you learned stuff. We're gonna be back with MIDI. What's up, guys? In this video we're going to be talking about MIDI clips. Kind of the same as audio clips, but kind of different. So what we're going to do is we're going to select an area, we're going to right click and then insert MIDI clip, and we're going to drop a VST instrument. This is South 1. It's the usual suspect, really. So yeah, we're going to look at our clip at the bottom here, and our clip is over here. So yeah, this is pretty cool. So what you have is you have pretty much the same thing. You don't necessarily have warping, but you have your little piano roll here, and you can move this up and down, start, loop position, and you can scale around. One thing I want to mention is you can use your computer keyboard, like QWERTY keyboard, as a keyboard by pressing this little button up here and using your home row. So and whatever you press is red on here. So we're gonna click on our little pencil tool and select an area. What we can do also is say let's go 16ths. So I'll have that blank twice, and we'll turn that off, and then we'll select and duplicate, and then duplicate that, and we can select and move these down. Very fun. So what do we have here? Right, and that's basically how you input MIDI notes. So MIDI is just data, and it does not carry audio. It just tells things what to do. It's been around for about 30 years. You can have Ableton tell a modern synth what to do, upward synth, an internal synth. You can have a program automation changes. You can have it change a synth, digital synth that's 10 years old, 20 years old, 30 years old, and MIDI is so robust that 30 years from now we'll have software that'll still work with gear like this around me. It's quite versatile. But again, it does not carry data. It carries, it can send clock data, which is kind of a metronome, beep, 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 and it'll tell, say, the synth LFO rate. If you sync the LFO rate, it'll sync to it. It'll sync your drum machines. What else will it send? Sends, well, note, which note you're pressing, and how hard you're pressing it. So we have a velocity here, and this is basically how hard you press the MIDI note. What you can do is you can bring that down. So, right, and you'll notice that the actual note gets lighter, which is great. So say if you have that, and that's your MIDI that you're working on here, and you want to kind of zoom in and edit, you can actually click fold, and only the notes that are relevant that you are using are present. So you can select and delete some of them. Right, and that's all well and good. What we can do now is we'll go left to right. Same thing, you can change the color of the clip. we can select an area, and we can half it so it does that. We can make it longer. We can actually make, the whole thing longer. That just makes it longer. We can reverse the entire MIDI clip. We can invert the scale. We can select only a certain part and then invert that. Right? We can move things around. We can force legato, so we can make all notes kind of touch each other, and you'll see that right now. 3, 2, 1, bam. Right? And you can really hear that if you have like a plug or whatnot. And you can actually duplicate loop, so it'll copy it over. So you say, okay, I copied it over, and then I can move this up, or I can move it full semitone up, so semitone, a full octave up. So what you do, you can move this a full octave up by holding shift and pressing up. So now what we have to do, we have to make this longer. Bam, we got that. So right. So now we're getting to business here. One thing that MIDI does is we can change the program via MIDI message. So a bank, that'll change the bank. For example, Sound 1 has 4 banks. The virus has banks A through H, and a few other banks. We have 8 banks on the JP, and different synths have different amounts of banks, and you can have it set to change a bank through here, right? Right. So what we can do is we can duplicate that. We can have this going to bank 3, program 5, and we can have this one go to bank 7 or bank 2, program 9. You can hear that now, in theory. So we're changing the bank. As an example, so you can have one synth doing kind of multiple things. So what we'll do is we'll set it so it's not changing banks or anything like that. Start and stop. This is your loop kind of position. You can change it by dragging this guy around. Oops. And your start-stop time. Of course, you have your velocity here. So we have our envelopes here. Now this is the same thing as the audio envelopes, but a little bit different. We have all of these. Now these are all MIDI CC messages, right? Some of them are default. So modulation is the wibbly wobbly mod wheel. See, there it is. See, I'm moving it on the virus keyboard here, but it's the mod wheel, right? And you can map that to, say, mod wheel is mapped to resonance. And your pitch bend, you can bend your pitch. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to get rid of that. We're just going to look at this for now. We have our pitch bend, and right now it's at absolute 0, which is the center position. So what I'll do is I'll just put a marker here and then put a marker here. And undo. I'll just move that up. So this is the pitch. So it's bending the pitch up and down via MIDI messages. You can hear that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new MIDI track just so you can hear this. So, and I'm going to init. Don't worry about this right now. We're going to get into this a little bit later. So I'm going to just turn off envelope because you can't insert notes in envelope mode. So this little button down here, I'll click on that. Right, we have that. So I'm going to have pitch bend. So we can do that. And then we'll have a sound that rises up. And that's pretty fun. And you can send other kind of messages, which is pretty cool. Foot pedal, portamento time, volume, balance, your controller, panorama, and all these other fun things. Depending on the synthesizer. If you're using an outboard synthesizer, You have to kind of look up what MIDI CC effects, like say filter cutoff and stuff like that. It's different for each synthesizer and all that. But generally, if you're using, say, South 1, you have your cutoff filter here, you'll just automate it on the main kind of lane here, and you'll do that, right? And then it'll be in the actual automation lane, not in the envelope, the clip envelope. You can't necessarily, for a lot of synths, you can't have an envelope for the mod wheel. It's sent through MIDI only. And yeah, that is MIDI. So yeah, a few things about MIDI is velocity and values in general. It's a value between 0 or 1 and 127. So between 0 and 127, that dictates knob values. So all the way to the left is 1, and all the way to the right, if you turn the knob all the way to the right, it's 127. So a value all the way at the top here, just an example, doesn't matter what it is, the value all the way at the top is 127, and all the way at the bottom is 0, right? So you'll imagine that it steps up through all those values, and that's how you have automation. The resolution of MIDI data, it's kind of a shortcoming. You get, filter stepping in some sense, especially the Nord. But that's just kind of the things you have to deal with. But it's quite great. So velocity, you'd have different velocity depending on how hard you press. The note, you'll see down here, I'll just press lightly. See, it's like right down at the bottom. And then I can press it harder, and it's all the way full velocity, right? Yeah, so just think of MIDI as data. A value between 0, or a value between 1 and 127. And different channels go into different things. And it's quite versatile, and you should familiarize yourself with it. But that is basically the MIDI clip options and fun things. Alright, hope you learned stuff, and take care. Hey, what's up guys? In this video we're going to be going over Live's EQs and frequency-based devices. So instead of going through each of these devices one by one, each of these effects, I'm going to break them down into groups and show you the similarities, and you'll realize how things work, and it'll be really fun. And the first one is EQs and filters. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at spectrum so you can see what the spectrum of music really is. Music goes from 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz, and that means that if you have a frequency of 20 hertz, that's 20 cycles per second, and that'd be a low bass. So what I'm going to show you is what white noise looks like. So why do we use white noise? Well, because it's a flat frequency response. It's all frequencies, as opposed to, say, a sine wave. We could see this is a low kind of fundamental here, right? And as we move up, the fundamental moves up in pitch. The fundamental has more cycles per second. That's roughly how it works, right? So white noise is, oops, I messed that up. There we go. Don't worry about what the operator is doing. White noise is all frequencies at once, so no matter what key you press, it's all the same. It's all frequencies at once. All right, we got that out of the way. So we're going to be using our very first EQ, which is a filter. So what this is it cuts off high frequencies, low frequencies, high and low, a band, and it rejects a certain frequency. So it's more of like, whatever. So we have our cutoff point. There's two controls. Don't worry about anything else going on. We're going to go into advanced stuff later, but there's two controls here. This is our cutoff and our resonance, or Q, right? So an EQ has a cutoff point, and you can select the hertz, the area that you want to cut off, and we can see that and hear that in our spectrum. Right? We see it being cut off, right? This is a very kind of gentle EQ, or a gentle filter. We're going to get into more intense ones later. But we can see how it like attenuates the top end. but that lets the low end go through. This is called a low pass filter because it looks like that. Low pass filter, hooray. We have other options here. We have a high pass filter, which does the opposite. It only lets the high frequencies through. Right? So you might recognize that as like a white noise filter sweep you hear in tech house and stuff like that. Band pass. Now this is a high, okay, rudimentary, I'm going to explain this. It's a high and a low pass put together. Right? There's that. And this is a band pass. This is a notch, like a, it's in there, and this creates like a phasing kind of effect. Right, and that is the first EQ you will ever use. Another thing down here is the cutoff point, or the resonance. This is the resonance. Q is resonance. So if we have a cutoff point here, and we want to boost the resonance, we boost the frequency at the cutoff point, and we can see a little bit of an increase there. So we can make the cutoff point a little more intense by raising the frequency at that cutoff point. This is generally how EQs work. You can make these with like 2 capacitors and some soldering irons and stuff. And that is your auto filter. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, so say if you have a sound, we'll loop this, we'll drop auto filter onto this track. So we have this. Right, you can change the shape of the sound. We can high pass it, and I want you to experiment with this. You can band pass it. These might be familiar effects to you. It might sound like it's underwater. And then there's this. You can also modulate this. So what this the band reject or band notch band, yeah, the notch. This was what they would use for phasing effects. Right, so there's that. That is the auto filter. We're not going to get into anything else until we understand what LFOs and sample and hold and all that fun stuff is, and envelope followers. All right, so we're going to go to something a little bit more complicated. EQ3. So this is technically 3 filters. All right, so this works kind of like a DJ mixer. And keep in mind that the EQ3, it adds a lot of color, and color is actually the next video. So this adds a lot of color. So it's not as clean as, say, the EQ8, but it's like kind of reminiscent of DJ mixers. If you've ever looked at a DJ mixer, low, mid, high, your grandma's hi-fi system, a car stereo, low, mid, high, you know, primitively, that's what this is. So we can completely get rid of the low. We can go to default, we can get rid of the mid. So now it sounds like a lot of stuff has been taken away. Or what we can do is we can actually like boost the bass here. So if you want that kind of bassy color, that's how you do it. You can also turn off the EQs completely. So that would be what you would call a complete kill. This is what the EFX effects units used to do. Someone not just honk their horn. We can also boost the high to give a bit more presence. But we can't adjust the frequency of what we're doing. Well, we can, but that's a different story. So this is our crossover. So how am I gonna explain this? So we have our low and gain, or our low and mid. And it's a little bit too flubby. So the crossover between the low and mid is way too low, right? We can kind of give the low a bit more power, shift it over in frequency. So what does it sound like? That kind of sounds like a filter. Kind of hard to understand, but we're going to get to some more fun stuff. EQ3, I rarely use it, but you can use it if you want. So we're going to have our EQ8 now. So I want to show you this looks a little bit confusing, but it's the same principle as the filter you're just using. It acts the same way, but it's more of a parametric filter. It's more visual, and you can get in there and do some surgery. So yeah, we'll look at it now. This also has the spectrum built into it, which is pretty cool. Right, we have a high pass. Down here, that looks like a low pass, because it is a low pass. Alright, and we have our frequency controls here. And we have our cutoff point. We can go really intense. Right, there's that. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to show you a few more other things. So this is our high pass filter, our low pass filter. So what do we have here? We have a different, okay, well, I'll go high pass. No, low pass. We have a low pass times 4. So what does that mean? Well, it's 4 poles. So what does that mean? Well, that means that it cuts off more aggressively at this cutoff point. So you have something called dB per octave, right? This is very smooth. All right, I believe, yeah, this is, 12 dB. So for every, wait, what? For every octave, there's 12 dB of gain reduction. That's how it kind of works out here. If we want a more intense one, you can listen to it. So that's a 4 pole, so that's a harsh cut. So that would be like adding more capacitors to the circuit. I'm not really sure how it works in electronics, but it's more of a harder cut. It's more of an intense cut. And that works for both high pass and low pass, and you can switch these around. So you can get, the one thing you have to understand is like not all filters act the same. Some of them are cleaner than others. EQ8 in Ableton 8 sounds way different than the one in 9. It was revamped. Another thing is, I guess, the FabFilter Pro Q is a bit more high quality. There are some console emulation EQs that are in some plugins from Waves that add color that are not so linear. They add some like soft kind of distortion or saturation. And yeah, so again, not all EQs are the same, and you'll figure that out. This is like the most difficult to grasp. It takes years, and I'm not even close. But EQing, yes, EQing is just a way to shape the sound to make room for other sounds, to do a mix. So yeah, so that is our low pass and high pass. I'm going to deactivate them. You can activate and deactivate them that way. So this is called a shelf. So what this is, it's not so much of a low pass filter. It kind of is. It's a high pass filter, but it's a shelf, and this is a way to. I'll show you. I'll give you an example. This is what a shelf looks like. Oh, whoops, wrong way. There we go. So this is a shelf. So say if you want to boost the frequencies above a certain point and have it continuous, like linearly across, then you'd use this. And this is a good way for like higher frequency content for like a pad. Or this. Right? It really adds like a sheen that's continuous. And the Q, or the resonance, gives you a dip here below and a dip at the top. So how this works is the reason it does this is because there has to be continuity. If you have a high boost, you have to have a low boost. If you have and that way it just sounds more natural and less metallic. Right, well that's pretty exaggerated, but you get the idea. You can have 8 filters. I'll call them filters. You can have 8 of them, and my favorite one. Well, this is my favorite one. This is my second favorite one. This is a notch filter. So this is just like the thing we were using in EQ8, but obviously a bit more cleaner sounding, and you have a lot more control. You can have a very, very surgical cut. You can see that here. We can full screen it. We can see it in all of its glory, and you can get right in there. And it's really fun. And we're going to be doing some nice mixes a little bit later in these YouTube videos. So that's that one. And this is the one that you'll be using the most. This is like surgical, right? You can boost certain areas here, and the Q doesn't make the Q knob, it doesn't make it like higher. Raising it makes it higher, if that makes any sense. The cutoff point makes it more resonant. So what it does is it makes it more narrow, right? So this is very surgical. And what I like to do, this is just me, I like to give low-end material like kicks a bit of a cut around here. Right, and that's that. You can have, yes, 8 of these, and it's really fun. You can do a combination of any of them. You can high pass, low pass. You can even, you know, if you want, you can add another EQ. And that's all well and good. And so in the next kind of, I'm not going to say anything yet, but this is your introduction to EQ and filtering. Give it a practice and move these around and get kind of used to it. Adaptive Q could work well for you, but you know, you can have it on or off. Understand what the poles do. Especially when we get into synthesis, there's different kinds of filters in synthesis, and they all have different poles, and they all kind of add a character. What else? Oh yeah, you can see what's going on here. Now this is a good way to figure stuff out. When you click on one of these guys, you will hear that frequency isolated. So you can pinpoint a sound and be like, oh, that sounds a little bit too, you know, wibbly wobbly. I'll give you a better example. I drop this guy in here, I might as well use him. Right, so we have that. And we can see this is the bass area. Right, we see the bass going along. This analyzer is post EQ, so you can see what's going on while you're EQing it. Right, so if we want to filter that even more, so if you want to add a bit more bass, you can add this little bit right here. You can add, so this line is just kind of pushes things up. It's really fun. Right, so say if that mid-range clap, you can listen to it. Mid-range clap, it just doesn't sound natural. Move this around. There we go. So we can enhance that clap. We can take away a bit of the bass to make it sound a little less flubby. Right, so I want that, and then let's see what I can do is I can add another one. Narrow the strip here, and this will be, I'm gonna try to look for the hi-hat, and let's check that out. You can turn it on and off and see what's going on. There's another kind of section. This is more of a console section. Well, of course, if you zoom in, you get different controls down here. This could be a bit confusing, but it's great for like the end refine mix down stage. All right, this video's been 6 minutes long. I hope I didn't talk too much, but we're going to be back for a bit more more advanced EQing and filtering a bit later with some interesting examples after we get some other stuff out of the way. All right, take care and have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? In this video we're going to be going over coloration, and this is saturation, overdrive, amplifiers, and all that fun stuff. So we're going to do something first. We're going to add an oscilloscope or a signal analyzer. So this is a signal analyzer, and what this does is analyzes your signal. We're going to use two. So this is a sine wave. I'm going to use a sine wave to show. I'm actually going to duplicate this. I encourage you to give this a try. You can get it for free at rsmet.com, and I'll have one for signal and then one for spectrum. All right, so the top one is your signal, the bottom one is your spectrum. Right, so this is a sine wave. So this kind of dives in from EQs, the EQ section. And as we go up in pitch, the fundamental, which is, you know, with a sine wave, there's only one fundamental. It goes up our spectrum here. And that is our note pitch, whatever, right? So we have this. So I'm going to get rid of these. Right, so we have a sine. This is the purest tone you can get. I'm going to show you one of our first, well, it's a combination. All right, so we have our amplifier, and what the amplifier does is it's just like a guitar amplifier. So if you have a guitar and it goes through an amp, you have these rich harmonics that kind of come through, and it adds to the sound, distorted sound of your electric guitar. It's made by Softtube, and these guys don't mess around. So we have our sine wave. I'm going to increase the wet dry. See, harmonics starting to poke through. All right, this is something that has it only has one harmonic, and all these harmonics are being added. This is coloration of the sound. This is electric guitars from the 50s all the way to electro bass lines today, talking bass. Everything uses coloration effects, and they're very useful. And there's different kinds. And, you know, some are modeled, some are futuristic, some are multi-band, some are single band, some are crazy. So yeah, let's get going. And you'll notice that the sine wave is changing shape. Well, it's actually getting bigger. Right, we'll see that. And there's different types of amps. We have a clean one, quote unquote clean. All those harmonics there, boost. Right, so we effectively turned a sine wave into a, you know, jiggity jaggedy something or other with lots of harmonics. Those are partials, they're really fun. And yeah, this is just an intro to your saturation and your coloration. So blues again, we got rock, this is a bit more hard. We have a square wave now and lots of harmonics. Holy crap, we got lots of harmonics. Lead, aggressive harmonics, heavy. And I love that, look at that. That's just a sine wave. So if this does this to a sine wave, what do you think it does with, say, a square wave, a saw wave, something else you've cooked up? Adds a lot of fun stuff. And this is how you get those really big basses. And of course, bass. It's more attenuative of bass sounds. All right, I'm going to get rid of that. We're going to go over a lot of these. This might be a little bit too much to start off. Oh, actually, I have to put that back down there. All right, so we have our amplifier. And usually the amplifier head will sit on top of a cabinet, and there's cabinets modeled. So this is the speaker cabinet, and this will give you an authentic kind of guitar tone. So if you ran an electric guitar output, which I have over there, you can get, you know, convincing electric guitar sounds. Right, so we have different speaker types. So 2 12 inches, 4 12 inches, 4 10 inches, and then we have one for bass. Right, and we can select if the microphone is directly in front of the speaker, far away from it, or directly in front and off to the side. These are traditional mic placement kind of techniques. And we have condenser and dynamic mics. So a condenser has power to it. It's kind of what I'm talking into right now. And a dynamic is more of like a microphone you see bands singing into. They're two different kinds of microphones, and they have a different kind of timbre. But this is a sine wave. If I was actually playing, you know, an electric guitar, it would sound a lot better. All right, that is these two should be used in series. So I'll just show you what it sounds like without it. Right, should be used in series, and that is your amplifier and your cabinet plugin. All right, so we have dynamic tube. So tube is where is it? There it goes. This is kind of a tube distortion emulation. We have drive, and tube is a lot less reactive, and it acts on transients, and we're not into transients yet, but you know, we can. It's kind of like non-linear. Right, so we have our tube. It's shaping and adding some nice upper harmonics, and we have different tube modes. Yeah, A, B, and C, different tube modes. Some are cleaner than others. This is just another way of saturation. Tubes are those things that glow, and they don't make them anymore really, but they're quite sought after. But they are in here, and they're useful for transient material, which we're going to get into a little bit later. Erosion. Now this kind of, I don't know, erodes the signal, but at a certain band. It does that. So this is more of a redux. So what this does, it basically adds a noise floor, and I can't necessarily explain it right now. So it emulates, faulty gear. That's why it's called erosion. Different coloration effects. Use them in series, and you get a really nice sound. Okay, overdrive. We all know this one. This is what you would run like a guitar pedal through. So this is a band selectable. So if we have, we have our low end bass here, but if we only want to overdrive the upper harmonics, we'd set our filter. This is just like a filter to the top, so we only get the top harmonics. But if we wanted to like overdrive just the bottom for richer material, we can select a particular band we want to overdrive, and overdriving this gives it a lot of harmonics, which is really nice. And tone is color. Tone is post distortion EQ control. There you go. You can see what we're doing just to a simple sine wave, and wet dry. You can mix it. Right. Those harmonics are nice. A richer sound, a fatter sound, they say. The next one is redux. So this doesn't necessarily distort anything. So what you have is time this way. Every second there's 44.1 thousand slices. Oops. Yeah, slices in here. So that's the resolution of your audio, right? That is a sample rate. So 44,000 times, we'll say 44,000 times per second. When you're recording something, it takes a picture, and that is your sample rate. CDs at 44,000. All right. So your bit depth is it controls amplitude. So sample rate is time. Bit reduction, or bit depth is the dynamics. So we did it. Hold on, we did the math. The heck, Mariah Carey, what are you doing? So let's see. Yeah, there's for values for amplitude. There's 65,535 potential values when using 64-bit, right? So if you reduce that, you get lower dynamics of like what your sine wave is. So you'll see, so we'll turn bit reduction on, and the trick is to look at the sine wave. Right now it's smooth, and as we bring it down, we'll see stepping. Right, 5-bit. So there's not a whole lot of possible like on off. 1 bit would be light on, light off. So this would be this would invariably be a square wave. Right, square wave. It can either be on or off, and when you have a sine wave into a square wave, you can't have in between on and off. So 1 bit would be a square wave, and it sounds rather intense. Right, so this is used in a lot of music, and it's the bit reduction. And what this does is this emulates old gear that didn't have the super high resolutions we have now. All right, so we have our sample rate. This is a little bit different. This is it shrinks. It's like an image. You shrink the resolution of your monitor, and you get like jaggies and stuff. So this is, it just samples everything down. There's 2 modes: soft or hard. We see the step. So the resolution is reduced to steps. The resolution, it can't, distinguish, because this was a perfect sine wave before, but it can't distinguish the in between of these steps, so it just creates steps because it's stupid, basically, right? So soft and hard, and this is just another way to colorize things. I will not say soft or hard ever again. And you'll see it creates interesting upper harmonics. Hooray! Certain samplers were like 22K or 16K, and that's how you get that sound from those classic MPCs. And that's that. Saturator. Saturator. This is kind of like how they would boost like a kick drum through the old Mackie console to get gabber. This is a little bit different than overdrive. This is kind of like pushing a channel and it kind of reacting, and it's not able to output what it's taking in, so it freaks out and it starts to clip, but it's not, digital clipping. So digital clipping is just hard. Digital clipping, it can't go above this point. The sine wave, it can't go above that point, so it just cuts it off. And there's different clipping modes. So analog clip, it's a lot more forgiving. And yeah, there's different kind of wave shapes. You see that it creates harmonics. You want harmonics. There's, hard curve. Different things. You really hear it with different timbres and synth sounds and stuff like that. All right, that's saturator. One more. Vinyl distortion. So this emulates. So say if you back in the day you sampled something off vinyl and you had crackles in it. And the needle was dirty or the record was scratchy. This emulates that. We even have crackle. Very loud crackle. It's for all the Burial fans. But still, it adds harmonics subtly. So tracing, I would figure this as your digital analog conversion, or your needle is blah. And pinch is more of a hum. I'm not really sure. I should have done some research. Anyway, yeah, that is coloration, and I hope that's good, and I hope I explained it well, and I hope you get your signal analyzer, drop in a sine wave, drop down here, and you figure out what's going on. We will be back with some more fun stuff, so hold on to your hats. Here's up, guys. This video is all about dynamics. So dynamics includes the Ableton compressor, the glue compressor, multiband dynamics, and the limiter. So basically dynamics is the relationship between quiet and loud sounds. So we'll look at this drum loop here. We have loud, and then relatively quiet, and then loud, and the area between quiet and loud is called transient. So it's a harsh change of amplitude over time. All right, cool. I got that down. So what I want to do is I want to show you basically what a compressor does. So this is our compressor. I have the signal analyzer on the master channel, so both of these are going into it. Okay, so I have a sine wave. It is immediately on, immediately off. Nothing too crazy going on here. So what a compressor does is it automatically reduces the volume once that volume reaches over a certain point, and that's called the threshold. Okay, worry about threshold right now, right? So if you bring the threshold down, you'll see a reduction in your volume. See, it's not doing anything yet. Once we get past the threshold, right, we see it losing its volume, but it's doing a funny thing. It has this weird attack thing going on, this weird transient, and that is done with the attack. Ironically enough, we have a very slow, not very slow. We have a 2 millisecond attack, and this is basically your 2 milliseconds. It's the reaction time of the compressor. So say if you were in a fight and one guy had a quicker reaction time, he would be able to dodge punches quicker than the other guy. So Anderson Silva has a very fast attack time, and a guy like me would have a slower attack time, obviously. Alright. It's a weird analogy. Oops, I just clicked on that. Anyway, you can manipulate the transients by lowering the attack. The attack goes to 0.1 milliseconds. It's very fast, and once you get there, that's kind of a brick wall. Not a whole lot gets through. A couple samples here and there, but it really depends. Right, so we have volume reduction going on right now. We can increase the attack to get more of that pop. Right, so it's more of a gradual type of thing going on. Release is the amount of time it takes for the compressor to release the volume. Right, so we're going to switch to this view here, the show activity view. Right, this line right here is the threshold, and this line up here is the reduction in volume, and we can see what it's doing. Right, we see very slow attack, or a slower attack. That is a very slow attack, so we can't go back to normal quite fast enough. Right, we'll have a very fast attack. See, it takes a while to go back. You can have an even slower release, up to 3 seconds. Right, and if we play a sound, it doesn't snap back up to the top, it's still down there. And this would be for, like, you know, compressing vocals or something to make it a bit more interesting. There's also auto. You can have a super fast attack and a super fast release, but then you get distortion, which isn't good, or it could be good. So we have kind of a square wave now. All right, so what is ratio? Ratio is the amount that you're compressing once it reaches above a certain threshold. So 2 to 1 would be if it goes 1 dB over, you get 1 dB of compression. If you have 1 to 1, it doesn't do anything. You can have threshold down all day long. Nothing's going on there. But as you increase the ratio, you can go to infinity to 1, and you get some hardcore compression going on. Another thing I should mention is the makeup. Now this automatically, once you compress, it'll automatically bring the volume up however much it's compressed. Right, so we'll see our gain reduction here. So if it's, you know, however much gain reduction, it'll automatically increase the output to match that. You get more of a uniform sound. Okay, that's your basic introduction to a compressor. I'm going to show you another one, which is the glue compressor. This is a different one. This is modeled after the SSL 4000 thingamajig. And this has a needle that kind of reflects it, but it's the same idea. But it has a lot more fewer options in terms of attack and release and ratio, but they're common attack, release, and ratio options. 2 to 1, 4 to 1, and 10 to 1. Right, so you had gentle to extreme, or not to extreme, gentle to harder, and your release 0.1 all the way to automatic. Automatic, kind of, it's attached to the attack somehow. We'll explain that later. So yeah, you bring the threshold down, and you can see your reduction. Same thing. We can have a very fast release, so the needle snaps back. We can have a very fast attack, so it catches the transient. Right, we can have a very slow attack, so we got a transient poking through. Right, and it's a different kind of character because it emulates a very oldish piece of 80s gear. We have our makeup, and this is, you know, there's no automatic makeup gain, but we can boost it. Right, a whole lot of transients there, and it acts in a different way. Clip that, you know, it adds a bit of color to it. It won't go over 0. Sounds very interesting, and that's just on a sine wave. All right, we have that. So I'm going to show you the obligatory snare, acoustic drum type of thing to see what we got going on here. Right, kind of boring. Right, so we're going to add the glue on there, and what I want to do is I want to add a lot of transients to it. So I'll give it a neato attack, bring the threshold down. Right, so we can kind of see it you have to compensate. So every time you bring the threshold down, you have to bring the makeup gain up. Right, so we have the snares have a bit more punch to them. And that's how you get those punchy drum things going on. Right, you can turn that soft clip up and just bring this up. Right, so we have a fuller kind of sound. Another example, we'll add the compressor to that. We can crank the ratio. This is very hard, and bring the threshold down. Right, so we have the makeup gain boosting what we're compressing, so everything becomes a bit more uniform. But then you get something that would be over compression or very, very huge drums. You can completely kill the transients by increasing or decreasing the attack. So just kind of experiment on what attack is doing. All right, now we have one more thing, I believe. Oh, we have two more things. All right, multiband dynamics. Okay, this is 3 compressors separated by bands. So think of it like an EQ, how we would, how like we isolated the different sections. We have high, mid, and low, right? And different crossover points. So we have low, mid, and high. And each of these is kind of like its own compressor. And you can have it a bit more intense by dragging this up and down. I'll give you a better example. So I'll mute that. So we'll compress the heck out of the mid-range. So this is a great way if you have a sound and you don't want to compress the low end because it sounds kind of sweet, but then like the mid-range is not too. Doesn't sound right, and there's not a balance in the dynamics. You can change that. There's also something called upward compression. That's kind of advanced. What else? Yeah, and that's basically multiband dynamics. I don't use this a whole lot, so I'm not an expert. I use the C6 and all that fun stuff. But this is, kind of useful. There's ways to kind of tame higher end dynamics to get a balance, but yeah, you need a better visual system than this, but it's still pretty good. All right, one last thing is, now I know my ABCs, the limiter. So this is still the same compressor, but it has a very fast attack and release and threshold and ratio, and nothing's getting past this. This is a brick wall limiter, so I'll give you an example. Nothing's going above that. We can boost it all to hell, and we won't be going over 0. And this is a brick wall limiter and prevents things from going over a certain amount. Stereo options, left and right options, so it would process the left and right independently or both at the same time. And you have your ceiling, so nothing's going over negative 30 dB. Or nothing's going over 0 dB. Typically, you give yourself a little bit of a ceiling because there might be some intersample clipping, which wouldn't be good. So I'd recommend about 3 dB, just in case some things poke through. Release auto. You might want to keep that auto because I think it knows what it's doing. And yeah, that is your intro to dynamics. I hope you learned stuff, and take care. Oh wait, one more thing. I want to show you what a simple kind of compressor can do for your sound. So we can have our glue here. All right, I'm going to give us an attack. All right, so we have, so our sounds have a bit more punch to them now. Give it more of an attack, bring that up. You notice that you have to speed up the release for what we're playing. This is great for bass guitars and such. What this is doing is it's taking a very stagnant signal, and you're adding some transients to it, and that is with the compressor, and it's really fun. And it gives it a bit more, goodness to it. Anyway, that's what I wanted to show you, and have a good one. Take care. What's up, guys? This video is all about the reverb and delay effects, the time-based effects in Ableton. So we have our sound here. Not too exciting, kind of boring, but we're going to get some cool stuff in there. We're going to drop in our reverb. So the first thing about these kind of effects is it's immediately split into a dry and wet mode, right? And you have your wet-dry is a mixture between wet and dry. So dry is nothing is happening. It's just going clean right through the plugin, in and out. And 100% wet is, it's completely the wet signal, so it's completely the reverb. Right, so the trick is just to find a balance. So yeah, around here. Right, so you have the original sound and the reverb, and it's put in there parallel-ish, and it sounds good that way, but you can do whatever you want. So there's a few parameters on here that I want to bring your attention to. You have your post filter, so you can select, okay, I don't want this plugin to process any of the low end, which makes a lot of sense, so we'll listen to that now. Right, and that is, it's just a pre-filter before the effect. So think of it as like adding a filter before the effect. Spin is part of the reflections. We'll get into that later. We have our quality here. Economic, mid, and high. Economic, this is just CPU intensive stuff. It sounds different, so economic sounds like this. And high would be different sound, slightly. This is the size, this is the room size of your virtual rooms. So if you want like a recording room, or like a shower, or if you want like a massive cathedral, right? You have that. I'm actually going to turn that off. All right. Another thing I want to bring you to is the pre-delay, and this is the sound kind of, if you clapped in a gym, the sound would take a while for it to bounce off the wall and get back to you, and that's basically what this is doing. So you can hear that now. Right, take a while for the sound to bounce off the wall and come back to you, and that's your pre-delay. Our decay time is the amount that the sound is bouncing around in the room with. So a shorter decay time is kind of, you can't really hear it, and a very long decay time, 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds. This is good to make, cool trancey stabs and such. Your diffusion, this is a filter for how the sound is bouncing around. So if you want like full-on diffusion, that's all well and good. If you want to kind of high pass it, you only want the high end to be bouncing around. Right, and that kind of simulates maybe a very dense room with like a shag carpet, like a very large gymnasium that's all shag carpet. That'd be kind of weird. Or if you have a low pass, it would be, a room that has a hardwood floor and shag carpet all over the walls. Right, so yeah, this is a conventional reverb. There's different kinds of reverbs that aren't in Ableton, like plate reverb, spring reverb, convolution reverb is in Max for Live, but we're not using that. Convolution reverb is more like a room modeling. It's impulse response. Yeah, so you have different options for your reflections, which is sound bouncing off, your diffusion, the sound kind of fading away. Scale controls the coarseness of the diffusion. Yeah, makes sense. And density controls the diffusion network density. All right, yeah. We have another thing, it's freeze. And what this does is this, say if you had a room and the laws of physics were different and your sound, it didn't, bounce around and interfere with each other. The sound just stayed bouncing around the room forever and ever. That's what freeze is. You have to turn it off, flat and cut. Right, so that'll continue forever. and that is freeze, and that basically freezes the reverb, and it's a really interesting effect. Okay, that's your basic reverb. Now let's go simple delay. Alright, so this is U2, and this is kind of, it's taking the sound and then repeating it at a time afterwards. So right now it's a quarter bar. We can have it half bar, and you know, thirds. We can have the top part right here is left and the bottom here is right. You can link them. So this is like a simple delay, and the feedback is the amount of time for that sound to reach 0 again. So if you have a very long feedback, you can have like a feedback delay line. 95 is very long. 100% would be like, you know, just constantly overdubbing stuff and all that. Dry and wet acts the same way. You can sync them, or you know, you can have a custom time, which would be like a free running delay. So like 17 milliseconds kind of sounds like that. Right, sounds kind of robotic, and that is a simple delay. We have next ping pong delay. This is kind of the same deal, but when you're delaying, it bounces from left to right, so it's a stereo delay, but we have a filter, so you can hear it now. Right, so you hear it in the center channel, and then it goes left, right, right. This is a good way to get like a very wide sound. You can, you know, you can filter it out, so you only get the delay for the higher frequency content or the lower frequency content. But you want to do this. Say if you have, you know, a bass that has, you know, some high end fanciness, and you don't want to, you know, have the low end bouncing around, then you do it this way. And then again, you can freeze the delay with this little F button here. You can offset it. So say if you have like an ARP and it's going along, and if it's synced, it'll kind of cancel some of the notes out. They'll overlap. So if you kind of offset this, it'll play a little bit before, a little bit after. And I'll try to give you an example of that. So right now that's playing right at the same time. That's a little bit before, a little bit after, 33.3%. Right. And you get, you know, a neat little effect doing that, and that's ping pong delay. Same as simple delay, but you alternate left and right. Okay. Filter delay. Looking at my notes here. So this is more of it's 3 simple filters, each with its own input. So we have left input only, and it kind of acts the same way. We still have the same delay time. We can sync it, but it's only going to the left. We can, we can have it, we can have just the left signal go to both signals, or we can have the left input go to the right, and you can get some weird sounds if you have a very heavily kind of stereoed sound. So we have left and right here, and they're each kind of doing their own thing. We can have different kind of psychoacoustic effects going on here, different delay times, very neat. And this is our volume here, and our feedback. So it's just 3 independent filters, both with different inputs. So, and then we have our center one, which is left and right, going to our center here. So you get a very complex delay for, say, trance lead or something else. So it really kind of spiced this up. Right. And we have our dry. And we don't have a wet. We don't have a wet dry. We just have a dry. And yeah, I hope that makes a lot of sense to you. And the last one is our grain delay. Now this really isn't a delay, but it has a delay on it. Where is it? There it is. So we have our delay down here with our wet dry. So what this does is it takes the signal and splits it up into sections or grains and then mixes them around in a weird way. And we have our pitch and all that fun stuff. So spray is, it does that. It's like a scattery effect. It's very scary. So this is the grain size amount. We also have the size and duration of each grain. So we can have very small, very large in hertz. So that's 101 times a second. We have our pitch here. We can pitch the grain size down, and we can randomize the pitch. This is a randomization amount. Kind of easy to overdo, but you can get some really weird, scary textures. Feedback is the the delay amount, and we have wet dry here, and we can sync it. Right, really weird. So each of these has its own kind of XY controller, and we can see when we move this around, we are altering two of these at once. Very neat. So we can have spray and pitch. Pitch is the bottom, or pitch is horizontal, and spray is vertical. Right, or we can simply have feedback, or we can have wet, dry, and feedback. And get some really interesting effects that way. Kind of not really a time-based effect, but you can get really weird stuff out of it. And that is the grain delay, and that is effects over time. Typically, in my opinion, it's delay and then reverb. So what happens is the delay accentuates. No, well, the reverb accentuates the delay's reflections. Right. So you have the delay is more, it bounces around, and then the reverb kind of enhances it, right? Or you can do whatever you want, but typically I go delay and then reverb. All right, well, that is reverb and delay, time-based effects. Hope you learn stuff, and have a good one. Hey, what's up, guys? We're going to be talking about a group of effects in Ableton today, and they are all modulators. So what you have to understand is modulator. So what does that mean? Well, that means is it has a gradual change over time. So I'm going to bust open the oscilloscope here, and we have a sine wave, and it is the simplest form of an LFO, or simplest form of an oscillator we can get. And in between this area and this area is the duty cycle. And if you have a shorter cycle, you have a higher pitch. If you have a longer cycle, you have a lower pitch. So if you have 20 cycles per second, you're 20 hertz, and that is, far below, well, that's directly below the audible range. And once you get down sub 20 hertz, then you are in the LFO range, and you use these LFOs to kind of automate certain things. So I'm going to give you an example. So we'll have our sine wave, just because, and the first one is our auto pan. Let me get my notes open here. It's our auto pan. So we'll notice that there is a sine wave, just like what we just saw, and it's running at 1 hertz, so 1 cycle a second. And we'll notice that it's going left and right, left and right, left and right. This sine wave, the orange sine wave, is the left channel. No, wait. Yeah, it's the left channel, and the yellow sine wave is the right channel. And we can see it's auto pan. So this is a tremolo effect, kind of, sort of. And we can adjust the rate. This is common in, guitar stuff. The phase means that we can adjust the phase. So that we adjust the phase, it's kind of like pulse width modulation, but a little bit different. We can adjust the phase of how these two line up. So if we line them up perfectly, we just get amplitude modulation, which is a little bit later in this video. Right, we can adjust the phase and all that. We can change the shape. So we have a sine wave here to a square wave. So it's a variable to a square wave. Also, we can change the shape to a saw wave. Right, it's free running for now. It's always free running. A triangle wave. Sounds a little bit different than a sine wave. And this is called sample and hold, and is takes a white noise and steps it variably, kind of like how we did with our bit reducing plugin. And what this does is, I'll turn the width off. So it kind of sounds like R2D2. There's that. I want to show you something else. Okay, so we have this LFO in stereo mode. So it'll start at the same phase. So it'll start at the same point, or it'll be kind of free running, right? Different kind of flavors for what you're doing. So we have something called a free running LFO, and we can have it between 0.05 hertz to 90 hertz. So anything past 20 hertz is into the audible range. Then you get something called frequency modulation. But this isn't frequency modulation. This is amplitude modulation, even though we're using AutoPan. We can sync this to 16ths, 1 bar, 8 bars. So think of it as like that sort of thing. And that's AutoPan, and you can have the phase of 180. 180 degrees means it's completely separated and mathematically sound. So this will sync with your DAW, which is Ableton in this case. All right, this is AutoPan. So we're going to go back to our auto filter. Now this is basically the same deal. We have an LFO and sample and hold type thing here. And what we can do is, yes, there's the rate again. So what does this do? Well, this modulates the opening and closing. I'm actually going to drop in a saw wave so we can hear the harmonic. So it's kind of wobbly. The shape is a sine wave, so we can see it here. The filter cutoff is being modulated, and we can have it slower. And we can increase the cutoff amount. And what we can do also is double up the filter and adjust the phase. You can't necessarily see it in the spectrogram here, but we're splitting the signal, doubling the filter, and then inverting, well, not inverting, we're offsetting the phase by 183 degrees. So it's a kind of an AutoPan, but it's a filter AutoPan. We're getting kind of, hope you're keeping up here. And the envelope follower, we'll get to that later. We have different shapes. We have sample and hold. We have a downward saw, an upwards saw, or a ramp, triangle. We can sync this. That's pretty cool if you ask me. Alright, so we're going to go to our next guy. This is chorus. This is a classic effect. And what it is it splits the left and right and then offsets it. So we'll hear that now. You hear this a lot, and we can also, increase the feedback. Of where, because what's happening here is certain frequencies are overlapping, the left and right, and they're giving us like a warmer kind of feel. You hear this in a lot of music. It's called double tracking. how like a vocalist will sing twice and then it'll appear louder. This can also be modulated. So what's happening here is it's being stacked up and it's being moved left or right. So it's offset slightly, but then one of them, they're each independently moving around via a rate and amount. So check this out. So this is like, this would be kind of spooky sounds. You can have it very, very slightly, like 0.1 hertz. So that's every 10 seconds you get a cycle. Yeah. So in the delayed signal, you can high pass. So you don't want like the muddiness on the bottom. This is what the high pass would be for. All right, we'll get into. Yeah, we can have it fixed and all that, or you can have the delay completely off. Then you don't get anything really. You just get feedback. All right, that's chorus, and that's basically our chorus. Okay, we have our flanger. This is kind of the same idea, but we have more control of the LFO. So the signal is doubled and then delayed slightly and modulated. And the feedback is the amount at that like harmonic that makes it kind of neat. The delay time is set. Any more than 7 milliseconds, I don't think it really sounds good. It's kind of like chorus, but a little bit different. Right, so flanger is, you know, quite popular. Okay, a phaser. Now I know my ABCs. There we go. A phaser. So what this does is this uses all-pass filters. It's just a bunch of all-pass filters, and depending on how many poles you have, depending on how many all-pass filters is. So what you're doing is you're just think of it as like a bunch of EQ peaks all lined up and like moving, and that kind of does really neat things to the phase. And yes, there's another LFO. So a lot of poles means there's a lot of movement. Sounds really neat on like white noise stuff. Just picture a bunch of filters with very tight peaks just moving around. So there's positive, there's earth, and then there's negative, which is a little bit different. It's just the inversion of the bell curve under the hood. Of course, you can feedback. You guys are really kind of neat outer spacey sounds, and that's phaser. So the chorus, flanger, and phaser are all related, and that's why, you know, there's a lot of guitar pedals with those printed on it. Okay, frequency shifter. Now this one is a little bit more esoteric, but it's all good. So what this does, I'll do square, just as an example. Okay, so this is a frequency shifter, so it'll shift the frequency either by, you know, hertz or very fine like microhertz. So in the 0.1 range step, or, you know, the lot of hertz steps. And what it does is it basically shifts things up and down. So what you would do here, it'd be like a harmonizer, kind of like the Spangle type stuff. You'd have like a wet dry. So the dry signal mixed with the wet signal. And that shift, that'll take the dry signal and then shift it up a certain amount. And that would cause like a really interesting harmony. That's used a bit, right? And that's your frequency shifting. So there's the fine tune, and then like the regular tune. You can shift the left and right kind of independently. So you'll have like a stereo splitting effect, kind of like unison. So if you do it that way, left will be 1.37 hertz, and the right will be 1.37 hertz. So you get like another kind of tremolo effect. That's why these plugins are all related, or these devices rather. And that's pretty fun. So we have another thing, and this is ring modulation. So what this does is, I will show you with a sine wave. Basically, ring modulation, it's amplitude modulation. So it's increasing the volume as a sine wave, so LFO, and it splits the signal and then takes the sum of the difference and then adds them together, and you get a weird effect basically. So right now we have 1 hertz, so that's 1 cycle a second, and you can kind of see it now. Right, you're modulating the amplitude with a sine wave. So you get even crazier, and once you get up to like the audible range, you get a ring modulation. It's called that because you would have 4 diodes in the circuit. This will give you a really kind of weird effect, and you can also give it some drive, because if the RMS, if you're lowering the volume, if you're modulating the volume's actually kind of getting perceivably lower, so you might want to boost that. In the amplitude modulation, it's fixed. So 302 times a second, you have a sine wave modulating the amplitude. So you get weird sounds, and yeah, it's an old kind of effect. Yeah. So we have our LFO here, and this adjusts the rate of your frequency shifting or your ring modulation. Right. And yeah, that is all of our modulation. Autopan, autofilter, chorus, flanger, phaser, and frequency shifter. All good ways to make your sound interesting. There are a lot of them, pretty much all of them are considered retro effects. And they're, you can build them with a handful of components, and they're used in guitar stuff. And I'm a big fan of them, using them in series and together, and having some overdrive and all that gives it a neat little touch for your tracks. But yeah, hope you learned stuff, and we'll be back shortly. What's up, guys? In this video, I'm going to be going over the beat repeat and looper plugins. One is a loop manipulation, and the other one is a loop creation. So let's get beat repeat down there. So I just double clicked and it appeared. So we have our interval, and this is the amount that the length of our beat repeat cycle. So we have a cycle of 1 bar. So here is quarter bar, quarter bar, quarter bar, quarter bar, right? So this is 1 bar. So we have a grid of 16ths, so it will stutter, right? We'll go half of that bar. So for half a bar, it'll stutter. So this is what it sounds like without. This is what it sounds like with. Right? So you'll see that this light will light up. So we have right? We can adjust the loop cycle, so it's half a bar, quarter bar, or we can go up to 4 bars. So we can create kind of interesting phrases that way. All right. So how you make this sound a bit more interesting is you can offset. So the one gripe, and I hope that they do this in Ableton 10, is to kind of revamp this. Maybe with a kind of marker to show where it's looping, a play marker, because this is a sync to your host. Anyway, so we can offset it so it will, cut up the clap of sorts. And we can have our gate, so this will be the length of it, so it'll chop it up 3 times. Right, and then we can make the grid super small, 64, so we get like a stuttery glitch hop type thing. Right? And that's a kind of a neat example. You can only have one area that you are affecting in this. You can pitch it up, pitch it down, and you can have like a variation. Right? You can do that. You can have a chance. So this is the length of it, the length of your stutter. So 100%, it's an absolute. So we'll go, yeah, it's an absolute. It'll stutter for a quarter of a bar, right? Because our interval is 1 bar, and this is a quarter of a bar. 50%, it'll alternate between, you know, the full stuttery bits and, you know, not full. So it'll kind of do it half the time, which is kind of a neat touch. Also, you can pitch them. And that's really neat. So another thing here is you can actually filter what you are, the stutter interval here. Right. And you have 3 options. You can, the mix audio blends the original signal. You can have it so, what is this? It mutes the original signal and you just get the filtered effect. In the gate, it will be just the stuttered audio. Right, so this is the beat repeat, and a cool thing about it is you can like duplicate, set your intervals a tiny bit differently. We'll offset that, and you can just go crazy, and you can add chain upon chain upon chain, have like a different interval. We'll go quarter. Right, so you have that, and you can map these all together and turn them on and off and create interesting little fills, and that is beat repeat. So we're gonna pop open something else. So there is what they would do, like back in whatever, is they would have like a looper, so it'd be like a tape loop, and they would constantly overdub and overdub and overdub, and this is kind of what the looper is all about. Used, I guess, by like beatboxers or whatever, and you record a specific interval. So you'll record for, we'll go 1 bar. I'll turn on the metronome, and I have my synth here, and we can record and overdub certain things, and you can keep on adding and adding and adding to it. I'll just give you a quick example. Come on. Recording in process. What are you doing? What are you doing? Quantization global. What are you doing? Oh, this is bad. Yeah, 1 bar. There we go. You have to have the overdub set on. Overdub means that you completely, you go over constantly. All right, fail. So that we have our metronome going, and we have it recording just over and over like a bar loop. So I'll just I'll add something in. Alright, and that was me failing. You can have this set to like 16 bars, any kind of type thing, and you can jam along and keep on doing overdubs and overdubs and overdubs, and that's really fun. So say if you're like have a drum machine or something like that, and you're playing like percussion, you can just do the kick and then wait and then do snare, and then you can do hi-hat patterns, and at any point you can drag, it says drag me, and you can drag this into, you can drag it into its own channel, and then you have it like forever. Right? And then, that's basically your looper. and you can adjust the speed and, you know, make it longer. And yeah, I'm not an expert on these two plugins or devices, but yeah, I hope you learned stuff. Sorry for a little bit of a fail, but yeah, overdub, always good. Just continues to add things over and over again. I didn't have that on. All right, have a good one, and we'll be back with some more fun stuff. Hey, what's up, guys? In this video, I'm going to be going over 3 devices that deal with harmonics and like resonance and upper harmonics and lower harmonics and all sorts of stuff. I'm not an expert in these, and this is going to be my second attempt trying to explain one of them. So wish me luck. All right, so I have a vocal here, and it is used in a lot.
Drop the beat.
I have that, right? So the first one is corpus. And how I'm going to describe it is, you know how when you sing in the shower, you kind of sound better because, well, you know, in theory, because you're hearing your own voice, but your voice is actually reflecting off the walls of your shower and mixing with the voice that you're singing, so you create like a richer harmonic. That's kind of what you're getting here. What corpus does is it physically models reflective surfaces, right? So it's kind of weird, but yeah, I'll give you a listen. So we have this, completely dry.
Drop the beat.
We have this, and this is beam, right? So this is 100% wet. What it's doing is it's emulating, well, it's modeling the reflection, you know, off surfaces. And there's multiple surfaces you have here, like a pipe, like if you yell into a tube, like a didgeridoo or whatever it's called. You can go full, and that's full emulation.
Drop the beat. Drop the beat.
Right, you can hear. It's kind of like you putting a speaker in a tube and you listening to it. You have, you know, a few options, decay and radius. Each one has their own kind of modeling.
Drop the beat.
Right, you can hear that. It's just a really interesting effect. That's pretty fun. You can offset the listening position of your left and right
Drop the beat.
to create a weird psychoacoustic effect. You have your decay, which is how far the decay is. That would be.
Drop the beat. Drop the beat. Drop the
Get some interesting stuff going on there, and you can also filter the response and modulate, you know, the amount.
Drop the beat. 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 Drop the beat.
Right, you can get some really interesting and weird sounds, and the reflection, like the sound of the reflection, you can tune, right? So now you have your C, which is your middle C, which is this, and you can tune it to whatever the source material is, and then slightly spread it so the left and right have different tunings. All right, that is corpus. I'm not an expert in it. I'm definitely not an expert in this next one, but I'm going to try to get it. Resonator. So what this does is this is kind of like a harmonizer. So you have your root note, and 2 and 3 is left, and then 4 and 5 is right, I believe. Wait.
Drop the beat. Drop the
It's left. So what this does is this will split the signal up into a few parts here. We have our center channel here.
Drop the beat. Drop the beat.
So what this does is this shifts the formats over to make it sound like there's more than one person singing. This effect is used in a lot of Spangle tracks, a lot of psytrance, and all that. So you can kind of simulate a rich harmony in a weird, unnatural way by using this.
Drop the beat. 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 Drop the beat.
So if you go completely wet,
Drop the beat.
and the filter kind of filters things out.
Drop the beat. Drop the beat. Drop the beat. Drop the beat. Drop the beat.
Right, and that's a little bit busy, so you can turn a few of them off.
Drop the beat. 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 Drop the beat.
Right, it just does really weird, interesting things. You have constant delay, so the lower frequencies decay longer than the higher ones. Or, yeah, lower notes decay longer. You have your width, which is your stereo width. So you can get a really kind of interesting effect using this. Used in conjunction with, say, like a chorus or a reverb, you can really make something sound interesting. And the last one is a vocoder. So when you listen to Kraftwerk, this is what you get. So what it does is it takes a signal, splits it up into bands, and you can select how many bands you want to split up into, and it modulates each one. So you can have an input that will modulate it. So I will go, right, so I have my synth right next to me. Right, simple saw wave chords. And what I'll do is I'll have external input from, we have it input from track 3. So that's where the sound's coming from. And we'll play it, and nothing's happening. That's because we're not having an input of the synth sound. So what you'll get when you start playing notes, it could be from a VST, it could be from a vocal source. You can have a vocal modulating a lead, or like a lead modulating a vocal. And this is like a classic vocoder sound. So you get some Beastie Boys stuff going on there. You can alter the range and the amount of bands. So obviously less bands is kind of like a dirtier vintage sound. Right, and you can increase the bands up to 40. Right, and that's just moving up and down the keyboard with a simple saw wave. You can enhance, so that makes everything brighter. Right, and you can mix wet and dry. Again, I'm not an expert on any of these plugins, but I kind of understand broadly how they work. There's also your gate for, say, if you have a microphone and you don't want the ambient noise to modulate what you're doing. You have that, and that's pretty much it for these. Hope you learned stuff, and we're gonna be back with some more fun stuff. All right, have a good one. Hey, what's up, guys? We're wrapping up the effect devices in Ableton. These are what I would call the utilities. And we're going to start out with the gate. So you know how a compressor, once the audio reaches a certain threshold, you'll get gain reduction. A gate works that once audio reaches a certain threshold, you'll get audio coming through. So it's kind of like reversed. An example would be if you are recording a live band, per se, and you have the vocalist and he's singing or doing whatever he does. You wouldn't want the background of like the drums and like maybe the guitar coming through that microphone, so you would put in a gate. So I actually have somewhat of a gate in my microphone that I'm talking into right now, so you wouldn't hear necessarily a lot of what's going through Ableton through my speakers. The gate is triggered when my stupid face makes noises. So I'll give you an example here. We have this type of thing right here, and it's pretty dynamic. It's pretty fun. Right? So we have this kind of percussion-y hit here and all of this junk. And we want to get rid of that. We'll pretend that that's like, say, your overheads if you're miking up a drum kit, which is a completely other series. So I'll just do this, and we have our threshold. Right? So every time that audio goes above a certain threshold, it'll open up. You can see it visually here. Right? And there's an attack, so it's not so abrupt when the gate does engage. Right, so you'd have a smoother attack for, like, say, background vocals or something like that, just to make everything smoother. Gates are as old as compressors. They're really neat, and that's basically it. Not a whole lot of use for electronic music, but say if you're miking up a drum kit or you have a band going on, a gate is extremely useful, and it cleans up the mix and makes everything sound great. Okay, so we have a utility here. So what utility is basically a utility. You can think of it as a simple gain knob. So say if you have a plugin before it and it's really hot, or it's going over 0, which is fine because of floating point processing. You wouldn't want it to go above 0 into another plugin, so you just put this in here and you'd bring the gain down, so then the next plugin is not working too hard. That's one example to do it. You can mute, and that mutes everything. So there's that. You can isolate left or right, which makes it monaural. You can have just the right. You can swap the left and right. So once you have it on stereo mode, you can pan it left or right. Oops. You can have that. So width. What is width? Well, width is a width of 0 is everything collapsed into its mono stuff. So you have a mono sound when the width is at 0. The stereo width is at 0. Right? When you increase the width to 200, you're only getting the difference between the left and right. So mono sounds is what's similar between the left and right, and like say stereo is like the wide stereo image is what's happening, the difference between the left and right. So you get a wide sound. And that comes into play when you're dealing with mid-side EQing, which we'll get into. Right, that is the wide stereo image, right? You have a left and right speaker, and that's what you use it for. The phase, so what this does is you have left and right signal, right? And you have these little weevily-wavelies, right? Right? When you invert the phase of left or invert the phase of right, what happens is one of these, it gets flipped. So the left channel, the phase is flipped. So you have these two playing kind of upside down, and you get a really weird effect. So when you invert both of them, it kind of goes back to normal. Right? So what's happening is you're getting a different phase from each speaker, and it's kind of canceling it out, and that's why it kind of makes you feel dizzy. All right, so, oh yeah, another thing. I'll just open up an audio track, and I'll have it received from my synthesizer in. And I'll just put that up. Right. So, what we have here is we can have something called DC offset. And that's not good most of the time. And what we can do is I'll show you. So we have like this noise floor here, which isn't good. This happens a lot with like vintage gear. And the phase can be not directly at 0. It can be moved up. You don't get this with like VSTs and stuff, but you get it with certain pieces of analog gear. So you just turn on DC offset, and this, kills off the range. Or it kills off like the noise floor, and it's really useful for vintage gear that's kind of unpredictable and broken. And yeah, I don't have anything like that to show you with, but I do get some noise through my outboard gear, and that's that. Another thing, okay, we have this, right? We have our spectrum. So this is kind of interesting. We have a readout between 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz, and it shows you what the sound is doing. Right, and you also have the same thing within your EQ8. Right, and it's just it's the readout of what the frequencies are doing. So if you completely high pass something, you lose all bottom. And generally, yeah, it's neat to look at, but you should really be using your ears and trusting your monitors and having high quality monitors. You can have a block, which is the resolution, left and right, and the refresh rate of however many milliseconds you want, and the average. And you can have a line graph and select max. You could double click it and have a very high quality readout. And you can find like problem areas and peaks of your sound, and you'd have this on like your stereo master or in a group, and you can see what's going on. Yeah, all right, that's pretty much it for utilities and stuff. All right, have a good one. What's up, guys? In this video, we're going to be going over analog, and it is a subtractive synthesizer for Ableton. So we have our MIDI track open, we have it selected, we're going to double click on analog, and here she is. I'm going to open a signal analyzer, 2 of them. You can get it at rsmet.com, or yeah, .com. I'm going to have one set to signal and the other set to a spectrum. So what I'm going to do, just for the ease of use, is I'm going to just don't mind this for now. All right, so I have a sine wave, and this should sound familiar to you. This is the basis of synthesis, right? And it's very simple. It's just a sine wave, and this is what we were modulating stuff with before, but now it's in the audible range. This is a shape. See its shape right there, and this is an oscillator, and it is a cycle per second sound generation, and the area from here to here, the shape, is the duty cycle, and depending on the shortness or longness of the duty cycle is the pitch that we're getting, and it's done with math and voltage. So a shorter duty cycle is a higher pitch. All right, so we have that sine wave, which is the basic shape of everything. We have a saw, right? Same type of deal, duty cycle, da 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 da. We have a square, and this is our square wave. And we have noise, which is all frequencies at once, and it's just random noise. Okay, so we're gonna go with our saw wave here. We have our selection. So how it works is you program synths left to right. Okay, and usually synths will have, you'll have how many oscillators? 2, 3, 1, a noise generator. You'll have a filter, 2 filters, and then you'll have your amplifier section, and then your modulation section, and then your volume, and whatever else, right? So how it works, how analog works, is we have our oscillator 1, which is a simple, just a sound generator. That's all it is, and it takes receiving notes and plays them out depending on what pitch you're playing. What note you're playing depends on what pitch you're playing. And then that goes into a filter, and you click on these to get a sensitive kind of menu in this black area here, right? We have our filter, and what that does is it's the same thing as like the filters you're looking at before, the EQ, and you have a frequency and a resonance, and that shapes the sound. That's why you get the term subtractive synthesis. You have your resolution here, or your resonance, right? Different cutoff, different resonance, right? And then you get to your amplifier section, which is volume, but it's attached to an envelope, right? So we have our envelope down here, and we can shape it. This is an ADSR, so it's attack, decay, sustain, and release. So we can have a slow attack by moving it, or moving this, so the amplitude gradually goes up like this, instead of being instantaneous. We can have it slower. That's fun. We can drag the sustain down, so there's more of like a clickiness. So we can bring the volume up that way, and there's that. We can have the release time, so when you let go of the note, the sound will gradually fade out. So you have a slow attack and a slow release. Pad from when dinosaurs roamed the earth. All right, we have that, and then it goes into the volume and then out. We have a modulation section which modulates a bunch of stuff, and there's that. All right, so we're going to kind of go back. All right, we have our our generator here. This little box is one of our first generators. We have another generator, and we can turn it on and off. We have a second oscillator. One thing I should explain is you have your kind of transport controls here. We have octave, so you can go an octave up. So if you're playing C, you can go an octave up. You can hit the same note, but then it goes an octave up to the C note up. Right, up or down. So you can do neat things with that. You have your semitones. So if you have 12 steps, 12 semitones up, you're up an octave, right? This is the same thing. So you can do kind of neat stuff with that. And detune is a fine detune. It's in between +3 or -3 tones. And that'll kind of emulate, analog drift, which is a different story. You have your volume of your oscillator, the oscillator volume, which is like a pre-amplifier section. So you can drive the filter, and we'll get into what that means later. We have filter routing, so you can go all the way filter 1, all the way filter 2, or like a 50-50 split, right? So you can have oscillator 1 going into filter 1 and filter 2 respectively, right? So we have that. We can drive the filter, get a more aggressive sound, and it's really sensitive to what kind of filter you have going on here. All right, what else here? Yeah, we have a pitch envelope. So it's kind of like an ADSR, but it's different. It changes things over time. It's a pitch end time. So it's only like an attack and decay, and you can do neat things with pitch. Oh, might want to turn the filter up. All right, we'll go back to that. Right, so the pitch is up and then goes down, right? Or we can have it elongated, or really fast, like a kick. Right, and there's that for our pitch, and we can right click and send things back. We can have, we can have this modulated. All right, I'm going to show you what the LFOs do. So over here we have our modulation section. This is LFO 1 and LFO 2. Right, and we have same thing as the modulation section of this course. We can have different kinds of waves modulating different things. Retrigger means, I'll show you what retrigger means later. Okay, so we're gonna have our oscillator here, and we're gonna have. We'll notice that when we turn the LFO, low frequency oscillator, on, this menu lights up. So we are modulating the pitch of our oscillator 1, right? We can have it go up or down. So that's basically how it works. We have our speed there. What retrigger means is the phase will restart every time you hit a key. So right now I'm just pressing keys. Right? If we have the retrigger on, it restarts. Get some really interesting sounds that way, and it's really neat. You can also sync the LFO to the host BPM, and you can do like a triangle type thing or a noise, which is a randomized value over a stepped period of time. Okay, we got that. I'm going to show you a context menu for the square wave. We can change the width of that pulse. So we can have it a perfectly symmetrical square wave. And then we can change it to a very fine pulse. Right? And that's reminiscent of like the old Juno type of sounds. And we can modulate that with an LFO. So we'll grab our LFO there. We'll go back to here. We'll reset the pitch. We don't want that, but we want to modulate the pulse width. We can kind of tone that down a little bit. What the heck is going on here? Oh. There we go. So we have our LFO modulating the pulse width. that would create like oldie 80s pad sounds. And there's that. Let me drop in a new one here. All right. So this is the default sound that'll be dropped in. Right. We will go to our amplifier and we want that to be sustained and released, so it sounds proper. All right, we have that. We also have a noise generator. We can just have that going. There's no other options for the noise generator. It's just a simple noise generator with a filter in it and a volume, right? So it's pretty neat to mix in white noise to make something sound a bit more dirtier. So knows what it's doing. Instead of having like a pure clean tone, we can dirty it up with a bit of noise. And that really adds to like that analog sound that people get really excited over. Yeah, okay, we're gonna get into our filters here. All right, we have different options for filters. You remember how there's poles and then dB per octave, right? So a higher pole and higher dB per octave is a higher cut on the filter. So I will open this analyzer so we can see what's going on. So we have that, and then 12 dB will be a bit more aggressive. We have our band pass. Oh, my apologies. This is also a way to get an interesting kind of oscillator shape. Band pass. We have our notch, which kind of carves in a particular area. You already know this. We can modulate that with the LFO to create like a phasing effect. I'll just kind of show you now. Where are we? Oh yeah. Right? You know, just simple stuff. We have format, and format is like it's a shift of the frequency, and it is kind of complicated to explain. Yeah, it shifts the cutoff frequency a certain amount up, and it's a format filter. You hear this in dubstep a lot, and it's kind of like our mouths change shape when we talk, and our tongue and all that gross stuff. It's basically we're creating upper harmonics with filters through speaking, and that's what the format filter does. It's just another flavor of your filter. So another thing we can do with our low pass, we can have this, but what I want to do is I want to have the filter open and close as I play the notes, and I could do that with an LFO, so it'll wobble. Which, yeah, I might as well just show you that right now. Right, we have some wobbly bits here. I'll turn up the level on the amplifier. I can adjust the speed. So you can do dubstep at home now. So let me know how that works out for you. But this also has an ADSR or an envelope, and what we can do with that is have the envelope amount. I believe this is it. Right? So we have the filter fully open. We have the envelope at max at 8. Right? We can adjust the decay. We can have it not so intense. Right? So what it's doing is the filter is open fully, and then as the note, goes along its path of whatever it does, the filter closes automatically. Right, and you can do some really interesting things with that. All these are kind of case sensitive. All right, I'm going to go over filter drive. So what this does is, you know how we have the output of the output of our oscillator passed 0 dB, it's into 9.5, we have the ability to have drive. So we can have it off, and we'll boost the resonance just so you can hear it. We'll have a drive. So we have a symmetrical 2, asymmetrical, different. Yeah, that one's a bit more aggressive, and they're different drive forms. So what would happen is you would have on like the old Moog synths, you'd have basically the headphone output, and you'd put that into the back, into the external input. So you'd have the filter being driven by the filter, and you get like this really neat overdriven sound. And you get really intense sounds, as opposed to, it's just different flavors. This kind of saturation or drive is kind of unpredictable, but it works. You can turn filters off and on. And that we're clipping hard here, but it's just for funsies. Alright, I'm gonna be back and we're gonna be going over some more stuff, and yeah, we'll be back. Hey, what's up guys? We are back in analog, and I'm gonna show you some neat little things we can do with it still. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to reset the amplifier envelope by clicking here. Let's give it a listen. Alright, so I have my sound here, and then what I want to do is I want to add a sub-oscillator. Traditionally, this is the frequency of the original oscillator split in half. So we're an octave down. Right, so with that, we play in both. Right, and there's that, which is really fun. Alright, so what I want to do is I want to route this oscillator to filter 1, which it already is. I'm going to add a bit of higher end stuff. Right, there's that. Right, so we got some resonance going on. I want to route this gentleman to filter 2, which is down here. And I'll have to turn our amplifier on. We have a separate kind of amplifier down here, as opposed to this one. They're two different ones. This is our kind of default mixer section. Alright, so what I want to do is I want to, I'll just bring that down, boost it up. Alright, so we got, we'll go 24 dB. Right, so we'll play them both. So we have what you would call, I don't know, a analog-y sound. Let's create another one just for funsies. Alright, so I'm going to have two saws. I'm going to have them separated at birth. Separate this one. I'm going to detune one of them. Wait, I'm going to set this there. Right, so we have two saws going on at once. I'm going to detune one of them. Right, so there's a bit of movement. Now I'm going to pan them left and right. So you have 80s stuff going on. We can modulate. We'll have different modulations for each one. Alright, we'll do that. So for, what do I want to do with LFO 1? Yeah, let's map this to our detune here. That's slightly like that. We'll have LFO 2 to this. Right, so LFO 1 can only modulate oscillator 1, and LFO 2 can only modulate oscillator 2. So we got some weird movement type stuff there. And we can go even crazier. Actually, I'll just turn the LFOs off. So we get into our voicing section, which is about here, and this is vibrato. We have the amount and the rate. So we'll go 10 times per second. It'll vibrate. Not too much. So we have that. What I want to do now is show you. Yeah, that's more of an analog type thing. So you'd have a very slight amount of vibrato and a slow rate, and that will emulate oscillator drift and stuff like that. So you get kind of an analog sound, much like we already have. All right, so we want to beef this sound up, and that is done with unison. So what unison is it splits the synth up into parts, sort of effectively doubling this. So we have our saw wave 1 and saw wave 2. One is detuned from another, right? So if we doubled this up twice and we detuned that instance, we would be getting unison, and the detune amount is here. So we effectively have 4 saw waves going on at once. We can adjust the voices here to 4 voices, right? Unison, 4 voices. So each kind of section, each module has its own context-sensitive option here. So now we have effectively 8 saw waves going on at once. Clipping, but it's only for funsies. So effectively now we have trance, if that's what you're into. I'll just grab another one here. Alright, so we're going to have glide mode, and what this does is it sets it to, we have 1 voice now. Legato, 1 voice. What's going on? Yeah. What happens is when we go up from one note to another, the pitch tracking takes a while to keep up. What the heck is going on here? Working. Oh, I have to set it to mono. Sorry, I have to set the voices to mono. The amount, the time it takes for the pitch tracking to work. Very slow or very fast. My apologies, that is an epic fail. So you have to select voices. Voice count is how many notes you can play simultaneously. And you can have 2, which is like a duophonic. So I'll just turn that off. You can only play 2 at once, 2 voices at once. We can have up to 32 voices at once. So generally, it's limitless. And when we have mono, we cannot have, when we're in mono or 2 voices, we can't have unison. But we can once we get up and all that fun stuff. We can globally detune the entire instance, which could be useful if you're going for that analog kind of feel. We have a tuning error which emulates oscillator drift. Right, you hear that? It just kind of goes around. It's like a synthesizer that needs to be, serviced. We can, transpose the full instance by octave and semitone. We have pitch bend range from 0 to 2, so that's your pitch bend. That's the range. And yes, we have vibrato. We can change the vibrato section. All right, so we have quick routing here. Now this is just a quick way to route it. I prefer to route things manually, but you can change if you want 50-50, both going into filter 1, both going into filter 2. We can have like different kind of things here, and it's just a quick routing menu, and you can just kind of go through it. I like to do things manually. I'm a fan of that. And there's that. I think that's basically everything. So basically, you have your sound generators on the left, and then those go into filter, either filter 1 or filter 2 or both, or each one going into the separate one at the same time. The reason for that is you can have 2 resonance points, and mix and match your resonance so you get an interesting sound with even more harmonics. You get your filter section, which then goes into your amplifier section, and you have a lot of stuff here. And you have your modulation section, two LFOs, which can be mapped to a lot of things, to volume or amplitude level, to resonance, to your frequency of your filters, to your pitch, to your pulse width, and yeah, there's that. And your volume with your quick routing and detune capabilities. So generally, yeah, it's a two oscillator synth, two filter synth, two amplifiers, and two LFOs, and that's basically what it is. Plus a noise generator, but it's a really nice synth to get into. And remember, you go left or right. All right, I hope you learned a lot of stuff, and we're gonna be back with some more stuff. All right, have a good one. Hey, what's up, guys? Let's try to explain Operator. Operator is an FM synth. Let me just drop in my signal analyzer. I encourage you to use one as well. So, Operator is an FM synth, which means frequency modulation. You are already an expert in modulation. You understand that it is a change over time, and frequency is pitch, so it modulates the pitch. So we have 4 operators here, and I want to go over routing really quickly. So right now we have it's A, B, C, and D. D goes into C, C goes into B, and B goes into A, right? And we can change the routings to all of our sorts of whatever. So what do you have to think about is you think about each of these as an LFO, right? So we have our sine wave for our oscillator 1. All right. We have oscillator 1 here, right? We have another sine wave here, right? So I'm just going to turn fixed off, right? So we have an LFO, quote unquote, at 10 hertz. So we'll have our sine wave vibrating at 10 hertz. Right, and this is how you would think an LFO is, right? So when we go up our pitch or whatever, right, it sounds like that. If we go into the audible range, which is like over 20 hertz, right, we have, it just sounds like randomness. Right, it doesn't sound like anything that would be musical, right? That's because we have to have it fixed. And what fixed is, it uses a ratio and math to sync the modulation to the pitch you're playing. So A is, we're still a sine wave. When we modulate or increase the level, the modulation into, from, when we have A, our sine wave that we have right now, being modulated by our B operator, we will get, right, every key we hit, it's mathematically sound and it's symmetrical, as opposed to like a free running LFO, right? And this is how FM came about. It came about by a guy modulating sine waves with other sine waves, and he realized that you would get like interesting bell tones. So we can modulate our B operator with C, and we can get some really interesting things. Right, so with that we have some very rich harmonics. It's not so much, it's 3 sine waves, and they're all locked onto each other, and you are creating some interesting sounds. You can create like bell tones, like E bass, bass guitar, DX7 type stuff. But FM synthesis is still kind of elusive for me, but you have different routings here. All right, so I'm going to change the wave. This is how you change the wave. So I'm going to change it to a saw, or a saw, that'd be a saw square. Let me go. Right, now we have a richer saw now. I want to modulate that with, say, square wave. So this thing right here. Oh, not even on. we have kind of a more aggressive sound because we're pumping a square wave into it. And it's really kind of unpredictable, not really unpredictable, how everything will go together. And when we adjust the fine tune, you get really weird stuff going on. The chorus doesn't necessarily bring it up in pitch, it just doubles the ratio. Right, and we're getting like more and more interesting sounds. So from there, each one of these has its own envelope. And what you can do with that is you can have the envelope of, each one you want have like an attack. So right now it sounds like this. But if we bring this down, it'll only play for a small increment at the beginning. Right? Better example would be if they're both sine waves and we get kind of a bass guitar in theory. Alright, so we have kind of a bassy sound. Right, and there's that. So yeah, let's go into each of these. Of course, we have attack, decay, sustain, release. We have our wave selector. We can also draw in an oscillator, so we can draw in something with different harmonics, right? So we can get and have like nothing. This is kind of interesting. This is like a wave. You draw in your wave shape, right? So we have that. Then we can modulate that with a sine. I know it's really unpredictable, but it sounds pretty neat, right? And we can, go back to our sine wave. We can adjust the resolution or sample rate, I would assume, and get like digital sounds. Really unpredictable. This is exactly the same as FM8 by Native Instruments. We have our peak. That's our ADSR. We can loop the envelope. I'll give us a saw so we can hear that. Right, and it could be like another modulation source, and there's that option. We can select the phase amount, the velocity, and feedback. Yeah, so there's each operator or oscillator has its own context sensitive window here, just like an analog. All right, so we have our modulation section. So it's basically another LFO. Operator, just think of it as a bunch of LFOs. All right, so we have this LFO. It works, kind of the same way. Oh, might want to. Now it's mapped to pitch. You get some really interesting sounds. Sample and hold, and you can re-trigger it, and you can have it sync. So you can have basically, in theory, another operator. And there's that. And retrigger means that the phase is reset every time you hit a key. So there's low, high, and sync. So it's a high rate, low rate, and we can have different kind of selection of sine. All right, we have filters. So this is default is a state variable filter. It's a unique filter. It was used in the Oberheim kind of filters. There is, low 12 dB per octave. Ladder filter, which is kind of like a Moog synth. It's good to add, a lot of nice harmonics. High pass, high state variable filter. State variable filters are very unique sounding, and your notch filter and high filter and all that. And you can turn these all on and off, and you have your envelope with your envelope amount, plus or negative. So you have, I don't know, that genre of music that rhymes with mudstep. Right, I'm not really good at it. We have our pitch envelope, which is, pitch. So the pitch amount, negative or minus, plus 100 or negative 100. You can do different things. Right? Spread, and that is basically a unison. So it'll take left and right, split it up, and then detune them slightly. A global transpose, up or down. Right, we have this. So time, it's a global rate for all envelope rates. So it's a slower, faster, so you can modulate other modulators, the speed of other modulators. Tone. I'm not really sure what that does. I'm not going to pretend that I do. Controls the high frequency content of sounds. Yeah, so it's more of a high frequency controller type guy. And we have our volume, which is our overall volume. All right. So we have our context sensitive menus here. We can adjust the fade in of the LFO. It's really neat. You get a neat kind of vibrato that way, and you can have different destinations, so you can modulate other modulators that are modulating things, right? Or the filter. So it's one LFO, but it can affect basically everything. All right, I know. Same filter, yes, filter envelope, pitch envelope. We have our menu of our routing, so you can have them all free running. This would be a subtractive synthesizer, so it sounds different when they're not, rubbing up against each other. So you can use this as like a conventional subtractive synthesizer, or you can just have this, for example. C and D will modulate each other, and then A and B will act as, oscillators, and you can do subtractive synthesis that way. But it's a shame that each of these does not have its own filter. You only have one filter. But anyway, yeah. You can pan them. You can alias. So what that is that's kind of, it cleans up the sound of jaggies. I think that's what they're called. And you can turn up the high quality interpolation of the LFO. You shouldn't really worry about it because, most CPUs are powerful to run that. One voice, if you only want to play one key at a time. Yeah, you can get really interesting sounds. You can map aftertouch, pitch bend, and your mod wheel to control the amount of basically all of these. So you can have the LFO rate attached to, we'll go LFO rate attached to the mod or the pitch bend. Oh, I want to go amount. As we bend the pitch wheel up, I don't have a mod wheel, I have it right here. We can have a bit more expressiveness, and we can map this, the LFO rate, to our velocity. And our aftertouch. Yeah, we'll go filter for aftertouch. You get some really interesting things just by having aftertouch. Aftertouch is basically, once you press a key, the MIDI key will remain active, and however much you press it down, it'll modulate. It's aftertouch. A lot of things don't have it. Push has it, but a lot of other synths don't have it. So I don't even know why I was showing you that. Pan random, yeah, there's that. We can pan things, and we can have things bounce around from left to right, and get some weird YOLO sounds. All right, hope I explained it. Yeah, the operator is not my thing, but it might be your thing. I hope you learned a lot, and hope you enjoy. All right, take care. Have a good one. Hey, what's up, guys? So up until now, we've been dealing with subtractive synthesis and FM synthesis. That's, using filters to filter out a sound, adding shapes together, modulating shapes, and doing all that fun stuff. But there's another form of plugins within Ableton, and that deals with physical modeling. So I can't really explain the intricacies of a mallet hitting a bell or hitting a string. But what I can do is I can just generally give you an overview of what each of these plugins do. And I'll show you some neat processing techniques. So we have electric here. Now this emulates the pianos of the 70s, the electric pianos, and it kind of sounds like this. Right? I don't know the topology of a lot of these instruments, but they physically model just what happens under the hood. So I'm gonna do some interesting kind of processing here. I want a Leslie-like emulation, so I'm going to have somewhat of a Doppler effect here. Right? So it kind of goes left and right. You got that smooth kind of, back and forth action going on. And we'll give it a bit of reverb. So for electric, the one area that I do tweak a little bit is this, the pickup. So this is like the sound detection unit. We have the symmetry between the mic and the string, or what have you, and the distance of it. So we can do all sorts of crazy stuff. So we can get more of a hollow sound, more of a brighter sound, right? So this is where the action is. We can also do something really fun. We can overdrive the input, so it's more like an older Hammond. Right? And that's me pretending I can do that. All right. So we have another one here, and it is tension. So this emulates stringed instruments. Again, very esoteric. But what we can do is I can add there's plenty of presets. So I'll just find one and I'll do something neat with it. All right, we got like a muted pluck. All right, so let's add some more physical modeling processing effects, which would be our amplifier and our cabinet. C cabinet. There it is. All right, we'll go mono. We'll give it a big stack and a dynamic mic. So what I'll do is I could actually change the scale to blues. Right, and this emulates strings. So we can have, I believe, plectrum is like a pick. We can have a bow type effect, so kind of like a violin, and a hammer. So this would be kind of like a piano. Right, and it's subtle nuances of a hammer hitting the string. And it's modeled using complex math that I don't know how to do. All right, here's one that is really interesting. It's collision. So this is a mallet hitting metal, like marimbas or whatever, like metal percussion-y instruments. So this uses physically modeled impacts with 2 resonators, and you can get some really interesting sounds with this. And yeah, let's yeah, go 1 octave up. There we go. Yeah. Right, you can add a resonator. So it's kind of like corpus. So let's find something. All right, we have this. Right, so it's like a bell-like tone. So what we can do is add a ring modulator or frequency shifter. Alphabet. There we go. Another technique I like is to use a simple delay and have a very fast time free running. Perfect. And a long delay time for the reverb. And you can get some really kind of outworldly sounds. Of course, we need to bring that up. We can do that with a compressor high ratio. Right, and then you have like film soundtrack effects. The bread and butter in this synth is the psychoacoustic effects. You can switch the direction of the mics left and right, so you get, you know, a more of an interesting sound. And yeah, so a lot of these, yeah, yeah, I would have to like go to school for this. But yeah, this physical modeling is pretty interesting. If you're not into this, I suggest if you want like immediately usable effects, there's plenty of presets in Ableton, of course, but there's Omnisphere by Spectrasonics. They have a lot of like really interesting usable sounds. It's a Rompler, and it's you should check it out if you want these kind of sounds. But you can, you know, make your own in here and affect things in a fun way. All right, well, I hope I explained physical modeling. Well, it was more of an introduction to physical modeling in Ableton. I'm not an expert. I'm not going to pretend to be. But yeah, hopefully you can take that and do fun things. All right, we'll be back. Hey, what's up, guys? In this video, we're going to be going over sampling, and this is done with 2 Ableton devices, Simpler and Sampler. And basically, you have your MIDI clip open, and you take your one shot that you like, that, and you just drag it in, and it automatically opens in a Simpler. Now, this is Simpler. It's a simple version of a sampler, hence the name Simpler. You can adjust the start and stop time. This is the sample window, by the way. You can adjust the start time and the stop time, so you can kind of do rudimentary editing that way. You can also adjust the start and stop time here, or the length, which means you can automate it. So you can make little chirps this way. Right. Another cool thing in this little section is you can actually loop. You can loop it. So with that being said, you can do some really interesting things if you loop a particular area and, you know, pitch it down or whatever. It's what I believe is called microsampling, and it's a neat way to get interesting basses and such. Snap will snap so when the phases match up, right? So it'll automatically make it so when you loop it, it'll sound a bit more cleaner. When you have it off, you can get more of a refined kind of touch in there. Yeah, we have 3 envelopes. We have a volume ADSR, so you can have a slow attack. And a fast release or slow release. So like when you hit it, right, it does that, and it's per sample. I'll turn off loop. We can adjust the decay and sustain, just the same regular stuff. Filter. All right, we have our filter sections down here, and we have a modulation option of our envelope and our LFO. So our filter envelope is on, so we just turn it on, and we have our envelope amount here. So we can, play around with the cutoff frequency. So now we have kind of like a deep housey kind of thing with our envelope attack, decay, sustain, release. With our envelope amount, we can have a plus or negative to get some really interesting effects. We have low pass 12 and 24. So as they go up in number, the cutoff gets more steeper. Band pass 12, 24, high pass 12, 24, and a notch filter. Get some really interesting effects. Another way to modulate the filter is with the LFO. Actually, yeah, we'll do pitch. Pitch, it's a pitch envelope, and it's kind of unpredictable. I have no inclination. I actually don't know how it works. Oh yeah, the envelope is down here. Yeah, so the pitch envelope is down here. Yeah, so the pitch envelope adjustment is down here, and this is where you transpose up or down to get it in key. You can tune things, and you can tune things in sentence. So what you would do is you'd have a piano playing or some sort of sine wave, and then you tune it that way. All right, so we have one LFO, which is either a sine, a square, triangle, saw, ramp, and a sample and hold. And one thing you can do is you can modulate the filter and have it synced, so we can have basically another filter envelope. You hear it? So we have to have the modulation amount, the LFO, adjusted here for the filter. It's just in 4 sections. Right, so we got that nice little housey stab thing. Now retrig, so that'll reset the phase of the LFO. Same. We can adjust the attack, so there's a delay of the LFO triggering, and that we can also offset that. We can spread, so we can split this up and detune this slightly, or detune the left and right, so we get a wider sound. Also, we have our voices, one voice, so it'll be like a monophonic, all the way up to 32. And yeah, we'll set the velocity to 100. We can modulate the pitch or the amplitude. So when we have velocity up to 100, we get full velocity. We don't want that, actually, because I have my accent on. The volume is here. We can pan. We can modulate the LFO of the pan, or modulate the pan with the LFO. And we can retrigger. No, we won't retrigger. Yeah, we can retrigger or not retrigger. You hear it kind of traveling in between the stereo image. Yeah, this is it's a basic sampler. So another thing you can do is really cool. You can right click and then turn simpler to sampler or sampler to simpler. And it'll load it into something a bit more advanced. So what I'll do is I will reset this and go back. So we have all this. We have an option for a root key. So if you have a sound that's in like a different like root key or whatever, these are all in C. But if they were in like something else, you would be able to set the root key and then detune it. Snap also, reverse function, start and stop time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make kind of a micro sampley bit. So that'll start there. You want it to end at the phase of 0, like right in the center. Yeah. Right, so there's two loop modes. Oops. Yeah, so we'll set that to loop mode. So snap that to that. So it's start and stop. These loop markers up here. Right, so we can have it set so it plays, it loops incrementally left, right, left, right, left, right. Or we can have it kind of go back and forth, which is a different sound altogether. You'd use that if you have like an elongated kind of vocal sound. Right, and then you could take that and like distort it and stuff like that. So you have that waveform and you've completely isolated it. That's really fun. Volume, of course, detunes. Yeah, you can pan and detune. You can have best interpolation, which boosts the quality from the low end to the high frequencies, or the low key to the high keys. So now we have a little bit different. We have modulation pages, so we can actually modulate this with an oscillator, or modulate it with an envelope, pitch envelope. So we can have this on the amount. So you can have like the attack a bit more, not so like a stagnant note, right, for a more analog feel. We have our spread. Right. And our transpose and detune. And it's just like a post kind of tuning measure. After you've done it, you can loop the envelope, the pitch envelope. We can do some interesting FM modulation and AM modulation. Right, so just like how we were doing with analog, I'm trying to explain this so it doesn't confuse everyone. Just how we were doing it with analog, it's the same kind of deal, but we're modulating a sample. Right, so we have, we've added a lot of character to the sound, and the chorus is the ratio of modulation, assuming it's tuned. Fixed would just be a very fast LFO, like the last time. And yeah, this is your options. These two boxes are your options for your envelope, but then you can just drag it around. There's FM, and then there's AM, which is amplitude modulation, which is kind of like ring modulation. Right, that sounds pretty cool. All right, we have our filter. So this is a filter. We have low pass and band pass, high pass, and all that. And you drag it around like so. We have our filter envelope and our mount. So this is how much the envelope is changing the filter. Right, so it's a very fast envelope. Right, and that sounds pretty neat. We can add a shaper to the filter, or have it pre-filter or post-filter. Now this is filter drive and filter saturation, and you can do some really interesting things. Right, and we can have it is a different character if you go out of the filter. Right, so the upper harmonics of that distortion, distortion and saturation adds harmonics, is not being filtered off by the filter post filter, but if we have it pre-filter, they're being filtered out, but we still have the drive from the low end. Hopefully that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, we have our amplitude envelope. So we can have a snappy attack, or like a full-on whatever. We have an attack. All these options, but you can basically just drag this around. Right. Then we have pan, time key, voices. I will have one voice. There we go. Filter and global. I am really bad at this. Anyway, we have a modulation section. We have 3 oscillators, and this is how advanced this is. We can have any one of these, plus an auxiliary envelope sent to anything really. We can have it also sent to an LFO. Now this gets kind of confusing, but what you can do is have another, say, another envelope modulating the resonance of the filter over here, something that we didn't have, right? So we'll do that. So we'll have that. Right, you can't really hear it, but it's there, I promise. Anyway, so we have an LFO here. Now, what can we do with the LFO? We can have, we can have an LFO for this one is locked. There's children playing outside my window. This one is locked to volume, pan, filter, and pitch. So we can. This one's not assignable. We can go all the way up to 30 hertz to a very slow vibration. We can also sync it, and there's the usual suspects: sine, square, triangle, saw, ramp, and sample and hold. We can retrigger it, of course. Yeah, so you'll realize that synthesis and sampling and FM synthesis is just modulation over time, and that's how you change the sound, and that's how we got from that to that. All right, so we have our second LFO. Now this can be mapped to other things. So you can have multiple LFOs, modulating the same pitch, or modulating the pitch. So you can have like a very randomized pitch type stuff. You can have them modulating an LFO rate, so you can have one LFO modulating the rate of another LFO, and you can get some really interesting things, all freely assignable to one of 2 areas, and the amount is selected by this knob, or this option here, and of course you have another LFO. So you can get really interesting things. You can just have modulation on top of modulation. Well, there is a limit, but you know. So the modulation section is a single envelope assignable to two things, possibly to be assigned to two things. LFO1 locked to volume, filter, pan, so we can wobble. So that's right in the frequency range. I'll return that default. Right, we can have that retrigger or not. Right, and you can activate and deactivate them. LFO2 assignable to two things. LFO3 assignable to two things. Very neat. One thing I want to show is, yeah, we'll go filter frequency. So let's see what we got here. Right, so the LFO, it's uniform. It's the same speed, lower keys and higher keys. We can change that so the key, if we have the key up, as we go up the keyboard, the LFO goes faster. Now that adds another dimension to modulation and expressiveness. Right, we have that, and that, you know, that could be useful to some people. We can change the phase. So we can have a stereo LFO, so it would bounce around. Right, that makes sense. All right, enough of this modulation page. All right, so we have MIDI modulation. So this is how expressive you are to, you know, your MIDI playing. So if I have my accent turned off and I go velocity, I want velocity to be mapped. Oh my goodness. To pitch. Okay, we'll have it to pitch so we can really hear. So I'm going to play one note, and you're going to hear. The harder I press, the more the pitch goes up in increments, right? So it's just another form of expression. Another thing I can do is aftertouch. I could do that. So I'll press a key. So when I press a key and then I kind of mash the button in, like harder, it's aftertouch, it's adjusting the pitch. You can do that for your filter cutoff, or what do we have for LFO? I'll turn that phase. LFO2, okay, I want aftertouch to be mapped to LFO2, the rate of LFO2. We'll have that up there. What the heck? What did I do? LFO2, the frequency. Oh, the frequency of LFO2. Huh? Wait. Destination. Anyway, I think I broke it. Oh yeah, there we go. So I'm pressing it and it's modulating it. It's all really interesting. You can also map your pitch bend to other fun things like filter your filter envelope amount. And just other crazy type of things. So yeah, we got this from this. Hope you learned stuff. Hopefully that was a good introduction. And yeah, hope you enjoyed. What's up, guys? In this video I want to talk about drum racks. Now there's two drum racks. There's Impulse, which is more of like a stripped down version of drum rack. It looks like so. Not too exciting. If you know how to use the drum rack, you can use that one. And you really should be using this one anyway, It's supported by push, and it's more, kind of better. All right, so basically you have, this will work on any MIDI keyboard as well, but I'm using push. The C, C sharp, D, D sharp. So what it does is you go up the keyboard, and it's kind of like one shot. And you can load samples in there. So let's do that. We'll add a kick drum, and you just drag and drop, right? And it opens up a sampler. We already know how to use sampler, right? And let's add something else. Yeah, we'll add a clap. All right, we have a clap here. Cool. Right, and each one of these is case sensitive. So what it is you're taking a synth and you're kind of only playing one key, but each pad is a separate synth, right? You can do other fun things. You can add a VST and it'll play a fixed note, which would be C. So we'll do that now. All right, we have analog. So what we can do here is, no, not analog. What am I doing? Operator. You basically drop it in there. We have operator. And let's see. Right, so we'll take the envelope down. And we'll play around with our pitch. All right, so we have like kind of a weird percussion-y bit there. So, right, so each one of these is a sample. All right, we're gonna drag it in here. We're gonna set it so we want to work with a bar. So we set our grid so that every one of these little grids is one bar. We'll loop it. We'll right-click. We'll create a MIDI clip, and we'll open our MIDI editor. And it's down here, and you'll notice that each of these is kind of sensitive. Right? You can unfold it and it doesn't do that anymore. You can fold it again and each one is sensitive to what you're playing. Right? So we only have 3 one shots in each of the pads. We can have multiple pages of pads, like scaling up the keyboard. So this is middle C, and it's basically what that sounds like. I'll do that. So yeah, what I'll do is I'll just quickly, you can't really see it, but you get the idea. We'll just drop in a kick. Oops. Right, and nothing we can do, we can just drag that, just drag it over. Right, and we'll take our little operator one-shot stab and we'll do 16ths. Right, so we could take what we learned there. All right, we'll make another chain. So each of these is kind of self-contained. What I'll do now is we'll add a filter to that. We can solo it. All right, let's get rid of that help section. We don't need help. Right, and then we'll take that and we will give her some redux. Right, and then we'll compress. Do you even compress, bro? And then we'll add some delay. You can just keep on doing this, and it's per pad that you're working with. Right, so now we have something that sounds a little bit more interesting. We'll add utility to bring the volume down. And yeah, this is basically how your drum rack would work in real life. I'm going to show you something else. So say if you have, if you have a loop that you really like. So we'll just drag it in here. All right, I'm going to show you something. All right, so we have this loop here. We have our editing window open. So what I want to do is, this is like kind of your introduction to warping. You want to double click to make yellow markers for each of these guys. right? So we have our kind of loopy here, right? And the grayed out areas are what we're not going to use. All right, so we have that. All right, so here's a cool part. Oops. You right click on the actual bar here, and you go slice to new MIDI track, and this will slice it. You create one slice per warp markers. The yellow things are warp markers, and you use built in. All right, slicing preset warp marker, yes, built in. Okay, and then it makes it right into its own kind of drum rack, right? So then you have it available to you here, right? So I'll show you. Oops. Each slice, except the beginning one, because there's nothing there. So basically, we chopped some stuff up and made some cool sounds that way. And yeah, that is your basic drum rack. So if you know, the Impulse is kind of like a light version of a sampler. Yeah, so basically, it'll split it. Again, I'm back to what this was. It'll split it into MIDI tracks, and it'll play it incrementally. So what you can do from there is you can go in and you can edit it around. And chop it up and change it around, stuff like that. This is kind of, you don't need that. And then you can just build a groove out of just drum racks. Probably a little bit more elegant than I am, but you get the idea. And that is drum racks. All right, take care and have a good one. What's up, guys? In this video, we're going to be going over the MIDI effects in Ableton. So how you should be understanding it right now is for each track, MIDI comes in. You'll notice MIDI, this little MIDI indicator, just data, no audio, goes into a plugin or an effect or something. We're using Sounds One. It goes in and it gets converted to audio, right? Depending on what key you're playing. So there are pre-plugin effects that will affect your MIDI, and there's a few of them here. First off, there's the arpeggiator. You can have a plethora of options, and I'll just show you two. That's rather important. We have a sync option and free running in milliseconds, or sync to your host. You can go 16ths, right? Or you can go eighths, and that'd be like, right? Kind of whatever that is. The gate is the length of the note. So we can have a very short note and or a very long note past 100, so we get like a portamento if we want. So they'll overlap into each other. We have steps. So steps will go up the predetermined distance. So 12 is a semitone, so it'll go up a semitone and then back down. Right? And we can go up, down. We can go all that fun stuff. Converge, diverge. These are all, can't really get into that. What we have is we have chord trigger, I believe. What is going on here? Are we? Yeah, we're legato. Right, so we're gonna play two notes at once. So this is one of those things where, how do you do that? Because you have this and you try to play two notes and it goes from one note to the other. Oops. And if we have it chord trigger, multiple notes at once, but still repeating. We can, so back to this, we can have it transposing in a major or minor. So say if we have that and it's really fast and we want it to kind of, do its thing in a minor key, or that which is sad, or major, which is kind of happy. Right? We have that option, and we can go up fifths and fourths and all that fun stuff, or all the way up. basically, oh yeah, another thing. So say if you have like it at 16th and you have a gate set low, you can have the groove and have it swing. Whoops. Kind of like triplets. Right, and that is the basis of the arpeggiator. It's pretty fun. Yeah, set your root key and do all that happy fun thing. Chord. Now this is a good way to make like housey chord stabs. What this does is it takes a single input, and whatever you input, it'll input another key at the determined step above it. You can do some fun things like this. Alright, I'll turn off distortion. You'll notice I'm pressing one key, and it's playing a chord that I don't know what it is, but you know, we can pretend that we know. And it's good if you want to add interesting harmonics that are like, or not harmonics, like tones that are mathematically correct above it, above the note you're playing. So if you go 12 and 24, that's an octave up and then 2 octaves up. Right, and you know, you can do some fun stuff with that. You can also change the velocity, so you can have like your root loud and then whatever else quiet. Right, but I have accent on, so you can't really hear that. All right, I'll get rid of that. Note length, it no matter how long you press the note, that's the note length. It's self-explanatory. All right, so you can have long. Right, you can have it synced. So if you say if you have like a pattern going, that's like one long note, or something like that, or it's just like a stagnant note, then you have that gate, same as the gate in the arpeggiator. So you can automate that and create like interesting release time effects for your synth. Pitch, lightweight way to bring things up octaves or down octaves. So if you have like a bunch of synths and you're not thinking that they're sitting right, you don't even have to do that. You can just have the drop down menu and you can go 12, and then you can control D and then go up 24 and then 48, and you can okay that's not gonna work, and then you can go negative 12 and do all that. Just it switches the pitch. Random has a chance to cause randomness. I don't know how this works really. It just makes it random, and I guess you can have a bunch of choices. Yeah, I'm not an expert in that one, sorry. Scale is pretty fun. You have different kind of scales here, so it'll shift certain keys up. So say if you're like off key, so like a minor pentatonic scale. So you have like a remix, you have, or like some sort of like MIDI file, and you want to like see what it sounds like maybe in a different scale or something that you wouldn't think of trying. You can try different scales here, like Ukrainian Dorian scale. Yeah, that's pretty fun. I have the Ableton push scale feature, so I don't really use that. All right, one more, I promise. Okay, we have velocity here. Now, this is really useful if you have velocity as a source for certain effects or stuff like that, and you don't want soft velocity to hard velocity to be linear. You want it to be kind of one or the other. So down here, it can only be like really soft or like really hard in terms of the velocity, so you'll notice. Right, so I'm trying to go, right, the input is kind of like halfway, but it's only going like low. So you can have that for like a keyboard, or not a keyboard, like a piano, VST, and you can have like very soft inputs, and you can bring the threshold down. But then when you really pound on it, it's absolutely like all the way up, really. And yeah, that's very useful. So it makes velocity act in a nonlinear way. Same with, you know, if you have like an expressive way of playing in the MIDI clip already and the velocity is kind of all over the map, this will normalize it. But if you're really pounding on the keys, then it's, you know, it makes sense here. And you can adjust the curve, the linearity curve, and it's really useful depending. You can even have, you know, every key is full velocity, well, fullish velocity, unless you're like playing it with a feather. All right, that is MIDI effects. That is, yeah, that was MIDI effects. And yeah, hope you enjoy, and we'll be back later. Hey, what's up, guys? I want to talk about warping. Now, warping is a way to stretch audio so it fits your track, it fits the BPM. So it's a good way to kind of preserve the pitch, or, you know, stretch things and mold sounds to your will. And it's not as hard, and it's not as easy at the same time. All right, so we have something here. We know the BPM, but let's pretend we don't. Right, completely out of whack with a metronome. All right, I'm going to show you a way to get beats locked in tight every time. Right, you want to right-click up here and set it to quarter notes. Right, so we'll set it to quarter notes. This is just an example. Right, so you're going to use this grid as a reference up top, right? Because, you know, if you do this, you'd be like, all right, so there's, you know, the second beat, all right, and there's the beginning of the second bar, or that's the end of the first bar. All right, well, where does all this go? It's not that super complicated. So what we're going to do is this is going to be stupidly easy. You have these warp markers here. And this one's yellow, and this is kind of your start point. So you want to find your start point and set 1 here. Usually it'll do that automatically. What you want to do is you want to find another kick and drag that to its nearest marker here. And you'll notice that the rest of the track just kind of follows suit. This is, you know, a beginner kind of example, and we'll notice that we are more or less warped. Right, so you'll notice it sounds kind of funky. That's because we have our warping preserving our warp model thing here, right? So what it does is it will preserve a particular part of it and have, you know, a back and forth playback. So what it's doing, we'll just do like play once. What it's doing is I'll give you a good example, is it's chopping it up and then playing it like as a preserved transient. Right, you can hear that. Right, and that's pretty close to its normal BPM. If we slow it down, right, it's playing each 16th as a note. And, you know, it's chugging along here. There's different ways of going about it. It can detect the transients, which works a lot of the time. It detects when it goes from quiet to loud, and it says, oh, I should preserve that. I'm going to preserve that, right? But sometimes transients will start here, and it'll do something weird. So it's really up to you to kind of figure this out, depending on like where you're pitching. Right, you can hear that graininess. If you set to a 32nd, you can really hear the grains. If you set it to an 1/8, right, you get the artifacts. And these are artifacts, and they don't really sound nice. All right, so sometimes there's different. You'll need to try out a different mode. And there's tone, which splits it up into grains instead of transients, or a predetermined grid. It'll split it up into grains. So a very small grain size will preserve, single note material. Right, and that sounds a little bit better. I'll bring it down in pitch. Right, you can hear those artifacts, and it kind of destroys the sound, but A lot of the times that could be a desirable effect, especially on a vocal. If you listen to Burial's first album, I think he does a lot of this. Experiment with different grain size. All right, so this texture, and this will detect certain texture in your track or in the audio, and it's the same as tones. Like it'll find grains, but then it'll kind of not repeat it. It'll pick apart little areas, so it'll kind of give you an illusion that the audio is kind of making sense. So a very large grain size, you can hear it. Right, works kind of okay on vocals, not so much for percussion. So yeah, I'm not using it that well. For percussion, I'd stick to beats because it preserves transients really well, especially if it's at the 16th. So if you have it on 16th and beats, right, it's kind of grabbing this, but you know, that's kind of what you have to deal with sometimes. There's repitch, and this is basically how, you know, turning down a record would sound. It preserves it, but it brings it down in pitch, so you don't hear the, you know, the artifacts of it trying to keep the same pitch in the computer and doing math to make it fit. Right, that's repitch, and that's what repitch is doing. You can go all the way up there, like a 45 on crack. So there's two new modes, and these are completely different. What this does is it uses a complex form of pitching, kind of like Melodyne. There's two forms, and one is more CPU intensive than the other. So what it does is this one kind of preserves the transients and all that fun stuff, but it makes it sound a little bit more hollow, and that could be an effect you're looking for. It kind of works well on whole tracks. Like we're setting it to an extreme value, but you really get the idea. We have an option section for Complex Pro. So this takes the formants, which is like the higher frequencies. I've read about it before. It splits the sound into different bands and pitches them separately and then sums them together. Because like lower frequency material obviously has a longer wave, so that requires a different form of like pitching as to like higher frequency material where the waves are really close together. And yeah, it's very, they say they recommend don't use this unless everything else fails. But yeah, all right, I have talked long enough about that. Let's warp something else. So again, we have this guy here. We will have it set. All right, let's warp it within the window here. So it's pretty easy. So you'll find, yeah, let's say we don't know where it starts. All right, so we'll find something in common. All right, well, there's this clap here, so I'm going to find this clap. Set 1 here. I'm going to get rid of this warp marker. And then I'm going to be like, okay, I want to warp this clap so it's on the offbeat. Right? I want to warp this clap over here. I can physically grab it. Right? And that doesn't sound good. So I can go to the next one and be like, okay, I'm going to warp this clap over here. And then this clap over here. Right? And then I'm going to have to go in here. Okay, these are on 16ths. So I'll just shimmy them over. Shimmy them over. So this is kind of like a different way of going about it. And then, once I'm done that, I can go back to the start, or I can just completely leave that. Oops. So I could be like, all right, I know where that is. So I need a beat before this. Right, so then I can warp it. Well, warp it here. And confuse myself. What am I doing? Yeah, I'll warp from here. All right, so now I have this, and it's looped, and it's in time. All right, hopefully that makes sense. All right, we're gonna warp a whole track now. This is where it gets kind of confusing for people, especially me. So what you want to do is you want to find the beginning of the track. So right around here is where the kick starts, because just how it was rendered. Typically you'll find, you know, the area where it starts. All right, kick starts here at the 0 point. Set 1 here. Sometimes it'll, you know, automatically make warp markers. You want to get rid of that. So what you do is you just hit warp again, and it won't preserve the warp markers next time. So what you want to do is take a look at your grid, make sure it's on quarter notes. So you say, okay, I need this to be synced up, right? So what I do, it's a famous hack, no, is I go right to the end, double click, and then I can stretch it out. You notice at the top there, I can stretch it out. And then I can go cool, and I can zoom in and say, all right, I need to refine it, kind of like how you would when if you're ever mixed on like vinyl or CDs, CDJs, you kind of refine your mix as you go. All right, so that's cool. Make that go a little bit faster. Right, and then as you go on the track, you'll notice that it's a little bit off, maybe, unless we're extremely perfect. So then you just zoom in, and then you want it to just hug that line. Zoom in more. There you go. You're fantastic. Keep on going. Awesome. And you'll notice that you are warped in this entire track sooner or later. Right? Super cool. So then we'll pitch it up to whatever it is. See, 128, perfect. Right? I didn't even look at that. All right, 128. And there you have it. Right? All right, well, that's warping. Hope you learned stuff. You can use it to great effect. You can completely mangle sounds, or you can make them fit together. But this is kind of how it works. All right, hope you learned stuff, and have a good one. Hey, what's up guys, this video is all about routing or routing. So routing is basically you're telling where audio and MIDI to go. In Ableton, you're working strictly with audio and MIDI, be that internal audio routing or audio coming in through your sound card. That brings us to sound cards. So depending on your sound card, you could have 2 ins, 4 ins, 16 ins, you could have line inputs, preamps, mic inputs, and it really depends. For me, I have 2 inputs, 2 stereo inputs, so that's 4 inputs. So I'm going to go over that first. So you're going to want your audio track, so we'll just make an audio track. Let's have it set to external in, which is the default anyway. If you don't have anything coming in and it's going right to the master, and you have, you know, when in auto and off is not selectable, then it's a regular audio track, and that's how you deal with it. So I know that input 3 and input 4, left and right, is my virus. So I can just turn in so it tracks, you know, it listens, and here it is. You know, minus, you know, the volume I need to gain and DC offset and fun stuff like that. That's basically how it works. And you can have it set to go into your master or another track. You can actually send this to another track, and you can just have tracks sending to tracks sending to tracks. You can have it sent to your sends. So your sends are down here. Have it sent to sends only, and this is your send volume. So on your send and returns, you would put say like a reverb and have it, you know, all the way wet, so then you can mix in certain signals with that. And that's basically how send and returns work. I don't really use send and returns, but you can if you want to. All right, so I will do that again. I don't know why I closed it. So 3 and 4 is my virus send. So say I want to send MIDI to that. So what would I do? All right, well, MIDI, we'll just create a new MIDI track. We will have it purple so we know what we're looking at here. MIDI kind of works the same way. So the top part of this and your I/O could be selectable by clicking on the I/O button here. You have your input and then your output, right? So right now there's no MIDI output. The MIDI is not going anywhere, but we're receiving MIDI from everything. Right, so MIDI from the push, you can see right, that little MIDI data strip thing. We're receiving MIDI. Say if I wanted to turn machine into a MIDI controller by pressing Shift and Control, turns into a generic MIDI controller. The pads turn into keys. I can have it receiving that. I can have MIDI from the actual synth or a keyboard. I can have it from anything, like something from the 70s with MIDI, or it was made in the 80s. Something from the 80s all the way to, I guess, 20 years from now when MIDI's still around. You can see MIDI from everything. All right, so that's all ins. We can have it set so it'll only receive MIDI from certain ports. So this is push only, right? So receiving the input from push. From machine, we're not getting anything. So we can have it set so we can have one MIDI track playing a synth, and only the inputs from push will affect that synth. We can have another one that has a different synth that your friend's playing, and only machine or like another MIDI keyboard or the synth keyboard or what have you is only affecting that synth. So you can generally have two sounds going on at once if you want to, 80s. And yeah, that's really good. So we're thinking, so where would I want to send this? Well, I'd want to send this to my synth if I want to record. If I want to play my virus synth with my push, it doesn't necessarily work if I go to that audio channel and do that. So what I'll do, that's my audio channel here. Does this work? Right, we have sound. So I want to send this. So it goes input. Where is this coming from? And the output. So my output would be this will definitely be different for you. My complete audio 6 out, because I know that the audio 6 out, the MIDI out for my audio 6 goes right into the bum of my virus. Right, so we have MIDI coming from this channel into our MIDI from push going into this, coming out to the audio 6, the interface in the back, through a dinosaur cord into my Axis virus, and that Axis virus is coming back in to inputs 3 and 4 on this, and you're hearing sound. And right, and this, the machine, nothing's coming through, nothing at all. All right, so with that, you'll notice that there's channels, MIDI channels. So there's 16 MIDI channels, and this is traditional. I will show you. So think 16 channels. All right, so why is there 16 channels? It's because one MIDI cable can record 16, or can theoretically send out 16 separate MIDI data streams at once, right? And I'll give you an example. So I'm going to create MIDI track, turn it off. So this is my favorite synth in the whole world. This is my Virus Snow, and it sure likes to take its time. So this is my Virus Snow, and you'll notice that it looks neat, first of all, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4 part multi-timbrels, four part multi-timbral. So there's 4 synths in one here. So if I wanted to, all right, I want to send this to my Virus TI Snow. Ableton will talk to the VST, and we have 4 possible destinations, and I'll show you those destinations in theory. Please work. So we have track 1. That's track 1, and then we'll have track 2. We're getting audio from track 2, track 3, coming out through track 3, and so on, right? Since like Omnisphere are like 16 part multi-timbral, the big virus is 16 part as well. My Nord is 4 parts, and my JP 8000 is 2 parts. So yeah, and it's just basically how you route it. So if you wanted to have all of these playing at once, right? You would duplicate, and then you'd have this set. Okay, we'll just want to play 2 at once, right? So, right, so we have audio MIDI out 1 and MIDI out 2 going to internal 1, 2. So basically, Ableton talks to your VST devices And basically that's how that works. Another thing is you can output certain VSTs. You can have a separate output for each part. So what I'll do is I'll go, okay, this will be USB audio 2, left and right. So I'll just close this guy down. So this is silent, so I'll turn that off. And I'll set the external in for Virus Snow. So the part 1 is pre-effects, obviously, I would assume, yeah. And oh, I want to turn it on. It's receiving audio from audio 1, and I'll just have the filter there so you can hear the difference. I'm going to create or duplicate this still from Virus pre-effects. I'll have this for the second part because there's the possibility of 3 audio streams from the USB on this particular device. So I'll have that. So where was I? Alright, so I have part 1, audio there, go down, part 2, and it goes out like that. And a lot of synths can do this, and this is where you get into like side chaining and interesting routing effects or routing. And yeah, this is basically routing. You can have it set so it'll receive all ins. All ins is anything that's receiving MIDI is what it gets. And you can have it receiving MIDI from different sources. So you can have one friend playing the keyboard or you playing the keyboard, and it can affect everything. Or you can have it receiving MIDI from a particular channel, right? You can have it receiving MIDI from like a drum machine. And the reason why there's 16 parts, okay, so if you have like a drum machine, like an MPC, you'll notice that there's 16 pads. So each pad, in theory, is one MIDI channel, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way through 16, 4, 8, 12, 16. And that way you can have, say, MIDI channel 1 controlling the kick, snare, hi-hat, ride, tom, for your drum machine. And the newer drum machines, they handle all this over MIDI. And yeah, that's basically routing. All right, I've rambled on enough. We'll be back with some more fun stuff, and take care. Hey, what's up, guys? In this video, we're going to be going over recording audio and MIDI. So you might want to watch the video before this going over routing, because that'll explain how you get things to work. Basically, you record audio or MIDI, and yeah, this little button right here, this is how you record it. This is to arm the track to record. See, without it on, and you hit record with our lead in, it doesn't record. You actually have to press the record button to arm this track to record. And then once you press record, you have your MIDI, and you input your buttons and whatnot. You can arm multiple channels to record, be that audio or MIDI, by holding shift and then clicking. So we can arm these both and it will record. And we can record MIDI, audio, and basically a lot of stuff. So yeah, let's do it. So I want to just give you an example of recording MIDI and audio at the same time. So what I want to do, I'll create an audio track to receive audio from 3 and 4. You can have audio being received from another channel, a multi-timbral VST like Omnisphere, and you can do all that, and then you can record and then bounce, and then you can kind of free up resources. But yeah, we'll do it this way. All right, so I'll go in. So basically, in means that the sound is always being received through whatever you want to record. This is my Virus synth, right? So when it's in, you'll notice that the button changes, the button color, right? And no matter what, it always receives the audio from that. If I go auto, it does not receive unless I physically arm it to record, in theory, right? So that would be, if I'm bouncing around, it automatically receives or doesn't receive audio, but it's still there, and it's a good way to kind of keep things clean. You'd use that for like a hardware compressor or such, and you can completely kill the input, so nothing's coming through, and that's all good for certain things. All right, so my preference is I just leave it on, like in all the time, and that way I don't have to keep on arming things. It'll always play no matter what. All right, so I want to have that. I want to, on this guy, receive MIDI from my Audio 6 in. So it's receiving MIDI from this and not from any other devices that I have. So what I'll do is I'll just hit record. Alright, so I have that, and that is recording MIDI. Didn't record audio. Now what I can do is then I can send this to my Audio 6 out. So now it's sending audio to this, and then I can record this. Right? I can do that at different speeds and such. So once that happens, you'll notice that it's grayed out. It's because it still has like an input. So it's still receiving input, but when you play it, nothing's happening. The clip is deactivated. So what you do is you can go off, and then the clip is there for you forever, and then you can edit and warp and do all the fun things that Ableton's really good at, or you can have it auto. So say if you wanted to record them both at the same time. So what you'll do is you'll shift this and shift this, and you will, let's see, no output, because I don't want to have MIDI received twice, because that'll sound weird. Give it a test, receiving audio, receiving MIDI. Right, and we have effectively recorded audio and MIDI at the same time, and yeah, we have this audio forever. We can change it around, we can drop it into another synth, we could do all sorts of fun things with that, and that is your introduction to recording MIDI. And we're gonna the next video, oh actually, you know what, I'll show that to you now. All right, so let's say we'll have a bar loop here. So say we have like a drum beat going on like that. We can loop a section and then just kind of have this going. We can get, an idea. And you'll notice, we'll turn that off. Overdub's not supposed to be on. So what it does is it continuously records. We can have our metronome going. I don't like that. Right, we have that. So what that does is that it continuously records, but we're not actually losing any data. What we have here is we have everything that we were doing recorded, and you can go and get all sorts of fun stuff. So yeah, what we'll do, we can move things around and say, okay, I really like that area. I can go there, and then there she is. In theory, assuming that was good, and we can have a particular area and then keep on retrying until we find something that sticks. Same with the MIDI. MIDI is always there, and it's really, really interesting. And yeah, that's basically how you would jam with clips, and we're going to get into more fun stuff later. All right, we'll be back. Hey, what's up guys? In this video we're going to be going over MIDI overdub and quantization. Alright, so in the previous video we were recording a loop, and we had, it kind of looked like this. So we'll do, right, and it'll like get rid of, what we previously just did. but it'll still be there, right? So what MIDI overdub is we can record something and we can keep on recording over and over, like keep on recording over it, like so. So we'll press a button. Right, and we can keep on going, and all of our revisions are, you know, still in here, and that's all good. So I want to show you something else. So we're gonna right click, we're gonna consolidate. That's for the next video, and then we'll have our MIDI notes that we recorded in here. We'll select fold, so only the MIDI notes that are important are shown, or only the MIDI notes that we used are shown. So E, D, B, A, D, A. Right. So what you'll notice is we didn't play perfect, and I don't play perfect, and we were off a little bit for a lot of our notes. So there's something called quantization, and you right click and you can select quantize settings, and you can be okay. So you want to quantize to current grid, so on 64 notes, or we can select whatever we want to quantize to, right? And there's a whole plethora of options here. We can adjust the note so the start time is quantized, the end is quantized, or just start. We'll go start, and the amount is how much it would be quantized. Okay, we select that, and then it snaps to the start of all these notes. So right, still sounds a bit off. So what we'll do is we'll go 16ths, and we'll go, okay, well, this is why it sounds kind of squirrely. So we will quantize, bam, it'll quantize again. So what I'll do, right, and we can move things around. Right, and that way we can get things going and easily get things all matched up. And we can quantize it to basically anything we want. It's kind of a weird example. Typically you'd use it for, like, say, if you have like pads going and you want those to be, you know, perfectly synced with your beat or whatever, then you can do that. And you can quantize basically anything. So you can take this and just quantize. Depending on how close you were in the context of the track, you never know. Right, hope you learned stuff. So again, overdub and having overdub on or off will depend on, you know, your kind of preferences. If you want to keep on going over and over things, you can do that. And yeah, overdub in MIDI is very useful. And once you do that, you can render this, or bounce it, as they would say. And warp it and refine it, and you already have it, and yeah, you're all good. So yeah, that is MIDI overdub and quantization. What's up, guys? Let's go over parallel channels, groups, and sends. So we're gonna make a little bit of a groove here. We're gonna pop open our kick. Another tip that's kind of important is showing fades, because you'll notice that sounds much different than this. So what it's doing is it's fading. So you right click and show fades, and you just move that over, and then you get the click of your kick, and then you're all good. Alright, so we have our kick there, and we'll add a clap. Why not? Alright, so we have a clap here, and that sounds fine. Alright, so we have that. So I'm going to set up a parallel channel. So I'll have another MIDI track, or another audio track here, external in from audio 3. oops, audio 3. We'll have it input. Right, so we have it. We'll go pre-effects. Yeah. Right. So we have audio 3 going into audio 4, and it's before the effects chain. So it's completely dry signal. So what we're going to do is we're going to do some New York compression, and that is dropping a compressor. We'll go compressor here, just regular compressor for now. And that's setting it to a very high ratio. Right? And compressing it quite a bit. So what we'll do is we will bring the volume down, and then we mix them together. Right, so we have the dynamics of this clap and the harshness of this one. And that works out to make it sound a bit more fuller. All right. Cool. Let's add something else here. Let's go back to our samples. We'll just drop in a loop just for the sake of time. All right, wait, we have that. Oops. Shouldn't be putting that in there. All right, we'll put that in there. All right, so what I want to do now is I want to group this. I want to group all of these. So what you do is you shift, select all, and then group. And this is a good way. We'll color code it. I like purple. We'll color code it. We have our group here. And this is everything in this group. So the kick, the clap, the other clap, and the loop we have here. We have it all grouped together. So what we'll do now is we'll add a glue compressor to kind of compress us all together. And that way, ABCs, there we go. This is a glue compressor, and it's a, we already went over it. It's a nice compressor. Right, it's clipping a little bit, so I'll turn on soft clip. Now this is a very rich harmonic clip that we're using. Right, and this will glue the entire mix together, on and off. Right, okay, we have that. All right, let's add. Okay, we'll add a synth cut. We'll find one. Okay, perfect. So we'll drop this guy in here, and this will be our synthy part. And we'll do that. All right, so we have this. So what I want to do is, a lot of people are into this, and they use return tracks, which is fine. So we have our return track down here. We can right-click and then create one if we want. But we'll just have a return. One return here. So we'll drop in a reverb. We dropped it. We'll set the wet to 100%. So that way, we don't get like the original signal. It's all wet when we send things to it. You'll notice that on each of our channels, we have the ability to send a bit of the audio to the send. So we're sending our synth lead part, whatever it is. Right, we're sending it to that. We'll unsolo. Right, and it's a very subtle way of adding, reverb overall to certain elements, and it saves on CPU usage too. Right, so we can have a reverb just for our New York compressed clap here. Right, okay, now what is our GM? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's basically parallel channels, groups, and sends. Groups are grouping everything. Sends are what we send things to. And parallel channels are ways to do some fancy New York compression. There's another way you can do New York compression, and that is with the same compressor. You'll notice that if we very high threshold here, we can adjust the wet dry, or the dry wet. We have the dry signal mixed with the heavily compressed signal, and this is another way to do that. But if you do it this way, you don't have necessarily control. So say if we want to add like a delay, a very fast delay to our parallel channel, we can do that. But yeah, that's parallel channels, groups, and sends. Hope you learned stuff, and we'll be back with some more neat things. Hey, what's up, guys? In this video, I'm going to be going over freezing, flattening, and consolidating. So what I need to do is make a MIDI track here. I'll make it there. I'm going to drop in Diva because it's awesome. Just do that. Hey, look, there's me. So now I'm going to find somewhat of a note and go to my pencil tool. There you go. All right, so we have something here. It's going to be totally off key, but it doesn't matter. Duplicate. Why did it slow down? Right, so I have a Diva there, and I have a very neat little bass line. Yeah, and I'll transpose it down 24 maybe. Oh, negative 24. What am I doing? Right, so we have a bass line there. So I'm going to put that below our kick, and that way it's in the group now. I'm going to switch our little parallel channel around that we did before. I'm going to drop it in here and go auto, and receiving MIDI from nothing. Alright, so now we have a very neat little, oops. Yeah, okay, so we have a neat little groove here. So the first thing is freezing. So say if I have a very complicated synth patch here. No, I'm gonna go consolidate first, actually, because that would make a lot of sense. So consolidate will take clips and MIDI and make it the same length that you select. So if I want to turn these 4 kicks into a loop, I can select all of them, right click at the top, and then consolidate. Show fade, smooth that over, right? And now I have this as a loop, as a new piece of audio, and I have it forever. And I can select loop, and I can drag it forever, right? Same thing with MIDI. So I have these little MIDI sections. What I can do is consolidate that. I can consolidate this. I can copy, paste that. This is already put together. I'll move this over there. Consolidated. I can consolidate this. Consolidate. So now I have things that are very easy to work with. Loops, very fun. All right. So now we're gonna go freezing. All right. So say this is a very complicated patch, and it's bogging everything down, and I want to kind of render it and have it there and have it still playing. What I can do is I can click here. I can go freeze track, and what this does is it renders it in place. It renders it as audio, and it just plays that audio, right? And I can unfreeze track and then make my edits, and then once I'm done that, I can freeze again, and it'll re-render, and we have it here, and all that. It's kind of it's kind of like that. What we can do now is we can flatten. Now flatten works the same way in Photoshop. If we want to render it out, like absolutely, we can flatten it and then render it out, and then here we have it as audio with our tail and all that, and of course it's automatically looped, which is fine, and now we have it as audio. But now we can't go back and edit it, right? But this is a way to kind of commit things to audio once you're done. So say if you have something that has a lot of processing on it and it's bogging your CPU down, mine's at 3%, but you get the idea. If it's bogging it down, you can render a particular piece of audio or flatten it, and then you have it forever. Generally, yeah, we can go back and we have it as audio again if we undo, but then we don't have it. So yeah, freeze and flatten, basically the same thing. The reason why you want to consolidate these loops is because if you have like your project full of these little one-shots, it'll really bog your system down, especially if you have each of these being loaded into your RAM. It's just a lot of clips for Ableton to keep track of. You'll have very large file sizes, and you'll get an out of memory error in Ableton, and it's not fun. But if you have it like this, you have, things that are very easy to work with. And yeah, this is the basis of a very basic track that we built. And yeah, I hope you like it. All right, well, that's a bad example. But anyway, hope you learned stuff. We'll be back with some more things very soon. Hey, what's up, guys? In this video, I'm going to be going over sidechaining and envelope followers. So, sidechaining first. This is the first thing you'll kind of hear about when you get into making dance music, and really not that complicated. It's basically change of volume over time from another input, right? So let me focus here and get our compressor down here. So we have the sound, and we have a compressor on it. So we bring the threshold down, we'll see a gain reduction, and what's affecting the gain reduction is the audio itself. So every time the sound goes over kind of a certain velocity, we'll get gain reduction, and we'll see that here. And we'll open our histogram so we can see gain reduction. All right. So what sidechaining is you're taking the audio from another piece of another channel, and that's affecting the compressor. That's affecting the gain reduction on this. So you get to that by clicking this little arrow here, sidechain, and that's basically all it is. You go 19 because that's our kick drum, and we'll notice. We'll see. We can hear it. We have our kick coming through when you hear that little preview button, right? So when we bring the threshold down, right, the kick is affecting the threshold, and that's really interesting, and that really frees up the mix, and that's how you get that pumping effect, right? And there's ways to refine it. So a lot of producers, they'll use like a ghost kick, and you can use that if you want. It's a way to, because when you listen to this, the kick is kind of long, and it kind of triggers the compression twice, right? It's just like it's like a really deep valley, and sometimes it doesn't really sound harmonically okay. So what you can do in the detection circuit, I call it a detection circuit just because the sidechain detection circuit. So we will listen to it. All right, so this is our kick. What we can do is we can add a filter that you can't hear in the actual audio when you're not soloing it or not monitoring it. You'll hear a high pass, band pass, low pass, bell, the shelf, all that fun stuff. I go high pass. So what we're getting is a click. We're getting the high pass version of that kick. And what that's doing is that's making the gain reduction kind of smoother and more musically pumping. Like the whole body of the kick, like this part, is not triggering the compression. The click is, because everything else is kind of high passed. So we have that, so we can bring that down to an appropriate level. Right, now listen to that. Right, we're getting there. Right, I'll just do EQ on and off, you can hear the difference. Right, so that right there, that allows the click of that kick to have full force when it hits, and that's all well and good. So how you get more of a pumping effect is you increase the ratio. So remember, a ratio of 1 to 1 is nothing. Nothing's going on. But as you increase the ratio, you get more of a gain reduction, and we'll bring that down. And how you make it more or less pumping is the release time. So a fast release time, it goes back to normal right away. Right? You can't even really hear that. It's so quick. It's 1 millisecond. What are we thinking? As we increase it, right, we get more of a pumping sound or pumping effect. And depending on the track, depending on what you want, you can get a really nice sound. Right, and that's basically sidechaining in a nutshell. It's really useful. for mixing and making things all sit together. And like basically when you're starting out, you should sidechain literally everything, but to varying degrees. You wouldn't want to sidechain a clap like this. You'd have the threshold a little bit up and the ratio a little bit down. And that's that. All right, so I want to show you another form. There's also, you also have sidechaining for the glue compressor. If you're into that, you can do the same thing, and the same kind of formula applies. You get a set release time and not so much of an infinity to one ratio. But it does add nice kind of harmonics, and it's another flavor of a compressor. The Ableton compressor here, this one is more linear, and this one adds some nice harmonics based off of an SSL 4000 bus compressor guy. All right, so we have this right here. I'll just get rid of these to avoid confusion. I'll leave the compressor on here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to increase the dynamic so you can hear this a bit more. All right, so we have that. All right, so I compressed a second of that just for the example. So we're going to drop in a auto filter. We're going to use something called an envelope follower. So what this does is it's from the olden days, and what it does is it takes the voltage or the amplitude of like another signal. It could be, a voice or something, anything that has changes in volume. It will do that, and it will convert it to a value. So it's kind of like sidechaining, but for a filter or such. And really it works kind of the same way as sidechaining, but it's in a value of like negative and positive. So it's not so much something coming in and it triggering a reduction. This is triggering fun things. So we're going to go sidechain. I'm going to drop this on 18. We can listen to 18 here. I just wanted something that's kind of elongated so you can hear. Right? So you'll hear in this. So we'll go pre-effects. Don't worry about that right now. We'll bring our amplitude or envelope maxed up, and I'll do that. Give it some resonance. Right, so the filter's opening when this part is really loud, and then it closes as this part. There's nothing triggering this, right? Right, and opposite. Right. That's it could start out closed or start out open and end open or closed. The opposite. So what we can do now is we can add, say, another one so you can hear it. Now this could be a sidechaining technique. I don't know. I don't really use it that much, but what you can do is you can kind of have interesting evolving percussion-y filtery bits. And it's a really nice effect. So I'll go 19. Right, so the kick is triggering the band pass moving up and down automatically. And this one is being triggered by this guy. So right? And you can get like interesting sounds that way. And that is the envelope follower. You can do a lot of neat things with that. Not so much of the ability to route it to other things, but it's there. And yeah, you can add some neat little effects. You can ping pong delay it. And that's it. All right, hope you learned stuff, and have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? In this video we're going to be going over advanced EQing and oversampling. So we have this little tech house jam using literally 4 samples, and it took me like 2 seconds. Just for educational purposes. Alright, so we have our different kind of areas here, and we're going to make everything sit nice and neat together. So I want to introduce you to the EQ, and we're going to introduce a new mode. So this is mid-side EQing, right? So there's left and right EQing. Okay, well there's stereo EQing. So what EQ is basically, this is what we've been doing thus far. Left and right. So you have a stereo heavy piece of material, you can EQ the left and right and get that all balanced. And you can select left or right here. Mid side. So what mid side is? Mid is the mono material. So you can hear the mono material by dropping in a utility and bringing the width down. Right, that is absolutely just the mono material. And when you go to 200, you get the stereo material. So what that does, so I'm going to explain kind of how I know how to explain it. The side, okay, the mid material is the similarities between the left and right. So whatever is the same in the left and right is summed together in a mid channel, and that is your mono channel. Stereo is it takes everything that's different between the left and right and puts that into its own kind of EQ, right? So you're in turn splitting the signal, not left and right, not up and down, mid and side, the mono and stereo. So how that works is, I'll show you. So let's say, this is an example. So we want to kind of shape the stereo material. We can do that. I'll just show you with this. All right, so this is like a heavily, kind of, well, not heavily, but it's a stereo piece of audio. Right, so we can use a shelf to kind of bring up the high end, which is something I like to do. And for the mid, we can kind of clean up the mid area and find a stereo balance. And this is kind of, you know, not easy, but you know, you can get a really nice effect. And it's all about getting a balance between things. And this is just an example, and I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time doing this, but you'll get the idea. So we can high pass. All right, so I want that mid punch of that sound to come through. So I'm just going to have a little bit of a little guy here. And we can even solo that. Right, and that's what I want. I want that, like you can kind of feel it, if that makes any sense. Right, so we have that. That's always good to A/B it, like as in compare it to something else or compare it to the dry signal by turning it off. Kind of dull. More enhanced. All right, that's enhancing kind of EQ. So I'm going to go into something called a subtractive EQ. Also, yeah, I'm gonna do that later. Okay, so we have a subtractive EQ here. So we have our kick, and if you know me, I don't really like a particular frequency of a kick. I like to think of a kick as the low end and the high end, and what I do is I just kind of shape and I carve out a little bit of that muddiness, and it gives it more headroom, and you can still have the clarity of the low and the mid. Right, and it really sounds good if you get it just right. You'll notice that I don't like that. It's kind of ringy. I'm not sure why. I've never did like it. You don't have to do it this way, but I do. Right, and I can kind of clean out a little bit of that. All right, cool. So yeah, we're gonna compare it to the bass. I already have it sidechain, all good to go. So I'm gonna solo these two. Right, so for this bass, a little bit too much. There. So for this bass, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on oversampling. So it's always a good idea. I'm using it on a bass, but there's a lot of high-end material in this bass. Oversampling means that it doubles the sample rate. So typically, right, how I have it set up is 44.1 hertz. So 44,100 times a second is how many points of amplitude you get. So every second, it's like the resolution of like an image. So it's like 44,000 times a second. You get like a picture of like the audio, and that is your resolution, right? So a higher resolution means higher quality sometimes. It kind of bogs down your system, but when you double it, when you oversample in Ableton, you effectively double the sample rate to 88.2. Right? So when you oversample, wait, did I set it to? What did I set it to? I didn't set it. Okay. When you oversample it, it doubles the resolution of this EQ. So on the higher end frequencies, it's more clearer, and it makes like plugins sound better on the higher end. the higher frequencies. So that's what we're doing. So that's always good. It's always a good idea to do oversampling for higher frequency content material. Not so much like basses, but this bass has some high end and mid end, and I want to have a nice kind of quality bass, and it makes your adjustments that much more fine in terms of its detail. If you have the machine and the power, yeah, oversample everything, but it sure saves on CPU. You don't have to have like a global sample rate of 88.4K. You have a 44.K globally, but then you oversample individual plugins. FabFilter, they do that too. There's a high quality oversample mode. And for the glue also, there's an oversample mode. But yeah, all right. So for this bass, right, we have something called a mid, a one note bass kind of thing. It's another kind of thing that can be fixed with a notch filter. So we're gonna find that. Yeah, this bass did not have as much high frequency content as I thought. But anyway, yeah, that doesn't matter. All right, so we have that, and it sounds kind of cool. All right, for this, right, there's a lot of frequency content. I'll oversample that one. And the same explanation applies. So we'll high pass this. Right, and maybe you can hear the effects of the oversampling here. Right, it just sounds kind of more transparent and clear. I'm making up words now, so we'll do that. What I like to do is I like to kind of clean this up, but then add presence to it. Right, we have that. What is that right there? Right, that right there would compete a lot with the kick and the bass, so we're gonna take that out. Right now I'm going to add a bit of sidechain, just a bit. All right, let's listen to what this all sounds like together. I'm going to copy this sidechain compressor guy over to our main person here. Right, and we have somewhat of a refined mix. Yeah, and that's generally EQing. So basically the rules are high pass, clean up, kick and bass, especially on the low end, because a lot of these samples, they're really, really low, and they have a lot of sinusoidal kind of tendencies in them, and that can add notes that you might not like. Oversample high, you don't have to oversample low. I did anyway, but whatever. And EQ and refine things, and yeah, it takes years. And yeah, I'm not an expert. I don't claim to be. So yeah. All right. Have a good one and take care. What's up, guys? In this video, we're going to be going over automation lanes and macros. So we have this little idea here, right? And we're going to liven it up with some nifty things. So we're going to look at our kind of percussion-y loop here. Right, so I want to automate this. So let's add some crazy automation. So we're going to select a bandpass filter, and I want to automate, this filter moving about, and I want it to be stepped. So I will choose my favorite step, 16, and I'll press B from my little pencil tool when I have the cutoff selected. It's also here, and yeah, I'll automate this and we'll see what it sounds like. All right, that's cool. So I want to go to, say, I guess another thing here. I'll use a ping pong delay, and I'll use a technique where I'll sync it to, I won't sync it, I'll have it set to free running. I'll have it very, very fast. So I'll notice that, oh, that automation disappeared. Where'd it go? I have to kind of go back here and select it here. There's something called automation lanes. So you can use other automations and other channel or other automations to like have it as a reference. It's really interesting and useful. So you just click this little plus sign here when you have this selected. Boom. And that automation is down there. And this is an automation lane. So I can then select our wet dry. All right, cool. So I will beef that around. What am I saying? Yeah, I'll move it around there. I'm double clicking on these little points just to move it around. I shouldn't really be going above 50%, but whatever. All right, cool. So I have that. Check that out. All right, so what I'll do is I'll just add that to another automation lane. So I have all these together, and I can go back to them at any point, and that way I won't have to be clicking through menus and doing all that stupid stuff. And what I'll do now is I'll just use some artificial sidechain. I have the compressor down here. I'll select the volume. I'll press B, and I'll hit a half a note, or I'll select that. A quarter of a bar, so that'd be an eighth. Yeah, it'd be an eighth. Select an eighth, and I'll double click that so we get that pumping effect. Right, and what I'll do is I'll make that a little less intense, and I'll just compress the heck out of it. Right, and we'll see what that sounds like with the bulk of the track. Right, so we have like a kind of weird techno groove going on, and that's just with this automation and having lanes, and then we can go back and hold shift and move any of these up and down, or we can click and then add a point of data changing apparatusness, and that's all well and good. So what I want to do now is, let's say I want to make some interesting effects for everything except the kick, which we'll do. So what I'll do is I'll shift select these 3 tracks, and I will group them, and I'll give it a color. I like blue for those that get the reference. And yeah, I've effectively grouped a track, or I've grouped 3 tracks, and I'll just play it. Right, so what I want to do now is I want to make some interesting effects. So I'll add another ping pong delay, a reverb, and an EQ8. All right, so I want to get rid of all of these. I want to have a filter sweep. Oops, I'll select that. So I have my filter sweep. So I want, when like the track is going and I want it to kind of build up into a neat thing, I want to have a filter sweep. I want to have a delay line running, and I want some reverb, and I want to do this all at the same time. So what you can do is you can create a macro to do this, and what a macro does is it kind of groups things together. So we're going to group another thing. We're going to hold shift and select all these, so they're all blue, right click, group, and now they're all grouped into their own kind of self-contained rack. And we'll click on this little kind of Ableton logo here, and we have our macros here. So what macros allow is changing multiple values with one kind of knob, right? So you know how I want like my filter sweep and my ping pong delay and my reverb. We can do all that with one knob, and I'll show you how to do that now. So I want the frequency cutoff here, so I will right click, map to macro 1, and this effectively is mapped to macro 1, and moving macro 1 will move the cutoff frequency. And that's really useful. I can also map the wet dry of the ping pong delay, map that also to macro 1. So now I'm moving both at the same time. Super fun times. I can also map all of this. I can map the wet dry of the reverb to macro 1, and I can map the decay time to macro 1. So I have all these things being manipulated by one knob, and I have it here in front of me. It'll be mapped to your controller if you have one, and it's really useful for kind of getting complex effect ideas very easily done, like controlling it with one knob instead of automating like 4 values or more. It's just automating one value. Right, so I want to do another cool thing. I want the Q to rise as the filter sweep is going on, right? So I'll right click, map that to macro 1, but we have a problem here. It completely cuts off because the value goes to 0.10, right? And it does that. What the heck is that? So what we have to do is click on this little map button, and you get a little menu up here, and it's really fun. So for the EQ8 resonance, it was originally at 7.1, 0.7.1. I'll bring that up here. I'll hold control, or I could just type it in, but I don't want to look down. So I have this, and this sets the minimum and maximum value, or the starting value and the maximum value for the parameters that you have mapped. So now the cutoff resonance starts at 7.1, which it originally starts at, so you're not completely, squishing the lower frequencies as you do a filter sweep. But now, whoosh, it opens from that value. But maybe it's opening too much, right? Not too good. So we'll set the max value of our resonance to maybe, we'll just experiment. Not enough. We'll do that. Yeah, okay. And this is our max value. So it's a gradual kind of slope. And this is how you get, more of a refined mapping of all your macros and stuff. So, typically, as we're continuing, the wet dry of your ping pong delay and your reverb shouldn't really exceed 50%, right? So we will set the max value to 50, just for starters, and the max value of max value of our decay time not to 60 seconds. Holy crap! Set it to about 8. That's the max, and our wet dry to about 50 of our reverb wet dry. So now, when we open that all up, we'll get a nice kind of gradual thing. So, looking at that, the maximum value of the cutoff is a little bit too high. So I'll set this to max value, 127 down here, and maybe I'll want it about there. And maybe the resonance is a little too intense there, so I'll just change that. So let's give it a try. Nope, not enough. Let's bring that up a bit more. There, let's give it a try now. Right, that's pretty fun, and we have that, and we'll unmap that. So, yeah, that's basically it. What you can do, which is also crazy, say if you have like another group that you really like, you can actually group upon group. So yeah, we'll put this in here, and we'll map this to macro 2. Right, so we have macro 1 and macro 2 controlling like another chain of processing within this. You can, let's move this out of here. All right, so we'll have another kind of thing here. That will go ping pong delay and a redux. And we'll group that. So these are in their kind of own little group, and then we'll group this. Hopefully you work. You are not working. Yeah, that's how you do it. All right, so cool. So we're going to map this to macro 1. And this to macro 1, right? So we have two kind of groups in here, and then we can group upon group. This gets kind of confusing. And we can map our macros to other macros. And we could control multiple groups with multiple macros. And of course, we can set the max value of our macro 1 and the max value of all these guys and the max value of all these guys, and do some really interesting things. And you can get some insane effects if you could just keep on going and going, and you can fill up other macros, macro 1 through 8, and you can get some just absolutely insane effects. And yeah, assuming you can go on to infinity and have pure destruction. But yeah, anyway, I hope you learned stuff. The same thing for your macros. You can set up your own macro lanes for each macro. Let's go. Oh yeah, we have those all set. All right, yeah. You can set them, each macro, in their own little self-contained macro lane, and that it's really useful for doing complex effects throughout your track. All right, I've rambled on enough. Hope you learned stuff, and take care. Hey, what's up, guys? In this video, we're going to be going over automating VSTs. So I'm going to drop in everyone's favorite VST, but first I'm going to create a MIDI track by right-clicking, creating MIDI track, selecting this, right-clicking, insert MIDI clip. Cool. Pressing B and dropping in some MIDI there. Pressing B again to get rid of that. All right, so we have that. Let's drop in everyone's favorite synthesizer and the initial preset, everyone's favorite initial preset. Alright, we got that. So let's modulate, or not modulate, let's automate we'll have this on two things here. We'll automate the cutoff. So what you can do basically is anything on Ableton you can click on, and you'll notice that Ableton just kind of learns where it is, and that's all well and good. So we will, automate the cutoff. Another trick, what we can do is we can select our little pointer tool, hold shift, click on any of these little dots and move it around, and we can just smooth things out, and that's all well and good. So you don't have to like double click all the time. So you can kind of smooth things out, whatnot, double click, move things around, and that's all well and good. So yeah, I'm gonna do that again, so I'll get rid of that. Alright, so that's one way to do it. Another way to do it is to click on this little arrow here. Click on that. And what we want is we want Ableton to learn, we want to tell Ableton like what is important to us. So we'll click on configure, we'll click on cutoff, resonance, drive, the release of the amplifier envelope, and for fun, that portamento. Alright, cool. So we have all those. We'll click configure again. So we can just get rid of this completely. And we have what's important to us down here, and Ableton knows, where it is. And of course, we can modulate that again. We can create automation lanes for each of them. And you can do weird stuff like that. Filter drive, we can have this, we can select this, hold shift, and we can bring it all up. Super easy. Alright, and we can even increase the portamento time over the course of the track. We'll just keep on adding stuff and doing all that, and that's pretty much how you would automate VSTs and different kinds of plugins. You can basically automate anything that has a value, so any kind of synthesizer or effect or plugin that has a value, you can automate. And yeah, that's basically it. Hope you learned stuff, and we'll be back with some more stuff. Hey, what's up, guys? In this video, I'm going over some important keyboard shortcuts. Now, this is for Windows, so you have to kind of figure out on your own the Mac equivalent. Alright, so the first two is a copy and paste. Control C and Control V. So you don't necessarily, well, you can copy clips and paste clips, or you can copy like complete sections of your track. So copy, paste. You'll notice that everything I selected when I clicked copy is then pasted, and that's all well and cool. You can copy by holding shift. So shift clicking is another keyboard shortcut, I suppose. You select this entire area, or you drag and select the entire area. Copy, paste, you paste the entire area. All right, copy and paste, you should know that already. All right, so we're going to talk about the D, and that is Control D. Control D means duplicate. So when you select something and you press D and you keep on pressing it, you duplicate it over a particular, you just keep on duplicating it. So one trick, if you want to create like tracks really quickly, is to master the D. So you select an area and you want to duplicate. So I want to make this kick, continuous, like, forever and all that fun stuff. So what I'll do is I'll select this area and I'll go Control D, 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 and then I have that selected. I can then duplicate this bar, Control D, 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 duplicate that, and it's just all exponential, right? I keep on pressing it and I can go on forever, and that's a really easy way. You know, some people, they go, okay, control, yeah, and they'll just keep on pasting and pasting and pasting. It's kind of a mistake, and that doesn't work very well. Okay, so to explain the next one, I need to do something called artificial sidechaining. So what I'll do is I will just press B and I'll double click. So right, we have our volume automation for this bass. Right, so the kick and the bass have their own kind of separate areas they sit in. Right, so you know what you would think about doing is, all right, so you want to duplicate this, but oh, that doesn't really work. You duplicate the automation, but then you duplicate the audio with it. So what you need to do is duplicate automation. So how you do that is Control Alt D, and what that does is that will just duplicate your automation. So you can duplicate, you know, things that you want. Also, Control Z is undo. So if you make a mistake, just hit Control Z, and that's a really quick way to do like automation duplication. And basically that's it. Right. You may want, okay, so say you have your automation here and you want to switch things around. All right, so you'll go, okay, and you go, oh, well, that messes up my automation. You can actually lock automation with this little lock guy up here. Click on that, and no matter what you do, the automation stays there, right? And if you paste, the automation doesn't carry, or if you Control D or you duplicate, the automation doesn't go along with it if that little lock guy is on. So you can get in and change things around and not have to worry. You can copy, paste, take that, duplicate, elongate, take that, the D, the D, the D, right, and move things around. And then once you've done that, all right, take that and duplicate, 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 and then you can just build a track with that simple shortcut. What else is there? Yeah, Control Save, Control S. I don't really recommend. Saving should be deliberate if you're, because you'll have like lots of files like laid out, different revisions. So what you'll do is you'll save as, you'll name it revision 1 or whatever, and then you continue, and you'll be okay. You'll work on the track for a while, and then you go, okay, you'll save it as like revision 2 and a file below it. But if you hit Control S to save it, like, you know, willy-nilly, you'll save over things you don't want to save over. So saving, to me, it should be very deliberate. That's why I always go, I go into the drop-down menu and I save, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, another thing, you can just copy automation if you wish, or you just copy automation, Control Alt C, and you cut envelope, and you can say take that, and we can copy that here. Oops, come on. Don't do this to me. And paste, and then we have our envelope here. You can use shortcuts, or you can, you know, right click, and it all works the same. And we've effectively copied that automation from one of these guys to another. And yeah. Happy fun track making. All right, take care. Hope you learn stuff, and have a good one. Hey, what's up, guys? In this video, I'm going to be going over audio to MIDI. I'm going to convert harmony, melody, and drums to MIDI, and it's a new kind of feature in Ableton 9, and it's really useful. So we have this breakbeat here. All right, so there's that breakbeat. What we can do is we can right click, and we can slice it, so we can cut it up into different samples, and that's always been there, and that's very useful. We can also convert the audio to MIDI, so we can convert drums, because these are drums. So this will detect timbre and replace things. It'll kind of slice it and then replace the sounds with the appropriate sounds. So we'll do that. You can also do it while it's playing, and there we go. So what it did is it converted it to MIDI, and we have our little drum rack here. Right, and we have that, from this original piece of audio. So what you can do, just as an example, you can replace your sounds, right? Solo different pads, right? And you know, you can, let's say, yeah, we'll replace the snare, or with a clappy snare, right? And then you can go in to your MIDI, and you know, you can select all, and then bring the velocities up. You can quantize, and it's really useful, right? And that's one of the audio to MIDI. Another technique, so I'll just get rid of these. We have this right here, right? Technically a drum track. We can convert this to, we'll go convert melody. So this is not necessarily, you know, what you would think of doing. We're going to be converting actual melodies to MIDI, but this is a great way to get a general idea down, right? So we'll look at this here. We'll just take this out, and we'll find a one shot that is appropriate. Come on. There. So we have that, and it'll play it kind of like that. Right? Right? You could probably find a way better piece of audio than me, but right. So you get the idea. Right, and you can use other pieces of audio as a reference. All right, so that's that. So I'll get rid of that guy. What'd I do? Oh, get rid of that guy. All right, so we have a melody here. So it's a stab. Right, so there's a few things that'll be a bit confusing for the algorithm that they use. This reverse kind of hit here. I'll just take those out. Right, I'll consolidate this, and then I'll convert that so we don't get that. It's not trying to figure out what to do with that reverse. We can kind of add our own verse if we want. So I'll go melody to MIDI. Ableton will automatically add its own. It'll detect the timbre. Oh, what the heck happened here? So this is kind of common. It will not detect that, and sometimes it won't detect the melody. So you go harmony, and it will in turn, in theory, yes, detect this. Right, so you can take that. See, it's not, I tried to make it like not confused, but it got confused anyway. So I'll fold this. So I'll just get rid of that. So it's simple kind of MIDI editing. And it has some notes that don't even exist. Right, so you have that, and then we can go in and add, you know, that sounds fun. Right, and it's good as a reference, but it's not always spot on. Right, and that's basically what you have to deal with. Again, it's not very spot on, and there's no way to kind of predict what's going on. Okay, so we have another one here. What's this one? Why'd I add this? What are you doing here? Right, so that is a melody. So melody, no, that's a harmony. Harmony is more than one note at once. Melody is just a single note at once, and drums are drums. And they're they're all different detection algorithms I got going on. So we'll convert harmony. And converting. It's a useful tool. Not quite there yet. Maybe in a couple years it'll be uncanny. So we have this right here. Right, kind of meh, but you know, it's a good starting point. And then you can find, you know, the notes that, you know, don't make a whole lot of sense. So we'll just get rid of those. And, you know, you of course maybe add like a synthesizer or something. Probably could have thought of a better example, but you get the idea. Yeah. Alright, so we have our last one here. Right, yeah, it's just another maybe this will be a better example. So we'll go harmony. Please be a better example. Some pieces of audio that works better than others. Right, so I will change the sound a bit. I'll want, maybe I'll go organ. And you can swap things around. Right, so from there, we can get kind of a groove going. So we'll do that. So we can extract chords. Maybe we'll add a different. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that for now. Alright, so this one's a little bit too low. So we'll bring it up by holding Shift and pressing up. Right, so you know, it's a good starting point and a great way to get a reference. We got this little guy here. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm flat in a few places, but generally that's how audio to MIDI works. It's really good for drums and detecting timbre, so you can extract kind of drum grooves from other tracks and use that as a reference. But pretty much, yeah, that's basically it. Not perfect, but a great start. Hopefully, in a few years, we'll have a lot of things that'll blow this out of the water. But yeah, anyway, take care and have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? In this video we're going to be going over pre-effects, post-effects, and post-mixer. And this is where the audio is being routed from a particular track. You can choose that. And we're going to be using the sidechain compressor capability here. So we have this piece of music here. Right. And we're going to sidechain this little bit to the kick. Right. So we have that open. We'll sidechain yet 17 audio. So we have pre-effects. So this is it. What this is doing is it's taking the audio of the kick, and you have three choices of at what point you want to take the audio from. Pre-effects. So this would be an effect. So you would take the audio from here physically, and that's really useful. So say if you have like your sidechain dialed in, right, you can listen to it here. right? Say if you have your sidechain dialed in and you want to make a change to your kick. Well, if you change, you know, the ballistics and the funness of your kick, it'll alter your sidechain. So if you have it on post effects, you can hear it. Right, so it's taking everything post effects and routing it into the sidechain detection circuit. I call it a circuit traditionally. If you have pre-effects, it completely doesn't care about what's going on in here. It takes the raw audio pre-effects. Right? So you have basically two ways to kind of shape the sound. And for sidechain compression, I would typically do pre-effects because you're gonna need to have the kick kind of doing that. And if you have, say, post effects and you have like a delay, you can hear. You see that the compressor is being triggered like quite a bit. And it could get kind of messy in your mix, and you'd be like, "Why does it sound weird?" So you just set it back to pre-effects. You're good as gold. So yeah, I'll set that down there. So say if you want to make, let's just ignore this for now. Say if you want to make like a parallel chain. So we'll kind of have this, and we'll have the audio sent from 18. So external in, 18 in. Right, so we have double. So I want it, we can go pre-effects. So even if we bring this volume down, right, it's still being routed because we're receiving the audio pre-effects. And that's useful too, because you wouldn't want like a reverb. Say we have a reverb here. You wouldn't want a reverb going into, like, say, our parallel chain here. But if we want, we can go post effects, and then we'll get it. We'll get the reverb. And that's a good way to kind of clean up your sound. Also, I should mention, if you have it post mixer, so everything after this mixer section is being routed into here, which is useful. So if you automate the volume, it's kind of unified between all these, and it's the default setting anyway, so you should kind of keep it. So yeah, it's kind of all right for mix downs. You have to use like a utility or your volume out on your compressor here, but you know, you can make it work. And it all works in unison. So as a rule for the sidechain compressor or any kind of compression, I would recommend you use, oops, I'll go 17, pre-effects. So changes you make in the mix won't affect your compression and kind of make it all lopsided without you even like realizing you're completely altering the dynamics of the things you're sidechaining to your kick. It's kind of important, in my opinion. So yeah, keep it at pre-effects. Play around with post effects and post mixer for your, your parallel tracks, your serial compressor, or your parallel compression, and other fun things. If you're double tracking, then yeah, basically it. And I think that's everything about that. Yeah, alright, have a good one, and take care. Hey, what's up guys, in this video I'm going to be going over the magical world of audio effect racks. So I have a piece of audio here. Right, kind of interesting. I'm going to add a redux device. Right, so we've essentially downsampled. Right, so we get that little grit. And I'm going to add a delay. Ping pong delay. So, problem. Right. What I'm hearing in the delay, the redux is going into the delay. What if I don't want that? What if I want the redux to be by itself and a delay signal from this going through cleanly? Well, I can make a parallel channel, but there's another way to do that. I'm going to do the same thing, but I'm going to use an effect rack. There you go, right here. Right? So yeah, it says drop audio effects here. We will do that. So we're going to drop our first one here. There we go. I'm going to click on this little drop down menu here. This is the same thing that we use to make our chains, right? Our chains, our macros. the same thing we use to make our macros. So you have chain 1. All right, we have that. Right, we can add a delay. So now it's in its own kind of separate entity. So here's what we had last time. So I'll turn that off. That's how you turn it off. Right, sounds cool, but we can make it sound better. So here's the same one, but the delay is clean. Right, that effect is going clean through. So it's effectively coming in through here, being split into 2. One is going into a redux, and the other one is going into our delay. And from there, we can do other neat kind of things. Let's go. Let's add. Hold on. We'll add a reverb. Right, so now we have all 3 of these going into their own separate thing. Right, so listen to that reverb here. Not quite up to the loudness that we want, so we can add an effect after the reverb. Doesn't affect any of these other chains. Right, it's all self-contained, and we can solo it like so, and then mute and activate and deactivate it here. So let's compress the crap out of it. Alright, so I'm going to add another compressor. No, I'm not going to add another compressor. What am I doing? Alright, so we have all this. Alright, so we have the redux giving it that bite, the ping pong delay doing whatever it does all day, and the reverb, but we've brought out the reverb quite a bit. And we can do neat things like pan them left and right. That's an extreme example, but you get the idea. Alright, that is one of them, so I'll get rid of that. So now we have this gentleman. Alright, so I'm going to add another audio effect rack. Now this gets into more kind of slightly advanced type of things. So I'm going to add 2 utilities. I'm going to open up my chain, open up another one. So I have 2 utilities here. I'm going to set this one, I'm going to solo it so you can see what I'm doing. I'm going to set this to width at absolute 0. So it's a completely mono signal. It just collapsed everything right to the center. I'm going to go to our other one and set this to 200. So what this does is it cancels out all the mono signal and you get the wide signal. So what can we do with that? Well, it's basically the same thing, but we can affect the mono signal and the stereo signal independently. So you can get this kind of going here, and we'll compress it so we get, you know, a very loud stereo image. Why not? Right. So you get a very kind of deep droney sound. Right, and just so you can hear it, we'll add an effect. We'll just add a redux post. Right, so this is only affecting the center channel. And we have that neat, you know, wide reverb we have here, and we can enhance it with, you know, an EQ8, because why not? We'll give it a listen. Right. That sounds kind of great by itself, but we've really, you know, brung it out. I don't do this as much as I should, though. But, you know, I guess I will. Right, so from there, you know, we can collapse that. We can open up our macro, and we can map any of these to anything, really. So what we can do is map this to macro 1, and we'll have, oops, whoa, that wasn't good. I don't know why I right clicked there. Been playing with Bitwig a little too much. We'll have our phaser in the center channel, and I'll map this to macro 1 as well, and we'll give it, you know, a long, slow rate. You know, as an example, and then we can just get rid of all these. Oh, we can actually, yeah, click on that, hide our chain, and then we have a whole lot of things under the hood for this simple effect rack. And we have our macros, and we can just close it all together, and we have that tiny little footprint that does all that neat stuff. And you know, from there we can add our compressors and more EQs, more effects traditionally. Then we can then add another effect rack and put stuff in it. And then, you know, in theory, in theory you have to click on the actual, there we go. You can actually group these and create a super rack. And, you know, you can just go crazy to infinity, theoretically, and do some great things. Yeah, that's the audio effect rack. You already know how this works, but now you know how the chains and stuff work. So yeah, hope you learned stuff, and have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? In this video we're going to be going over instrument and MIDI racks. They work the same as audio racks, but they go in MIDI channels. So let's go with instrument rack, and we'll load up our devices here, or our device routing chain. So let's go, we'll just use an operator for now. We will select a saw, maybe one with a bit more upper harmonics, and I'll give it a bit of spread. Cool, I have that. So say if I want to add another device or a synthesizer, I can drop that right down there, and I'll init, and I'll just make kind of a super saw-ish wave. Alright, so we have that. Alright, so we have these two sounds here. Alright, so what can I do? I can do a lot of things. I could, let's arpeggiate the upper sound here for our operator. So I'll add an arpeggiator, and it goes right there. Right. Then I'll go 16ths. And just for fun, we'll add a ping pong delay. Cool. Now what can we do with this? Well, we can drop an EQ and a very strong reverb. I'll just double click to collapse those. Oops. Lost my phone. Put that there. And I'll compress this so they're both kind of at the same kind of volume. I can do another technique. Well, not a technique. I can pitch this up with a MIDI device. Right. Pitch it up or down. Right. So from there, I can, you know, kind of leave that as is, or I can add a bit of low end. So I'll do that with another operator. This is just, you know, examples. Right, a nice sine wave. And what I'll do is I'll add an audio effect. I guess I'll add an amplifier. And I'll squish the crap out of it. How about that? Right, so if we take that arpeggiator out, we have this low end here, and I'll just turn that off. Right, so we have this kind of brittle supersaw sound. Right, but when we add this low end sine wave and an amplifier plugin, with this kind of deep sound, right, and that works out pretty well. And we can map certain things to our macros. Like, say, we can have a separate filter for each of these, and that works out well. Okay, let's add another effect rack here. Alright, so I'm just gonna add in 2 operators. I'll put this one below this. Cool. I'll have one. And I want this one to be squished all to heck with interesting harmonics. Alright, we have that. Let's just drop in some effects. We'll go saturator. Just so things don't go over a certain volume. And what else do I want here? Let's see. Oh, come on. There we go. Dynamic tube. Alright, we have that. So let's add a filter before then. And we'll boost the resonance here. Alright, cool. So we'll close those and then we'll EQ it just so we get, just in there, so we get that brittleness coming through. The problem, we've lost a lot of low end. Well, we can add a sub oscillator totally separate from that chain so it's not affected. So we'll have that, and we can make it wobble, because wobbling is fun. So we'll play them together, and hopefully my math works out. So we have that brittleness. I'll just accentuate it a bit, and yeah, I guess we'll get rid of this. Just a weird example, and then we can compress that, like, you know, afterwards, just to give it a bit more edge. Kind of make the attack. Makes any sense. And we can map both filters to a macro here just for funsies. So I'll go map this to macro 1, map this to macro 1. Right, just as an example, not perfect, but you generally get the idea. So another thing we can look at, we'll just get rid of all these. So we have, you know, just our instrument rack here. MIDI effect racks, I don't really use it that much, but it's a good way to kind of get some interesting arpeggiating patterns. You get MIDI running in parallel instead of just like sequentially one into another. So we have that. And then we can add another arpeggiator. Right, multiple arpeggiators going on at once. Right, so you can get some like kind of interesting patterns. Right. What else can you add? You can just go to town here. Well, pitch won't really do much. You can adjust the note length for certain, you know, arpeggiators, but that would be a gate. You can have a scale going into one or the other, and you can add different kind of scales. We'll have that post, I would assume. Right. I'm about to break Ableton, but yeah, you get the idea. And that is your effects. You wouldn't really be using that, but you can get some really interesting arpeggiating patterns just by stacking these up and having them at different kind of rates and speeds. It's almost like a sequence. That sounds rather broken. Alright, hope you learned stuff, and we'll be back with some more fun things. Hey, what's up guys? In this video we're going to be going over hot swapping. It sounds kind of dirty, but it's a very useful thing to do in Ableton. So we have a drum rack here, just 4 sounds. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this, a bar, insert MIDI clip. All right, cool. Click on the MIDI. When it's folded, you'll have all your names here. So I'm just going to add a groove of sorts, kick, and let's see, we'll go 16ths, and we'll do that. Right, and put that guy there maybe. Alright, so yeah, basically we have the makings of a techno track there. So yeah, basically from then, if we want to change a particular sound, so you notice the browser here, I have a lot of samples, and if you have a lot of samples too, this might be useful. I don't use this feature as much as I should, but say if I wanted to replace this kick here, you'll notice that there's this little symbol here. It's also here, and it's also here, and it's a good way to switch samples about. Clicking on this will take you to the location of the sample you're using, and the ability to double click and replace the sample. And you can find one you kind of like. There, how about this one? Very cool. And then you just exit, and there you have it. We can switch up this if we want to, or we can select the pad and then select this, which will keep our sampler data. So there it is. We'll double click, and then we'll just exit out of that. Right, and it's a good way to like limit mouse clicks and say, okay, I like say this percussion. Let's see what this is. But I want to switch it up. I'll go here, and then it automatically goes to the percussion folder that it's from. So there's like continuity in where you're browsing to. And we'll find one. That's cool. Or we can drag it, which is what I do out of muscle memory, or I can double click. Find another one. And you can just go crazy. Right, and yeah, that's basically hot swapping. You can hot swap a lot of things depending on what you're doing. You can even hot swap an instrument. You can hot swap an effect. See if you have an effect on there. You know, you can see that little button there, and you can hot swap effects without having to go back and then drag a new type of preset on there. And it's really useful. And that's basically hot swapping. Yeah, that's it. All right, take care and have a good one. Hey, what's up guys? In this video we're going to be going over grooves and groove pools. So groove and swing and groove pools, a good way to give your tracks a bit of, you know, not so much like exactly on time, maybe a bit of human randomness, a bit of human error, or what have you, or just adding some swing, or I think they call it trills. So I have our sound down here. I'm just going to add 16ths. Right, I'm going to have it already selected. I'll shorten it up. Right, so this is our MIDI clip. You'll notice that there's a little thing down here called groove, and our hot swap button from before. We'll click on that, and you'll notice that we have a lot of .agr type things. These are swing and groove algorithms from various sources. Logic for one, the MPC, the legendary SP1200, some rock, percussion-y stuff, other kind of swing modes, traditional, that are in, you know, a few other products. I really like the SP1200. So I think there's 3 swing kind of algorithms, 8, 16, and 32. So ours is on 16ths, right? If we were 8ths, then we'd use the 8th, or if we were doing really fast hi-hats, we'd be 32 or 32nd or whatever. I'm a big fan of the SP1200 for many reasons, so I'm gonna just kind of audition. I'll auditions. We're on hot swap mode, and I'll just show you what it sounds like when you add swing. We're going to add 16ths. As you go up, it gets a little bit more intense. Right, and that's very swingy. And if we commit, you can actually see what it's done. Right, it's offset, you know, every second one there. And we can Control Z and not do that. So we'll go to another one. So as you go up in numbers, it gets a little bit more intense. I like this one. Which one was it? The 58? There we go. I like this one. I don't know why. So we'll commit to that, right? Right. And I guess, no, wait. We will not commit. We will leave it as is for now. If you want to commit and have it directly written into the MIDI, say if you want to use it for like an external synthesizer or whatever, you will not commit. Sorry about that. So we'll have it in our drop-down menu here, and I will use, for this one, I'll use an MPC, and this is, again, on 16ths. So I'll go 16th swing, and when you click on them, you can kind of hear a preview of a click track. Right, and you can actually, if you're adventurous, drag it in and kind of see what it's doing. Right, a little bit offset, cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to swap him. Nope, see that's 8s. Right, I'll double click that guy in there, and I'll turn off hot swap mode. So, and this guy should be right. So we have a swing there. So right now it's, you know, kind of boring and stagnant per se. We can add the SP 1200 swing from our previous or our other MIDI clip here. Or just use the MPC that we like. We can briefly commit and we can say, oh yeah, that's what it did. All right, cool. And it shortened it up. Very neat. And then, you know, undo. And the reason why we don't want to commit, sometimes you want to commit, sometimes you don't, is for this little squiggly line guy. And what this is our global amount of our swing amount. And that is very neat. So we have our bass, 16th, yes, that makes sense. If we're doing 32 for like trills or whatever, 16th is usually where you'll want to be for dance music. Right, so we have our sounds here. Right, so this one would be the SP 1200. We can increase the velocity, so this will change. For some, it will change the velocity of each note here. Right, so you can see what it's doing. I can commit and maybe show you. Yeah, it's varying the velocity, which gives it a bit of human feel. And that's all good. We can also go to 0, return to default, so it doesn't mess with the velocity at all. Or, you know, if we want to kind of do that, you know, you can do whatever you want. We can randomize it, randomize the swing amount, where how much it's offset. The timing, we can adjust the timing, and we can quantize. So this would be like correctness of it. We'll go here. So the quantize would be like how much does it shift back into where it's supposed to be, right? So it's very flexible of these grooves that were extracted from these classic machines. And of course there's a global amount, so it's very flexible. So we can 100% is 100%, and 0% would be, you know, back to normal, put back to where it should be. Right, so that sounds kind of boring. You played that in a club and people would kind of look at you sideways. But with the swing enabled, it sounds a bit more interesting and groovy, and it makes you, you know, bob your head or stomp your feet or do whatever you do all day. So that'll liven up your techno tracks. It'll liven up, you know, your rock tracks, your your hip hop, R&B tracks, and what have you. And yeah, that's basically your groove pool. So at the end of the day, if you want to commit to maybe like bring it into another software, you can commit, and this will get grayed out. But you can do that, and then you can drag it into another program and play around with it and have that groove. But yeah, it's really cool because a lot of the grooves are there, like especially the ones from Logic, which are used quite a bit. Contemporary, or not contemporary, like hip hop, Latin percussion grooves, MPC, and the SP1200, like in the SP1200. And yeah, that is all for grooves and groove pools. Hope that's a good introduction, and yeah, happy track making, and we'll be back with some more fun stuff. Hey, what's up guys? In this video we're going to be getting ideas down in session view. So this is our session view. This is what you'll be looking at most likely. So what we're going to do is we're just going to create a MIDI track, and you can double click, bam bam, and you have 1 bar of a MIDI clip. So with that, what we'll do is we will add just a simple kick drum, and we can do that through like a one-shot sample. Alright, cool. No, wait. Okay, cool. So we drop that in, and it's just a one-shot sample. Right, and that's our kick. So we'll double-click again so we can edit that. And usually it's middle C. Yep. We'll press B, and then we'll get our kick down. Yeah, we'll just do that. Select Control D, D, D. And we'll just press play on this little clip here. Right, so we have that. So what we can do from there is we can do, if we want to have that kind of forever, we'll freeze it, and then we'll flatten, and then now it is a audio loop, and that'll play basically forever. So we'll just move that over there. Okay, let's add a MIDI track. We're gonna make some drums here, so we'll double click again. Simple. We will drop in a drum rack, and we'll find some sounds here. Let's get some percussion sounds and maybe a bass. Cool, got that. Drop that in. That sounds nice. Okay, so we have these 3 sounds here. We'll add one more. No, wait. Okay, so we have that. Okay, so we will double click on that, and we have everything that's kind of case sensitive. So what we can do is we can just stop everything, and we can play things called scenes. And these would be musical ideas consisting of loops. Okay, so we have that. So we'll create another MIDI track. We'll find a bass sound. It'll be a one shot. So we'll just do that. Okay, we have that. Bring the volume up. The volume is a little bit too up. So we'll double click, and we'll find where that note is. So we'll play that entire thing there. We'll stop this. that's neat. What we'll do is we will EQ. And it's just a good way to jam and get ideas down. What we'll do is we'll add a compressor, and we'll have this. This is why we have the kick just kind of dedicated. So we'll sidechain this. We'll look at what's going on here. We'll EQ it. We'll EQ the detection circuit so we can see. And we can copy that and paste that here. We'll just get rid of that. And then we'll play this entire scene. Alright, so now what we can do is we can add a ping pong delay. And a frequency shifter, just because. And then we'll compress the crap out of it. And then we'll add a limiter, just because. And we'll just put that down there. We'll EQ it. Okay, so what we can do now is we can just kind of clean that up. And then what I'm going to do is duplicate. I can duplicate this entire scene, and we can play either scene we want. So we'll have this one without that bass or whatever. And we'll duplicate that once more. So I want to get another idea down here. So this is a good way to just get ideas down, and it's very useful. So yeah, we'll use some loops. Why not? All right, we have that. We can audition different ideas. So I have that. Now let's get rid of that. Try another one. I like that. Let's just say that sounds good. You just kind of figure out which one you like better. The thing about Ableton is, like, all these ideas will stay here, and this is kind of what the session view is for. It's getting ideas down, and then they're always there. So once you're from there, so we'll say we'll just copy our little bass here. Oops, no, not that. It's not that. We'll paste. No, I don't want to record. There we go. Okay, maybe I want to copy that there. So I'll need to make that just a tiny bit louder. Compress it. Give it some bass. Alright, very neat. I have to stop saying neat, it's getting irritating. So yeah, these are basically just little clips, and they'll loop on forever, and you can just keep on adding and adding. You can even duplicate this and replace the sound. So say, alright, I want to try something else, so I'll just stop that one, and this will be like an alternative take. We'll select all these, we'll give it a different color. I like whatever color that is. So let's solo that, and I'll find another kind of percussion-y, or not percussion-y, synth sound. Let's give that a try. Sounds a little bit different, and we'll just kind of compare them. I'll unsolo that so we can actually hear it. Right, and that could be like 2 different sections of your song. Okay, so basically that is jamming in live. You can do neat things like, I said neat again, you can make these shorter. Oh, wait, that's per note. You can make the entire clip shorter, longer. You can make these all longer, so it's more of a legato feel. We completely changed it around. There we go. We can, pitch it up or down and just get different ideas. One thing I forgot to mention is we can rename them. So we'll Call that derp. So yeah, from there, what we can do is say, okay, that's a little bit too busy. So I'll duplicate, and I'm just gonna get like different kind of progressions going on. Right, so this would be like the beginning of my song, and this would be like the middle or whatever, and that would be whatever. Right, and I like that. So I'm gonna copy, and it's just a good way to get ideas down. Right, so this would be the intro, so I could rename that intro or whatever, and that's all good. So from there, I will drag this, drag the entire scene, it's called a scene, drag it into Ableton. Oops, up into the top right corner there. Then we have this, and we can go back. This is like in its like session view mode. We can go back and we can arrange, and we have it here like forever. And then we can duplicate, right? And we have our track. So we'll just do that just as a, like a crude example. We have this here. This is our first kind of scene, right? So from there we can say, okay, what do I want to happen next? Maybe not that. Maybe I want that. So I'll drag that, and this gets dragged to there. So say, okay, well, this will be like the second part here, right? And say, okay, well, I want this percussion here. So just to kind of clean it up, I'll have loop selected. This loops as well. You just drag it. Oops. Duplicate. Duplication is your friend. Drag these so as you can see what you're doing, and it automatically does that. Alright, so let's grab another one. Right, and that sounds good. So we'll drag, oops, get up there. We'll drag that, and then we'll go back to arrangement, and we can select to bring whatever we want back. And basically, this is how you would go from like an initial idea to a track, and Ableton is really good at arranging. Right, as an example. So another thing I want to show you is organization. So what you can do is you can right click where this little speaker guy is, and you can insert a time signature change, or you can say, okay, let's be drop. So this would be like our drop, and we can have it all organized. We can edit the signature change, or we can change it completely up here, but I don't really do that for this kind of music, but whatever. We can unloop. So you can have little tiny signature changes here, and that's really useful for organization, because okay, I know I want to have a drop or whatever here, right? So from there, you would arrange in a way. You can do cool stuff like group, and you can add, say, an effect like a filter. You know, put it in your macro. And you can automate this. So the filter will be turned on when you get to this part, when your drop or whatever, or your build. Select, hold shift, and you can bring your delay up. Right? And at any point, you can go back and you can listen to your other ideas. So say if we wanted this, I'll just stop everything. Right, I actually want that now because I want to go back in time and check some stuff out. I can drop this here, right, and I can replace it. Right, just as an example. And we can automate the filter sweep. Right? Then I can add like a crash, and it's just a good way to get ideas down. I've probably said that about 8 times. So yeah, that's basically from getting ideas down from session view and then bringing it into arrangement. And yeah, color code everything and have fun. Hope you learn stuff and take care. Hey, what's up guys? I'm going to show you a useful trick. It's called resampling. And what it is, it's recording what's going on. And I'll show you how that's useful. You might be like, what the heck is that? So basically you go externally in, you go resampling, you go in, and then you mute it so you can't really, you don't get feedback. Right? So we're going to select that. Right? You'll notice that we'll hit record and we have the sound coming in through here. So I want to, let's say, okay, we'll take a snippet. We'll loop this section here. Right, so I'll record that. Right, so I recorded over it twice just so we have a nice little loop to work with. So this is basically our song. It's in a single audio format. It saves us time from having to bounce, and it's kind of meh. So what we can do with that is we can create kind of like glitchy fill effects and other interesting things. So let's take it and we can like stutter it. All right, we can reverse that. Yeah, you can just do interesting things. Right, so you basically create like a fill. What the heck? How's that? There. Right, you have that. We can also even record. We'll record this. And I'll show you another trick. Right, so I will external in, resampling in, mute. Okay, so I have that, and I'll go external in, off again. I'll take that. So this is not in the group. We should actually put it in the group so it's affected as well. So what I want to do, I can do a really interesting effect. So I'll just duplicate that over. Nah, I'll just get rid of it all completely. So what we'll do is I will warp it. I'll double the length. Oops, there we go. So I doubled that length, and this is something you couldn't really do with all the tracks put together. So I'll show you what that sounds like now. Right, as an example, and you can do some really interesting things with resampling, and yeah, let's see. Yeah, I guess that's basically it. So this is it for the Ableton course for now. I'm gonna upload it, and what's gonna happen is maybe in a week or two or a few days, I'm gonna come out with like an addendum. So it's like a PS. And I'm going to be going over some things that I forgot, which are a few things that I can think of right now, like the gated effects. I'll show you gated effects and other kind of routing shenanigans. I have a list, and people have been commenting. It's like, oh, you should talk about this. So I'm going to be doing that in like post videos and going over like certain techniques, different compression modes, maybe. But yeah, so yeah, don't be afraid to comment and hit me up on Twitter or comment on the videos physically. And yeah, I hope you learned stuff, and we'll be back with some more Ableton videos shortly, but for now it's Bidweek time. Alright, have a good one.